do our fundraising events where we raffle off a series of jerseys. All of that money goes towards this scholarship fund, which paves the way for women to attend these galvanized boot camps. And Laura is doing 2 boot camps this year, a rookie camp with the Washington Commanders in June, I believe. No, excuse me, in late May. And then another boot camp with the San Francisco 49ers in the middle of the middle of June. So we'll be announcing some of those scholarship winners here shortly. And then we also have a team of people heading to the NFL draft for coverage. One of them, Renee, she's actually very new to the Club Fantasy Women and Fantasy team, but she represented us at the Super Bowl as well. So she'll be there in Detroit with a couple other people getting some coverage and videos. So be sure to glue yourself to Twitter and go check out all that great content.
Yeah, Josh, I am so excited for the exposure that these amazing, talented women are getting that they've always deserved. But now it's actually becoming more reality. And the fantasy football community is one where everybody belongs. You do your work, you belong. And there shouldn't be people looking down saying, oh, this, that, or the other. No, this is right. This is the way it should be. And you are helping this cause. And I am very grateful for that. Josh, thank you for coming on the show today. And I hope we talk soon.
Appreciate you, Jim. We'll be in touch, buddy.
All right, good. We have our friend John Ryan in the house. You can find John with the Predictive Playbook. John has been about 3 decades as a professional gambler. His documented numbers are off the charts. You see him on my shows on YouTube throughout the NFL season. I've been on some of John's shows as well. But John, whether it's college football, whether it's pro football, other sports as well, but I follow him for football. And just John consistently gives you percentages above expert level. You find him at John Ryan Sports 1. John Ryan, what are you looking forward to in the 2024 NFL draft?
I'm looking forward to a lot. Jim, thanks for that great introduction. And for those people out there, you are my GOAT for DFS, and it's helped me make money in the DraftKings lineups. And, we have a great working partnership. We're helping each other get better, and you can't do these things in a vacuum, right? You have to, eclecticize and talk to as many people as you can and learn from them and take what you need to make yourself better, in every aspect of life, not just the NFL draft. But right now, Jim, our lives are the NFL draft, and I can't wait for Thursday night, and it's going to be a barn burner. I think there's going to be a lot of if you get the draft, the first round, 25% of the names right, that's a home run. This
Right?
is not an exact science, right? So let's see. In terms of the draft, I do think one of the things I'm looking for is for Philly to make some splashes, and that's really not that surprising because Howie Roseman has a long history of pulling the last second trades to move down or move back, and he just loves to do that. He admits that he loves to have fun doing that, talking to all the teams, seeing if there's opportunities to partner with one another. And I do think they're going to take that second pick, which I believe is in the low 50s, and move up. And one of the names out there that's circulating around the last couple of days is Xavier Worthy, who we all know broke the 40-yard dash record at 4.21. He's out of Texas, and he would be an excellent fit with that wide receiver core with Devontae Smith and Brown. And that would be a very formidable offense now that they have Saquon Barkley too. So I think there could be some moves like that. And if Worthy doesn't go in the first round, I would be surprised. But if he's available there in the early part of the second round, I think that's when you're going to see the Eagles make some moves.
John, I like that because what I've seen with the Eagles offseason, it's almost like they realize, all right, our defense is a major problem right now. It's going to take a while to get that fixed. But by bringing in Barkley, by what you're talking about, maybe adding another offensive player, what they're doing is basically saying, we're going to put together an offense that, all right, if our defense is bad, we are going to be able to outscore you. We can outscore our way, in their mind, to a title. I think that seems to be the route they're going. Am I off base on that, or does that sound somewhat
No, I think
realistic?
You're right on base. Yep, absolutely. It's going to take years that defense to get fixed. I mean, you just don't plug and play with a draft and expect it, to be a Super Bowl contending type of defense. They're going to have to outscore their opponents. They're probably going to give up 28, 30 a game, but they're going to be scoring 40. And I think that's what you're going to see.
It's the weightlifter that does arms, 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 and no legs. But you know what?
Yes.
Sometimes it looks good. All right, John. Are there any props that you like in regarding this NFL draft?
Yeah, I'm betting these. I've already taken to the window, and again, I love doing pizza money bets. You got to have fun with this, people. This is not an opportunity to put down thousands of dollars. I don't care if you're worth $10 million in net worth. You still bet pizza money on these types of things to make it fun, and
Yes.
that's why we're doing this. So this is going to sound crazy, Jim, but Jaden Daniels is plus 2,200 to 1 to be drafted number 1. Nobody's preventing me from betting that, so I did bet that. And will it happen? Probably not. But if somebody's offering me 200 to 1 for some unbelievable thing to happen, there's no other event I know of that has the unpredictability of the NFL draft. So, what the heck? $10 at 200 to 1 is a pretty darn good return. I also did Drake May to go number 1 at plus 3,000. I bet under 4.5 quarterbacks, Jim. I know that's contrarian. I think probably the majority is betting over 4.5, but I'm getting paid plus 160 money. And that's the reason I like that bet. It's contrarian. Will it happen? Probably not. But if it does, I'm in position. And then total wide receivers always, every year, seems to be a very popular bet. And in this case, you're getting over 6.5 plus 180. And I do think it's going to be over in the wide receiver category. There's going to be 7 wide receivers picked in the first round, is what I'm saying. So you have Marvin Harrison Jr., who, by the way, if he goes to Arizona, I can make this public now for my DFS league and all those other fellow competitors and friends that with my second pick in the snake round, I am going to take Harrison Jr. if he is drafted by Arizona. Why? Because he's going to be their number 1, no doubt about it. And I do think that that offense with him on there, he could have just a monster year as a rookie. So that's another thing I like there. We already did Jaden Daniels to be drafted number 1. Wide receivers, Harrison, of course, Neighbors, the kid from Washington, and then the other kid from Thomas from LSU. They're all certainly going to go first round. Then you have Xavier Worthy, who I have ranked 5th. And that's the wild card we just already talked about with the Eagles. And then there's a whole slew of wide receivers after that are worthy to be number 1. But as some of your guests said earlier that I was listening to, a lot of these teams are going to say, oh, wow, that guy is available. But you know what? Our needs are offensive line, and our needs is cornerback, for example. We got to fill that void first before we start playing games looking at exceptional talents at wide receivers where they may not need a wide receiver. But there's a kid named Ricky Pearsall, Florida. That's a wild card that could be a first-round pick, I think. And if you can get odds on that to be a first-round pick and it's plus 5,000, take those names and just have fun with it. $5-10.
Yeah, it's entertainment. And I think that's what we're talking about here. If you're betting a super small amount, that's your whole point, entertainment. That's why you're having fun. So just kind of remember and frame it that way. Any final predictions on the draft, team, player, position that you didn't cover?
Only Cooper DeJean seems to be the vast popular choice for the Eagles at their first pick, who's a cornerback, and that does solve a pretty big issue there. He is a very, very good defensive player that could start right away for the Eagles. But again, all bets are off, Jim. Like I don't even try to do a first round draft anymore because it makes me feel so dumb.
Yes.
I have so many wrong. So I just love the atmosphere, like the movie Draft Day with Kevin Costner. You just can't make that up. And who's to say that something like that can't happen in real life? I mean, I'll never doubt that. So I think there's going to be some fireworks. I do think, the wide receiver bet is my favorite one, and I just can't wait.
I wonder how many fans will watch the movie Draft Day this week just to kind of get ready for the draft. I imagine there's a good number of people that kind of go back to it. I think that's pretty awesome analogy you threw in there. John, tell everybody where they can find you and your great work, and if there's any draft type of stuff you'll be doing as well.
Sure. One last thing, Jim, if I may. In the movie 61, in the beginning, Mickey Mantle is quoted as saying how little he truly knew about the game he has played his entire life. And I think that sums up Draft Day entirely. I mean, it's just a perfect thing because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how these players are going to be 5 years down the road. We just don't know. Nobody does. And that's what makes it exciting. But you can find me at thepredictiveplaybook.com, which is my site. We just launched a new one, Jim, winnable.com, which is WINIBLE.com. That's a very exciting site there, too. We're going to have an app coming out in a few weeks. So very excited about that. And also on the X at John Ryan Sports, #1.
John, always enjoy working with you. I know we'll continue to make that a regular thing, so we'll be no strangers to each other. Thank you for joining this great marathon, and I will talk to you soon, John.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, Jim.
Thank you. Darren Armani is in the house. Too long, but I'm glad you're here today. Darren is the creator of the Pros versus Joes. I've been blessed to have been in that competition for a few years. Very grateful to Darren for that. Darren, I always use his ADP data from fantasymojo.com. I cannot recommend that enough. At the end of the segment, Darren will tell you a little more about that as well. And of course, you're almost always in the Scott Fish Bowl like 11 times, and you won a Kings Classic redraft in 2018. Darren Armani, you find him at Fantasy Mojo. What are you looking forward to in the draft?
Hey, Jim. It's great to talk to you. You're one of the most respected people in the industry, a true class act, which is, it's getting harder and harder to find these days in these streets. So, what I'm most looking forward to is the chaos that we're going to see. As the players get selected. So what happens is, there's basically 3 periods during the preseason that we see macro level shifts in player values and fantasy drafts. So free agency is a big one. The preseason games, when you actually start to get clarity on player usage and the depth charts and whatnot, and then the NFL draft. So things just get like blown out of the water. If you remember back in 2020 when Clyde Edwards-Helaire got drafted by the Chiefs in the first round, his ADP went from 10th, 11th round to the second round like overnight. So we're going to see that type of stuff as the draft progresses. And we'll see what happens to players as that goes on. That's what I like to see, because I'm all about the data, and so just tracking that movement of players within the drafts is always the best part.
And Darren, I don't think there's a better example you could have given than Edwards-Helaire. As soon as you said that, I had this big, I'm always smiling, but I had like a bigger and more stupid smile than usual on my face when I saw that, because that just encapsulated what the draft does to fantasy value for players. So I'm glad you added that. Are there any props you might be looking at in this draft?
So I got a couple. I'm a Philly guy. Yes. And your last guest happened to mention Cooper DeJean. So a little bit more about that. Like, if you look at the visitation list that the Eagles have had, the players they've brought in, it is just slew with cornerbacks. So that gives you a little indication of what they're looking for. And James Bradbury, which is one of their corners. Now, to be honest, I mean, they really have a need there. All you need to do, just watch that last drive of the Seattle Eagles game where Drew Lock basically carved him up. Ooh. And then Seattle went on to score a touchdown. When they literally, Bradbury gave up every pass on that drive. So it's a real need. And I think, Cooper DeJean, he's probably going to be the pick. So there's a prop. The prop is over under 22.5. And that's because they're projecting the Eagles right there. At 22. And I think if they let him slide, he might even go higher, because you know how there's the gamesmanship during the draft when other teams know that there's a need for a certain team, they might even leapfrog him. So then that just benefits you even more. He may even go earlier than that, depending on, what other things unfold like during the draft. So that would be my number one prop. Number two is my daughter goes to the University of South Carolina. So I've been following Spencer Rattler quite a bit. And that guy, he had some rough times at Oklahoma, but, since he's been in South Carolina, he's been ascending up. He's had to play behind a really bad offensive line. So he's kind of running for his life. So one of the criticisms of him is his decision-making. Well, when you're, constantly, looking not to get killed, like sometimes you make some errors in judgment. But I think if you can get the prop on Rattler, I think Circus Sports had it at 86.5 over and under. If you look at the teams that would would be targeting Rattler. You've got, I think, New England, Denver, Raiders, and Seattle are the teams that are kind of in a discussion. And they all pick way before pick 86. So I think that's a pretty good bet. And once the draft happens, again, leapfrogging with knowing what teams' needs are, people are going to be trying to, to get in front of them. So I think that's another good prop that if you can get, I think I've only seen it at Circus Sports, but if you can get it, that's one I would hit too.
I like the way you frame that, because how many quarterbacks are really going in the first round? And at that point, when are you drafting one? And I think when you point out these teams, where they're picking and how that fits into that inside the 86 pick equation, I think that's a very good logic point to make that connection. I think that's one of those props that is way more logical than many. So that both props are great, but I really love that. Any other predictions, Darren, that you'd like to make about the draft? Could be a team, player, position, anything like that.
I do think that the Cowboys are going to, they're just lining up. The pieces are falling in place for them to take that running back, right? I mean, they're not going to go to battle with Rico Dowdle and other cast of characters.
Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah, so Jerry, he kind of like Jonathan Brooks, because I mean Jerry can't deny his affinity for anything, all things Texas. So that would obviously play right in the hands of the fans, and he's got some making up to do after the disaster of a playoff game last year. They're still bitter about how it went down.
I'll say let's bring back Mike McCarthy though. That's the winner, right?
Oh man, they weren't too happy about that.
And they quickly brought him back, Darren.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's almost better to just sort of make that a decision right up front to kind of minimize the drama in the offseason. So Jerry, for better or worse, he's a man of quick decisions.
Yes.
So that could definitely happen. I think Jonathan Brooks would be my guess for them.
Yeah, that's a great pick, because like you said, the Texas lean and Brooks is worthy of being that pick. Do you think that's a second round pick? Or do you think running backs are going to fall into the third? What do you think is more of a second?
It is a little high based on where they're at now, but I think, whatever, they'll either maneuver down or, they'll gauge it such that, that they land them, I think. It may not happen right, because all these, we look at the draft picks on paper right now, and that's going to get blown out of the water. It won't be long before the whole board gets reshuffled. So, but he could go there. It depends on how, determined he is to land that particular player.
Darren, I'd like you to tell everybody where they can find you, your work, and I really would like you to spend a moment talking about Fantasy Mojo and why the ADP data that you have there is very useful for fantasy players, because I find it one of the most used. I use it. That's my go-to. So please tell everybody.
Yeah, so Fantasy Mojo is all about the ecosystem around drafts, ADP, draft boards, most in particular the FFPC, and you're going to have Balky on after me, so that's my guy. But we slice it and dice it. We've probably got right now 10 different variations of ADP. We don't just have like a generic ADP chart, because the format is very important. So you've got different best ball tourneys, you got Superflex, you got Dynasty Superflex, you got all these variations. We cover them all for the FFPC, and we're sort of like the Bible. And the data is coming from high stakes players. These are drafts which people are plotting down between 35 all the way up to $500 right now. When we get to main event season, that's going to be $2,000 draft. So you're getting a peek into the minds of the players who are really dropping a lot of cash on these drafts.
Yeah, and then money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, and quite honestly, they're the best players in the world that you'll be going up against there. So, but coming up, we also have Pros versus Joes. Some announcements that are going to start to come out soon. You'll be a part of that. I think we got a little promo video coming today, and I'll also be a part of the Scott Fishbowl Fantasy Cares Eliminator Leagues. So I always do a league in there. I take it very seriously because I don't like to lose. So those will be launching pretty soon too. So if you're looking for an analyst to play against, just click my name and get into my league.
Oh my gosh, Darren, with an eliminator 2 years ago at the year post Rams Super Bowl, I had this real nice Ram stack. And then they played Denver in week 1. I was out in week 1 of my eliminator. And the host is gone. Last year, I think I made it to week 14. So at least I didn't hang my head as low as I hung it the prior year. Darren Armani, I always appreciate hanging out with you. I appreciate the Fantasy Mojo work that you do with the data. It makes my life a lot easier. Hope to work with you soon. And thanks for coming on.
All right, Jim. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Aaron. We got Balky in the house. Eric Balkman, FFPC Media, the High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, RotoViz High Stakes Lowdown, and Better Network host. You are all over the place. You can find him at Eric Balkman. What are you most excited about for the 2024 NFL Draft, Balky?
I feel like, I don't know what year it was when I got into Dynasty Fantasy Football, but I feel like a few years after that, or a few years into that, my Dynasty experience, I would get frustrated at the amount of offensive linemen or defensive players that we would see in the first half or the first 20 picks of the NFL draft. And I know, like, look, it's the NFL. You need those players to fill teams. You need those players to give you good quality football, but it's still frustrating. I cannot remember, Jim, a time when we have so many skill position players that could go in the top 10. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but you could see 4 quarterbacks, 3 receivers, and a tight end. That's 8 out of the first 10 picks could all be skill position players. And anybody who's playing Superflex Dynasty in the FFPC or wherever, all of a sudden, like, this is going to be an entertaining as hell first, like, 90 minutes or whatever it's going to be. So I think that's what I'm most excited for. And you know, with you know, seeing those players get drafted, obviously we'll find out the landing spots. Now we pretty much know Caleb Williams is going to the Bears, but after that, I don't know. Daniels is going to go, McCarthy's going to go, May's going to go, but I don't know exactly where. I think Daniels to Washington, but who knows? We think Marvin Harrison's going to go to the Cardinals, but again, they could trade down and get Neighbors or Odunze or something like that. And Odunze, I mean, like, who are the Bears going to take him? Is somebody, you know, like, it's so wild. And then I think as we follow the draft closer and closer, we, you know, as it gets closer and closer to the draft, sometimes we don't know, like, what we're seeing is real and what we're hearing is actually going to happen. Is Brock Bowers going to go 10 to the Jets? I don't know. Is he going to slip all the way to the 20s and the Chiefs are going to go up and grab him? Yeah, there's a non-zero chance of that. And that would be entertaining as well. But I think the thing I'm most excited about on Thursday is those first 10 picks could be unbelievable, not only for rookie drafts, but for redrafts as well, Jim.
You know, you got the more excited. Every analyst has been great so far, but you were talking like the fantasy football dream. If that many skill position players go early, and they might, but the way you brought that up, it's like, oh my goodness, this could really be it, because that's what we live for. We're fantasy guys, right? So that was a great beginning of what you're looking forward to. Are there any prop bets out there, Balky, that you think might be worth looking at?
Well, I was on FanDuel Sportsbook today, and I was checking out the JJ McCarthy stuff. So now, J.J. McCarthy right now is minus 170 to be picked in the top 5. I would not bet that. I mean, you probably could bet it. I think it's going to happen, but minus 170 to me is kind of like, I don't like getting that kind of return. But if you look at the individual picks, Joe, J.J. McCarthy plus 400 to be the 3rd overall pick, I think that's pretty compelling. I think J.J. McCarthy plus 420 to be the 4th overall pick is pretty good as well. And then he's plus 450 to be the 5th pick. Now, you may have certain proclivities, and I'm talking to the viewer here. You may have certain proclivities on where you think McCarthy is going to go. I happen to think he's a decent shot to go number 3. I know a lot of people don't think he's going to go there, that it's either going to be May or Daniels, probably May. But I think that as we look at this, the best odds, the most likely, is dictating that McCarthy is going to be the 3rd overall pick of the draft. And you're getting plus 400 on that. So to me, that's really, really good. If you don't happen to view it that way, yeah, you could take McCarthy going as the 4th overall pick. I know Marvin Harrison's the huge favorite to go there right now. And then if you look at number 5, that pick could be in motion too. Like it's obviously not going to be McCarthy if the Chargers stay there. But I think they trade out, and then you could see McCarthy go at number 5, or Neighbors, or any of these other guys. But I think these McCarthy bets, like to know that he is minus 170 to go somewhere in the top 5, and you basically know he's not going in the top 2, you're getting plus 400 on any of these other 3. I mean, just pick one, whatever you think, and you can crunch the numbers. You can go into rumors and everything. I haven't done that yet, but I probably will, because one of these spots McCarthy is going to go at, and he's going to pay off big time.
Balky, when we think about it, so you got the first 3 teams, they all need a quarterback, but then Giants are at 6, and then we got the Raiders and the Broncos, 12-13, I believe, and then you got the Vikings with 2 first-round picks. They all are desperate for quarterbacks. Even the Giants would want to consider maybe a trade up so they don't get jumped by another team. That's going to be a big deal on draft day. If a team has McCarthy evaluated as their guy, somebody is going to go up and get him. So I like the way you frame that. And we've heard enough buzz to think there is at least one of those teams that's going to think yes, and that those teams may think somebody else wants him. So any comments on that?
Well, I think that here's the thing. People will say, oh, it's going to be a boring first 10 picks. Like, we haven't seen any real deals. I mean, what was the last big deal we saw? Was the Vikings adding that second first-round pick, right? But, I mean, I think that there's so much stuff going on, and there's so many moving parts. And, again, I have nothing to go on. I'm just a random fan, just like anybody. But I think there's so much stuff going on behind the scenes, so many moving parts, that we could see a bevy of deals on Thursday night on the clock, or maybe – right before the draft kicks off. I mean, we've seen that before as well. And because there are so many, like, take the quarterback angle, for example, that you just brought up. We could see 6 quarterbacks go in the first round of the draft. That never happens, but it could happen this year. And because different teams evaluate different quarterbacks differently, for instance, let's use Penix. Somebody might think Michael Penix is worth like a top 10, top 12 pick or whatever, but they don't like Bo Nix. Well, maybe another team that likes Bo Nix, that is sitting in that position, they could be leapfrogged by that other team, and they don't know if they like Nix or Penix. And then it becomes into this whole, like, well, we got to top this deal, to keep moving up. And because it's a quarterback position, a position the NFL values quite a bit, then it is going to be worth it. Teams are going to be willing to sink significant financial, draft assets, whatever, to make sure they are getting their guy, because you don't want to think about the lead up to this, right? Until the end of the college season, until the end of the pro season, a lot of these teams have that need quarterbacks have been crunching the numbers. They've been grinding the film, doing their due diligence, talking to scouts, everything that they're doing, talking to coaches. And by this point, April 22nd, you should have somebody in mind that is your guy. And once you have your guy, you don't want to miss out on your guy. It's not like everybody's going to be, or somebody's going to be like, God, we love Penix, or we love Bo Nix. Bo Nix is going to be our guy. Bo Nix. And then he gets taken 2 picks before you pick. You're like, well, okay, we'll settle for Penix. Nobody does that with the quarterback position in the NFL. Like, it happens in the NBA. It happens in Major League Baseball all the time. It happens in hockey. It doesn't happen with and maybe it happens with certain positions in football. It does not happen with the quarterback position. And that's what makes this top first half of the draft so compelling.
Yeah, most important position in any sport is the quarterback in the NFL. Balky, any other predictions you'd like to make? Team, player, position?
I'll say one more. I think that we're probably going to see 5 or 6 receivers in the first round too, which is awesome. I think Kansas City, the 2-time defending champs, I think they go out and they get one of these Texas guys, whether that's A.D. Mitchell, whether it's Xavier Worthy. I think they grab him. I don't know if they grab him at 32. I could see them trading up. But, you think about the much maligned wide receiver core that Kansas City has had there the last couple of years with the drops and without Tyreek Hill. And look, they've won the Super Bowl with this team both times, so maybe they don't need to do it. But I do think you need to set yourself up for the future. You cut Marquez Valdes-Scantling. You do need bodies in there. You have Marquise Brown. You're going to have Rashee Rice. You think for the whole season he could be suspended for a couple of games or maybe more. If you get another speedster to go with Patrick Mahomes to get that field flipper out there, man, the sky's the limit, and that's how champs stay on top. So that'll be my last prediction, that I think Kansas City takes one of those Texas guys before the end of the first round.
Very quickly, Balky, I'm going to add this. I'm excited about Marquise Brown, and I agree with you. They're going to go receiver as well, but they can do that. But the thing I love about Brown is we remember those days, both with Kyler Murray and with Lamar Jackson, when a play would break down, and he was so good at getting downfield. And talk about the ultimate buyer of time in Patrick Mahomes, and seeing Marquise Brown leak out behind a defense. Now he drops some, but when you brought his name up, I got a little bit of a chill going there because very exciting. Balky, tell everybody where they can find you and your great work, and if you got anything going on for the draft.
Yeah, at Eric Balkman on the X Machine. I'll actually be live on the Better Sports Network on the High Stakes Fantasy Football Show tomorrow. Legendary Upside and Ship Chasing's Stephanie Miller is going to co-host with me for 2 hours. So everything you want to know for the NFL draft. And of course, check out the FFPC at myffpc.com. A ton of Empire Leagues, Dynasty Leagues. Our best ball tournament just got launched there as well.
Well, exciting stuff. Balky, always appreciate your work. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining me. Enjoy the NFL draft.
Thanks, Jim. You too.
Thanks. Hey, everybody, listen to this one. If you want to get an invite, or a chance for an invite, I should say, to the Scott Fish Bowl, Scott Fish Bowl 14, here's what you need to do. First, you go to scottfishbowl.com, and you can register there to be eligible. And then listen to RotoWire podcasts. Watch us on RotoWire YouTube, follow us on RotoWire X and Facebook, and you can find out RotoWire is going to be able to give away a few spots to the Scott Fish Bowl. So that may be something that you want to take advantage of. But again, RotoWire, Scott Fish Bowl, great time of the year. On your Twitter feed like mine, it's loaded with people that were invited this weekend, but there are a ton more invites coming out over a longer period of time. So just hold on for that. Greg Kellogg, I'm so happy you're here because I thought I had you at 40 after the hour, but Scott Fish was here. But I'm glad you're here because I'll put you in now, and then if Scott shows up a little late, I'll rotate you guys. Oh, Scott's here now. So I'm going to bring in Scott for his, and I'm going to have you come in for yours. But Greg, we'll see you in just a couple moments. Scott Fish, so happy you're joining us. I just talked about RotoWire trying to work with you for some giveaways or some invites, I should say, for the Scott Fish Bowl. And so super excited. Appreciate the invite that I got this past weekend. I saw my timeline just littered with great news and people being super excited. And Scott Fish, creator of Devi, and of course, Scott Fish Bowl. It's the 14th one. FantasyCares.org, just doing great things to raise money and make the world a better place. You find him at ScottFish24, but you knew that already. Scott Fish, any initial words about all the stuff you have going on before we talk draft?
I mean, sure, I can. Yeah, FantasyCares.org has got a lot. We always have contests going on. We love the support from the community. I sent out 1,500 Fishbowl invites this last week, and there are literally thousands coming. I think I'm going to do like 4,000 people this year. So there is so much room for you to get in on that. ScottFishbowl.com is where you sign up. But just on the draft side, we're running a draft contest right now ourselves. It's FantasyCares.org/draft contest. And it's 20 prop-like questions, stuff that you've probably similar stuff to what you've talked about on the so far and what you'll talk about over the next 2 days. Just do 20 of those, and there's tons and tons of prizes, signed jerseys, SFB spots, stuff like that. But mostly just happy to be on the show, Jim. I saw Greg on the show for a half second when I logged in.
Yes, he is the next time slot, and nice. I just was bringing him in, telling him I'll have him on in 10, and I know you were coming through, so just didn't want him to sit there and worry about why aren't you calling me on? I got you in the bullpen, you're warming up, and we're going to call on the righty soon. All right, so Scott, what are you most looking forward to about the 2024 NFL draft?
Yeah, I'm a Viking fan, so it's probably pretty clear, and you probably talked about this a few times already, but I'm most looking forward to two things concerning the Vikings. The final resolution between the potential Vikings-Falcons tampering thing that apparently Adam Schefter put in his notes and said that he expects it to actually be severe or whatever, which is going to be interesting. So I want to get resolution on that and see if the Vikings get anything, or if it's just a penalty on the Falcons, or if there's nothing. But the second thing is, are the Vikings going to finally get we've never drafted a quarterback in the top 10 ever in our history. Not Tarkenton, not Culpepper. Those guys were past that, in fairness, Culpepper was 11. So
where was Ponder drafted?
Ponder was 12.
12. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've never, and in Ponder's case, I believe he was the fourth quarterback off behind Bortles or Gabbert and Locker and several others. So great year for quarterbacks that year, clearly. Yeah, so we, Yeah, we're excited here. We wonder how much it's going to cost us to get into that top 3. It sounds like any of those teams up there know that we're desperate and we want we really want one of the top 4 quarterbacks. I think for my sake, I want us to, go up and get Drake May or JJ McCarthy. Probably I don't know who my slight edge is to, but I want it to be a quarterback that fits with KOC. And I'm not sure Jaden is quite his type of quarterback, but I'm going to love him for fantasy.
So, Scott, as we talk this through, obviously the first 3 teams are desperate for a quarterback. And if any of them, all of them, I should say, have one of those 3 quarterbacks or all have a valuation of this guy could be our starting quarterback, is it going to be nearly impossible to pry a pick loose from them? Or are we hoping that at least one of those teams is not sold? And it could be the Patriots at 3, not sold on who falls. Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And I think it could be the Patriots because they have so many holes that do they want to throw a young rookie quarterback into that situation, or do they want to get a haul and wait it out for next year? The Vikings clearly have 3 first-round picks that are up. Everybody knows they're up for grabs for that move up. So, yeah, I think it's probably the most likely spot is the Patriots if it's one of those teams. But if not, I can see the Cardinals with Kyler Murray making a move. I can see the Chargers at 5 with Herbert making a move. Obviously, Herbert, a lot of people make fuss about the Vikings should trade for Herbert, and then McCarthy can go to Jim Harbaugh in San Diego, or excuse me, Los Angeles. Wow, I'm old.
All right.
but the cap hit for the Chargers, that just doesn't make sense to do that. So it'll be a hefty price to move up. That's for sure.
There's no question about that. So are there any props that you've identified that might be beneficial to look at?
I don't know if I have a specific prop that I absolutely love. I think I tend to find myself going with props like, will JJ McCarthy be drafted over under pick 4.5, which I think some team's going to move up and grab it. And so I'm on that side of it. The Bo Nix to Denver one that's like -120, and the other side of it, I'm not taking Bo Nix. I kind of like that because it feels way too high for them. It feels like they can move back. Feels like they can move back and not take him at 12 and take something else there and hope for Nix or Penix in the second. But I haven't sifted, other than our contest, I haven't sifted through a ton of the draft pops quite as much as some of your other guests so far, probably.
No, and that's fine. And I do like the talk about Nix that you made. And I think that brings up a larger point of we as analysts and fans and fantasy footballers, we probably put more onus on the quarterbacks. The league puts a ton on it because it's the most important position in sports, but we get that helium going when we're talking. And in reality, like you said, there may be a more sober outlook on some of the players that are not quite the top 3. And so, or even top 4. So that I like that. It'll be interesting to see because like you, I don't think Bo Nix is a guy you want to spend your 12th pick on, but that's me and that's you. But I think we might be in line with a number of teams. So I think that makes perfect sense. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I also think Brock Bowers probably falls outside of the top 10. I think that that one is one I'd bet on. I think that where he goes is going to be the middle of the first round, and the team that gets him is going to love that they got them. I just feel like in that top 10, there are other things and other players, and especially 4 quarterbacks that people are going to be fighting to get. Whereas a guy like Brock Bowers, the team that gets him, it's going to be they're going to love getting that pick, but they're not going to fight to get into the top 10 for it.
Now, this is in no way an argument. You maybe think about something a little bit that I wanted to point out. So we understand the league's about 75% zone now. And last year we saw a number of tight ends. So it's not like this was the greatest tight end class ever where all these guys were great in year one. It's zone defenses and who runs routes that are in the zones. Well, it's tight ends. And so we saw a bunch of tight ends play well. So, and this is what we're thinking together here. So is this a spot where the league realizes if you have a zone beater, you have a wild card, an ace. So does that push up Bowers, knowing that the team saw all these tight ends, 4 or 5 of them have good success? Just a thought on that.
It absolutely could, but for me, I think it's just a mere look at the teams that are currently in the top 10. I think the obvious spot for Bowers outside of in that top 10 is the Jets at 10. And I feel like it'd be a trade up to get Bowers if it's not the Jets. So
yes,
basically I feel like that Brock Bowers top 10 or not prop comes down to, do you think the Jets will take him, or do you think someone's going to trade up?
Yeah, and it was a good discussion. I just had to bring
Yeah,
that up.
no, I
while we were
love
at
that
it.
point. I really love that point. And clearly, I think that, tight end, we have said for years, oh, this is the year tight end is deep, and it never comes true. It kind of came true finally last year because
Yep.
of all that you mentioned.
Yeah, so that'll be an interesting point for fantasy drafts this year, because I think the league is understanding the nature of needing to throw in the middle. And the other thing, the Rams had a lot of success with Kyren Williams last year. Why? Because for two things, the league learned how to defend with the run with lighter boxes. So McVay is the one guy to figure it out. Oh, we're going to run downhill, and the downhill running scheme totally took advantage of the light boxes and shooting the gaps. That was why Kyren Williams is a star, but I digress. Scott, tell everybody, and we know we talked a little earlier, where they can find you and what's going on and anything you're doing for the draft.
Man, I could listen to you talk all day about this stuff, and people can. People can do that today and tomorrow. But yeah, man, you just always have so much information. I just love listening, and you deliver it so well. I know I'm giving you some flowers instead of getting on out of here, but man, man, you. I enjoy you, Jim. I enjoy you. Yeah, Scottfish24 on all the social medias, fantasycares.org to donate, fantasycares.org/draft contest to go join that draft contest and maybe win some signed jerseys or some, SFB spots. Scottfishbowl.com is where you sign up for the Fishbowl this year. So, yeah, hope to see the people watching in the Fishbowl, and good on you for supporting Jim all day today.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate you and look forward to talking to you soon. Enjoy the draft.
Yeah, you too. Say hi to Greg for me.
All right, sounds good.
Later.
Thanks. Greg Kellogg. So Greg is a fantasy football Hall of Famer, and I personally finally met Greg at the Fantasy Football Expo last year. So happy that Greg took time to come by and say hello. He is just a wonderful person in this community. I've caught him on the sports affiliation. Greg does other things. We know he's been in the Scott Fish Bowls. You find him at Gregory L. Kellogg. Greg Kellogg, what are you looking forward to about the 2024 draft?
Well, before I answer that, I got to tell you, Jim, put me after Scott, that's cold. That's just cold. But at least you put me before Kluge and Harris. So I'm grateful for that. So what I'm looking forward to, quite frankly, is the end of silly season. This is the time when GMs and pundits prove that they're either lying through their teeth or they're terrible at predicting the future. I mean, you watch all the mock drafts and you know that everybody is assuming that Caleb Williams is going number one. Pretty safe assumption. But I think that ruins the kid, to be honest. So he's not my top quarterback for fantasy purposes. So I'm just really looking forward to the end of the silly season to where we can get into actual live reporting.
And that's going to come fast. I mean, we have all this build up to the draft, and then literally we get to Sunday and it's like, oh, we're getting our draft board set in stone, or, some variation of stone. So I love that. Great outlook on that. Greg, are there any betting? I know you don't do betting props, but are there anything like which quarterback's going to go where? Anything that you think that you notice that might be useful?
Well, one of your earlier guests, I think it was John, mentioned the 4.5 over under for quarterbacks in the first round. He went under. I'm going over. I think over is a sure bet. I don't bet because I do personal bets with people, but I don't bet because it's too easy to get caught up in and lose your way. But that said, I was looking at the odds for Blake Corum, who's going to draft him, and FanDuel. I had to Google who would do this. Chargers plus 150, Cowboys plus 850, Ravens plus 1,100, Packers plus 1,100, and Giants plus 1,200. All those teams need a running back except the Ravens, because I think Henry's got one or two more good years. But I think Corum could start for any of those teams. And I think Corum's the best running back in this year's draft class. He has the fewest problem areas. In other words, he's carried the ball. You can see he can take the load. He's improved his touchdowns each year. And yes, his yards per carry went down last year, but he didn't say he felt right till late October, early November, because he tore his meniscus the year before. So if you look at that, he's going to be well removed. I talked to Jesse Morse, Dr. Jesse Morse. I think he's with the Fantasy Doctors, and he says it takes at least 12 months till you feel right. I think somebody's going to get a steal in Corum, and I'm betting on the Cowboys because I want to see my boy from Michigan go to a team that's got a great offensive line, and Dallas has that.
Yeah, and talk about a team that needs a running back. Somebody had mentioned earlier, you don't want to go into your season with Rico Dowdle as the number one, and I threw in Deuce Vaughn as the number two. And that's probably not the optimal way to go. And like you said, by adding a running back like Blake Corum, maybe that problem gets solved and they could be a little more balanced. Remember, Dallas threw the ball an incredible amount in the second half of last season. And as much as I make comments about Mike McCarthy, I will give him credit last year. After the bye last year, it was clear they realized they did not have a sustaining running game, and that was with Tony Pollard. And the problem became that they all of a sudden had to throw the ball, and they made that adjustment, but they do need that running back. So, Greg, outside of that, are there any predictions about the draft, a team, position, player that you'd like to make?
Well, I did write something down. I think Georgia, the top three college teams that have placed people into a single draft, Georgia, Ohio State, and LSU. I think Georgia had 15 one year, and LSU and Ohio State had 14 each. I'm predicting Michigan will beat that. I think they could shatter it. I think they could get as many as 18 people in. That Natty team, there's a reason Jim Harbaugh is in the NFL now. And it's not just about a potential, sanctions from the NCAA. It's about how many players that team's losing that were high caliber players. So I'm shooting for 16 to take the win, but I'm also thinking they could get as high as 18 in the draft. Now they're not as top heavy, maybe two players in the first round. McCarthy's definitely going. Either Roman Wilson, Colson, Junior Colson, or Mike Sainristil could sneak into the bottom half of the first round. And I think Blake Corum's best running back in the draft. So it's going to be fun, Jim. But I want to give your listeners a bit of advice. Watch the draft. Watch the draft coverage. Watch those kids' faces. They're realizing lifelong dreams. Just watch their faces. Even if they drop, the minute their name is called, just watch their faces. Now, I want to ask you a question because you and I talk football, and I know you're knowledgeable, and you're asking all the questions. So I want you to tell me, every year somebody drops. And some years they drop a long way. And I know you know this. Who do you think this year's drop is?
So I don't think many are projecting him as a super high pick to start, but there are plenty of people saying Michael Penix is a first round pick. I'm not so sure. I could see him falling to the third, maybe slightly into the fourth. Why? First thing I always worry about is when a quarterback realistically has his first really good season and he's already old and he's been around a long time. It's a man against boys. If he was a true first-round type player, he would have been dominating much earlier in his college career. I don't think that's the case. I don't think Michael Penix is that. I think he was on a very good Washington team. I think that I don't really believe that he has the precision and power arm to beat NFL zone defenses regularly, and I am concerned about that. I think that the teams that are ranking their draft boards are going to have him significantly lower than most, and I think he is the player that takes the tumble.
Well, I could say the same argument about Jaden Daniels. I mean, he's been around a long time and had one really good year, but he's going to go early because he's an athletic freak.
That's
we know
difference,
that,
right?
Yeah.
Right. There are plenty of teams in the NFL that want to have an athletic quarterback. The running quarterback allows you more access to an enhanced playbook. That's a big right? So I think that's what you're pointing out astutely, that, the athlete allows you to do more things. And sometimes there's limitations with that. And as a passer, I think there are plenty of questions. And what you're saying, yes, teams are going to have him graded lower as a passer because of that problem, I think. So I love the point of that. Greg, tell people where they can find you, your work, and what you have going on these days.
Okay, so since 2016, I've really gotten out of the writing world. I'm on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm with the Sports Affiliation guys. I do a Thursday night podcast that I'm in negotiations with a very surprise guest that's sitting across from me to come on Thursday night before his live draft coverage that he's going to be doing. And I think everybody should tune into that. But I got to say one more thing. Everybody that watches this segment should make sure they go back and they watch every previous segment in this thing. Jim Coventry came up with an idea that I think is genius. He's having so many experts come on, and we all know there's no true experts in this hobby, but there are knowledgeable people, and you get a chance to meet them and follow them. And my God, watch Jim's whole thing and be sure to like and comment, help him with the algorithm because he's a great guy.
Appreciate you very much, Greg. Glad that we've become friends. Look forward to working with you possibly Thursday and definitely much more in the future. We will definitely talk soon, and thank you again for coming on. All right, everybody, just very quickly, RotoWire, we've got you covered for all of the sports. I believe we have the best baseball coverage on the planet. Baseball season started, obviously, but if you want a free look at what we have to offer at RotoWire, just go to rotowire.com/Jim. Couple days of free access. Don't need a credit card. No shenanigans there. Just disappears after a couple days. But definitely check us out and see what we have to offer here. And now we bring in another friend, Dave Kluge. Dave, it's been a while, but I'm very glad whenever we get to hang out and talk some football. Dave is with Football Guys, as you know. Very simply, you can find him at Dave Kluge. So nice, simple introduction there. Dave, what are you looking forward to mostly about the 2024 NFL draft?
I'm a Bears fan, so I'm looking forward to that first overall pick and the Bears hopefully finally getting the quarterback that they've searched the last century for. I mean, Jim, I know you're based out of Chicago, so you know how it is. No quarterback has ever thrown for 4,000 plus yards. No quarterback has ever thrown for 30 plus touchdowns. And that's something that we're seeing. Quarterbacks are getting up to speed in the passing game a little bit quicker these days than they have in years past. Just saw it last year with CJ Stroud. We saw it with Andrew Luck, Cam Newton, Justin Herbert. You know, we're seeing these guys immediately come in and impact their team by throwing for 4,000 plus yards. Caleb Williams is going to come into a team with a great supporting cast, arguably one of the best 1-2 punches at receiver in the league with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. That should help with his development. So I'm hopeful that the Bears are finally getting their guy this year.
So let me just ask you while we're at it. Is he the answer? Caleb Williams.
It's a loaded question. And, you know, he's undoubtedly the best prospect in this class. And it's the pick that the Bears need to make. But you know, let me talk with my Football Guys family, and you know, because some of the verbiage that we use here, Sigmund Bloom talks a lot about how teams have a DNA, and the Bears certainly do have a DNA where they win on defense and they win in the run game and they win with strong middle linebackers. And whatever the story is, they just haven't been able to hit on a quarterback. I mean, we saw Jay Cutler throw for 4,500 yards his final year in Denver and then come to Chicago, never eclipse 4,000 yards again. Mitch Trubisky, all the promise in the world, made a Pro Bowl with Matt Nagy as the coach of the year, and we thought he was going to be the guy. Didn't work out. Justin Fields, prolific college passer. You know, I can go on and on. We can go back to Cade McNown. We can go back as far as you want to go. There's always been something that hasn't made it work for quarterbacks. And I think that truly is a part of the Bears' DNA. Now, whether that comes from ownership or whether it comes from the fans or the media, it's a hostile environment for a quarterback to have to succeed in. But there's going to be if there's going to be a guy that can do it, Caleb Williams seems like he has that. Like, you know, doesn't really seem to get phased by the noise. You know, he's got a little bit of cockiness in his game as well. So hopefully he can be the guy to finally get over that Chicago hurdle.
I tell you, Dave, when you were talking all of those long-term Chicago quarterbacks, you sound like Eeyore coming in from Winnie the Pooh, man. It was a cloud over that discussion. I'm glad you finished that up with a little bit of sunshine and rainbows. All right. As you enter your draft preparation, are there any betting props that you see that might be worth a look?
You know, I really like Brian Thomas going under 16.5. And it's not that I don't think that he's a good receiver. I think that he is a very good receiver. I just like that line at 16.5, most notably because the teams that are picking directly at 16, 15, 14 don't really have a need for wide receiver. The big need you see for wide receiver is the Jaguars sitting at 17. And I think that Brian Thomas Jr. is just a perfect fit for them. He would be able to fill in that role that was vacated by Calvin Ridley. You know, you got Evan Ingram and you got Christian Kirk, the two guys that can work the middle of the field and the underneath routes. And then they can use a guy like Brian Thomas Jr. to do exactly what Calvin Ridley did last year, which is run the deeper routes and stretch defenses vertically. I think that one makes a ton of sense. And the reason I like him going after 16.5 is also because there have been some concerns starting to swell up a little bit with his torn labrum, the shoulder injury that he suffered at the end of the season. And that could end up pushing him down the boards a little bit. So his line hasn't moved, still at 16.5. And I like him to go after that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great call on that. So Brian Thomas over, I guess we call it over, right? I always hate when they say over and under on this because it sounds confusing, right? And the scoring in a game, oh yeah, over 32, we got that. But yeah, this is a little bit weird. So later than definitely 16.5. I love that call. Anything else prediction-wise, Dave, that you'd like to make about the draft? Could be a team, a player, a position. Any other thoughts you have?
So we already talked about the Bears a little bit, and I really love the idea of the Bears sitting at 9, staying where they are at 9. And I keep seeing where Rome Odunze falls to 9. And I love that outcome for the Bears. Again, we talked about how Caleb Williams coming in with the best 1-2 punch with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. Talk about the best 1-2-3 punch if they can throw Rome Odunze in there. And Keenan Allen, great at what he does. He's got some old man game. I think he's still going to be okay in 2024. But you can't really bank on Keenan Allen to be a part of the long-term plan. So they're paying him a boatload of money this year, and then he probably walks after this season. And then if you've got Rome Odunze, who I think could be a star wide receiver. You know, we had Danny Kelly on our show a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about if you look through like the last 10 draft classes, Rome Odunze would have been the wide receiver 1 in like 6 or 7 of those draft classes. He is that good, and he's just kind of overshadowed right now by Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors. But if they can take Rome Odunze, line him up opposite side of the field from DJ Moore, that is just such a good environment for Caleb Williams to be in. So that's what I want to see happen as a Bears fan, but something I really want to see just as a football fan. And I don't hear a lot of people talking about this. Kansas City right now is sitting at 32, of course, coming off the Super Bowl win. We see them picking at 30, 31, 32, seemingly every single year. But I think this is a year where they might want to move up. Brock Bowers on the board. Probably isn't going to make it much farther than 15 or so. But if he's still on the board at 12, 13, 14, and they can move up, draft Brock Bowers, and kind of position him to be the heir apparent role for Travis Kelce, I think that would be so much fun to see.
Oh my goodness, that would be scary to see that. And even in the first year, I mean, Andy Reid runs a ton of 2 tight end sets. Now I know they do that for blocking purposes, but Andy Reid loves his passing game, and the look of 2 tight ends forces defenses to at least not go consistently dime, and that would be even fun for a 1-year thing. But like you said, long term, what a transition plan that would be. Love that call. Trying to think through if there's another question I want to add on to this. So yes, there is a question. Somebody actually in the chat. If Odunze lands on the Bears with DJ Moore and with Keenan Allen, what would that do to Odunze's redraft value potentially?
It's going to be tough. I mean, just frankly, I love Rome Odunze, but it's tough. And we've seen historically that rookie quarterbacks rarely can support multiple fantasy relevant wide receivers. And even the best ones out there. I mean, we saw it last year with CJ Stroud for a very brief, like 4-week period. He had Nico Collins and Tank Dell both cooking. But even the best wide receiver or the best quarterbacks out there, their rookie seasons can't support multiple 1,000-yard passers. And I went back and looked at this recently. Cam Newton, he didn't do it. Andrew Luck, he didn't do it. CJ Stroud may have if Tank Dell didn't get hurt, but it still stands. So right now, if we're looking for a third option to be supported, that's almost impossible. And Rome Odunze is one of those guys at any given week, he can go out for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns, which is great, but he's also going to have that dangerous floor week in and week out. I think DJ Moore is the best of like in this hypothetical threesome scenario we're looking at, I think DJ Moore is the best, but it wouldn't surprise me if Keenan Allen actually draws the majority of the targets just because of his ability to get open so quickly off the line of scrimmage. I think he's going to end up being the first read on a lot of plays. DJ Moore is a more dynamic player. I think that he brings a different skill set, but I think Keenan Allen could be the guy that can see a 28, 29, 30% target share in this offense, Caleb Williams' rookie season.
Dave, tell everybody where they can find you and your work, and if you have anything special going on for the draft.
Yeah, real simple. You can find me on Twitter at Dave Kluge, and we do have something really special going on for the draft this year, which is going to be a blast. Alfredo Brown and I, we just recorded episode 99 of the Football Guys Fantasy Football Show, which we started airing last offseason. Episode 100, we are doing Friday morning. We're going to do a night one recap, and we're actually going to be together live in Nashville. So we'll be recording at a table with Joey Wright and Jagger May, kind of getting the whole crew together for a live show. We'll be doing a live stream that night as well during round 2 of the draft. So you can find all that at youtube.com/footballguys. You can find that on my Twitter page at Dave Kluge, but a really, really fun weekend planned here for the draft.
Dave, always love talking football with you. Very happy you came on. Enjoy the draft, and we'll definitely talk soon.
Thanks a lot. Take it easy, Jim.
Thanks. And then this is going to be weird for me to say. We go from one football guy to another football guy. Bob forever, the football diehard, still a football diehard, will always be a football diehard, but with football guys as well. Of course, you hear Bob on Sirius XM Fantasy. Can never get enough of listening to your shows. Of course, a Hall of Fame member, Bob Harris. So excited you're here. You find him at the Football Diehard. How are things starting out? You've been there a few months now with football guys.
Well, I'm going to have to hang out with Kluge and Alfredo and Jagger and Joey and all those guys during the draft. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Great team, great place to land on. Not ideal circumstances to have to move on, but ideal landing spot for me in a room full of friends and really enjoying it, having a really good time with it. So yeah, couldn't be better. And like this week, the excitement builds because the lying ends soon, Jim. I'm not a draft Nick, but I pay attention to all this, but like, it's so much energy goes into so much information that is going to be totally irrelevant once the draft happens. 99% of everything we talk about can't come true. And I talked about a little bit of it this week, the lying we can, the great example came last week with Brandon Beane telling us, we don't really need a true wide receiver one. Don't need that alpha receiver and not sure what we're going to do. And I thought back, I said it was April 3rd when they traded Stephon Diggs. And I heard that same Brandon Beane tell me they would leave no stone unturned in the search for that. And, clearly trying to gain some leverage. The funny thing about that is, like, if I know he's lying, every other NFL team knows he's lying. Also, they know he's lying because they too are lying. It's lying season. The lying ends. The lying ends Thursday night. The draft capital is the truth. And we'll find out what teams think. And there are going to be things that happen, Jim, that we had no idea were going to happen. Totally come wipe us out of nowhere. And we're going to go, what the hell? Why didn't we see that coming? Well, because we were sitting here listening to a bunch of lies that had nothing to do with what's actually going to happen.
Hey, Bob, the one team that didn't lie was the Dallas Cowboys. They were going all in, and I think they went all in this offseason.
Honestly, they did, because like they're all in on Dak Prescott's either going to take them further or they're going to do something else. Right. I mean, that seems to be like maybe something happens. We first started hearing about this. Rich Eisen started talking about it right after the scouting combine. What he was hearing there is it's a tear the Band-Aid off here. It's either get there or go. And I think you see this with teams. I speak as old people, right? When you're an older people, Jerry Jones, I'm looking at you, sir. You start getting a little impatient. You haven't been to the Super Bowl in a long time. Things get a little worrisome. So like if we were here talking next year at this time and Bill Belichick was his coach and Tom Brady was his quarterback, I would like not be in the least bit shocked, right? I mean, yes, I would be shocked, but you know how this goes. I mean, so we'll see what happens with Dak Prescott, but it puts them in a pinch, owing him $55 million this year. And it doesn't sound like they're going to do anything about it. So the all in was, we're all in with the guys we have, and hopefully they can keep CeeDee Lamb happy enough to be productive. Look, in Prescott and Lamb in particular, there's times where in this McCarthy offense, it reminds me of Davante Adams, Aaron Rodgers. The Davante Adams, remember when Davante Adams was the best goal line back in football? on those little bubble screens.
Yes.
Like, what was it, a 17 touchdown year? It was like an unstoppable play. CeeDee Lamb looks unstoppable at times in some of the routes he runs. It's just nobody's going to stop him. So I'm excited to see that this year, and we'll see what happens beyond that. And hopefully there'll be some running back that shows up on in the draft this year, and we'll see who that is. I feel like every single year, I'm thinking, boy, if this running back goes to Dallas, I'm taking that back to the Duke Johnson year. Boy, Duke Johnson landed in Dallas. Never really what we want. So we'll see what happens.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the Rico Dowdle Deuce Vaughn backfield isn't quite moving the needle for many of us, but we definitely will see what Dallas
the
will
addition
do.
of Royce Freeman surely was a game changer.
Oh my gosh, Royce Freeman. Yes. Oh, that was a inspiring ad for sure. Bob, are there any props that you've noticed that might be worth looking at?
So like I feel like the trickiest prop is always going to be the over under for quarterbacks in the first round is 4.5. I'm taking the over. I'd love to take the under. The plus money is very appealing to me. But so I think back to last year when we thought, this quarterback's for sure going to go. Well, Will Levis would like us to know not everyone who was supposed to go in the first round went in the first round, right? Weird things happen in the draft. So like if you're taking a chance, maybe you take the under on quarterbacks. I think 5 seems like a good number, and maybe more. I don't know, but 5 seems like a good number. But we'll see. 4 for sure. So might be tempting to take the under on something like that with the plus money.
And there are so many teams that really need quarterbacks like this year. I mean, I know every year it seems that way, but I mean, we have 6 teams with very dire needs, in my opinion, and then other teams with varying needs. So yeah, I mean, just the numbers would kind of line up there too. So this should be fun. Go ahead.
If you want to, if you want to have the 5th-year option and everything, it makes sense to make sure you land them in the first round. So I don't know. I think it's a lock to go over the 4.5, and that's why the plus money's on the other side. But weird things happen, and it's called gambling. Take a chance, people.
Exactly. Now, Bob, are there any other predictions in relation to the draft? Maybe another team, a player, a position that you came along and thought, interesting.
So I think when I look at these things, I don't get too excited until people put a helmet on. And that's when I start getting excited. But I think what I'll start looking for, and I'll be in the series post-draft. It's kind of the annual tradition. The day after the NFL draft, we do our first fantasy draft. I start looking for the reactions and how I can leverage the reactions to players drafted, like a quarterback going to a team where maybe there aren't good receivers. I'm looking at you, New England, or receivers going to teams where there's maybe not a great quarterback, and watch the price depress, right? And I think that, like, when are we going to learn that lousy quarterbacks don't mean unproductive wide receivers? Adam Thielen would like us to know you could be a wide receiver 1 with Bryce Young as your quarterback, having the worst statistical season of a first-round pick ever. Yet Adam Thielen was delivering wide receiver 1 numbers for the vast majority of the season, right? So it's not like necessarily the sentence that we believe it is when some of these things happen. So the reactions to the draft itself, I think, are the thing that I find most interesting. And I want to start, I'm sitting here doing the same thing everyone else is, trying to get a good handle on the talents and abilities of rookies, because once they hit the ground, I want to understand what the reaction is. So is it an overreaction? Is it an underreaction? Can I leverage that and gain advantage in my fantasy drafts that are ongoing as we speak?
And you bring up a great point. I mean, most watching the show and ourselves, we're fantasy people, and we see it through that skill position lens. And of course, the offensive tackles and the corners, but we definitely frame it this way. And there is a very big marketplace now for people that are already drafting. And like you said, that landscape is going to significantly change in a very short period of time. Last question I want to ask you quickly. Brock Bowers, do you think the Jets make the dive at 10, or do you think he kind of falls? You do. Can you tell us about how that fit might be?
If the Chargers don't go at 5, yes. And that's what's interesting about this draft to me. There's teams that have obvious needs, but also multiple obvious needs. So, they could make some choices. I've asked multiple local beat writers about the Jets in particular, because that seemed like an ideal landing spot. Look, you have a window with Aaron Rodgers, however long that is, surrounding him with as much talent as you can at the various positions. So I wouldn't rule out wide receiver for them either, but it seems like Bowers would be a great fit, an athletic young tight end who would have a clear path to workload with a very capable quarterback. All these things are the ingredients for success. And like, we're already drafting Brock Bowers probably, he's got the Sam Laporta wind blowing in his sail. Let's just say, right? He's going well into the single digit rounds, and you don't see that a lot for rookie tight ends, and it's totally understandable why you are with him. I know Scott Barrett was doing his thing on the receivers, and Brock Bowers lands very favorably on that list. So I would be really excited if he landed in New York.
Super quickly on this. So last year we had a number of tight ends come in and play very well.
Yep.
Was it the greatest tight end class ever, or was it 75% zone defense and tight ends? Where do they thrive? In the seams, in the cracks in the defense? Was it both? What was your quick thought on that?
Landing spots as well, right? I mean, that's where it all starts, right? Sam Laporta landing in Detroit with a quarterback capable of using him, an offensive coordinator willing to use them, and a supporting cast around him. That, like, hey, it helps having a great offensive line if you're a tight end, so you're not stuck blocking and stuck blocking in line a lot. So those kind of things will all be factors, and that'll be included for Brock Bowers, who does seem like and look, like I would have said the same for like Dalton Kincaid last year, who like watch him this year in a good position without Stephon Diggs. Seems like we could have another tight end there getting the most targets. And that's the thing. Where will they get the targets? And so we'll be watching that with this year's tight end, starting with Brock Bowers and maybe a couple others.
Bob, tell everybody where they can find you, your great work, and anything special, which I already mentioned earlier, that you got going on draft night.
Draft night, I'll be on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. I'll be doing a little quick call of every single pick on round one before I throw it back to Dempsey, Mans, Hanson, and Ratcliffe. I'll be doing a wrap-up show Friday night, 11 to 1 a.m. Waldman will be on with me, so catch that, people, for at least one of the hours. Saturday, I'll be doing live coverage, me and Mike Dempsey, from 4 to 7, the post-draft draft. Also, when we're doing a draft preview, Dempsey and I on Wednesday night from 10 to 11 on Sirius. And otherwise, on the Twitter at Football Diehard, at Football Guys as well. With all my work, the weekly notebook is available and free to everybody, so check that out. And on the YouTube channel, you'll see me there too.
Bob is not a hard person to find. Bob, always enjoy hanging with you. Thank you for coming on the show, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks. Man, friend after friend after friend is coming on the show today. Marcus Grant is next. Marcus, NFL Media, MB Fantasy Life, ESPN Los Angeles. So I'm not in Los Angeles, so I don't really get that for him too much. But people in Los Angeles certainly would love that. You find him at Marcus G, MARCAS, and the letter G. Marcus, what are you most excited about when you're thinking about the 2024 NFL Draft?
Honestly, what I am most excited for is pick number 4. Because to me, that is where the draft starts, right? I mean, we pretty much locked in. Caleb Williams is going number 1. Most likely, Jaden Daniels at number 2 and Drake May at number 3. Sure, those two could flip-flop, but we know that they're going to be 3 quarterbacks off the board. It's at 4 where things get interesting. What happens there? Are we going to have a trade? Are we going to see a wide receiver come off the board? Like, what's going to happen there? So I think, we're all excited. We're all going to be fired up when we hear Caleb Williams' name, because that means the draft is off and running. But those first, 20 minutes or so of the draft are going to be, I think, fairly uneventful. It's when we get to 4, when things kind of start to spice up a little bit, because then, depending on what happens, if we see a trade, if somebody trades up, trades down, what have you, then things get a little bit spicy. Plus, throw in the fact that with the Chargers at 5, I know some people are mocking wide receiver to them. Everything about what has happened this offseason says to me they could be going offensive line, that we could see Joe Alt go at that number 5 spot, right? I mean, they bring in Jim Harbaugh. They bring in Greg Roman as their offensive coordinator. I wouldn't necessarily say that signing Gus Edwards necessarily means that they are, locked into a hardcore running game. But it does, to me, signal that they want to sort of change philosophy from where they've been the last couple of years. I mean, there was that clip from Harbaugh, I think, during the coaches' meetings or the owners' meetings earlier this spring, where he went on a long sort of soliloquy about how important offensive line play is. So while it might be spicy to see them take, say, a Malik Neighbors or a Rome Odunze at 5, I feel like it could really be Joe Alt. That's the number 5 pick for Los Angeles, if they stay in that spot.
Right. Oh my gosh. Imagine that. Rayshawn Slater and Alt on this. That'd be a real nice. Yeah. Wow. I love the call on that. And you're right. All the tea leaves point that way. When you mentioned Gus Edwards, I just for a second I'm like, man, him and J.K. Dobbins are back together. Not that Dobbins is ever on the field, but theoretically they're on the same team. Thought that was interesting. Is there any way coming off an Achilles and prior knee injuries, is Dobbins ever going to be a thing?
I hate to say it. I am very, very skeptical about it, and it's sad because I liked him coming out of college, right? And I thought big things were, when he had that first injury, I really thought that a big season was on the way for J.K. Dobbins. In fact, I remember watching that game. I think I was at work at the studios at NFL Network, watching that preseason game when he got hurt, when he had the knee injury, and just feeling like, man, that's a huge missed opportunity because it just seemed like everything was pointing to him getting a big opportunity. And he comes back, suffers another injury. Not only is it back-to-back injuries, it's the nature of them. It's an ACL. It's an Achilles. One of those things on their own, I think you can sort of maybe overcome. I think the two of them in combination, it feels really, really hard. And so I think this is, look, for the Chargers, it's a very low-risk situation, right? Because you're not putting out a whole lot of money in terms of salary to bring him in. And it's a chance, I think, for him to sort of, show what he may have left in the tank. So I think this is kind of a marriage of convenience for both of these sides here. He gets to work with his old buddy Gus Edwards. He gets to work with his old offensive coordinator in Greg Roman. So they're sort of getting the band back together a little bit. But as much as I would love to see J.K. Dobbins go out and really turn things around and try and salvage a career, it just seems like it's going to be a tough call right now.
Marcus, are there any betting props that you've identified? You're like, oh yeah, this one looks like it has a potential to hit.
You know what? I think one of them is about the number of quarterbacks in the first round. I think we get 5. I think that's the number, right? Because we get the 3 off the top. I guess throw in J.J. McCarthy, potentially somebody, he's coming off the board in the first round. The question is how high? Like, how much does the team move up to try to get J.J. McCarthy? So he's, I think, number 4. And then I would probably say Michael Penix is number 5, but I think it just depends on who's on the clock and how much they love Penix versus how much they love Bo Nix. But it's one of those two guys. I don't think you see all 6 of those guys go in the first round, but I do think 5 of those guys come off the board before the first night's done.
And that's the magic number, 4.5. And so Marcus likes the over, and all slightly doesn't matter. Over is over, and it's all that matters. Marcus, any other predictions that you're thinking as we approach? That could be a team, a player, position, anything along those lines?
I think that this running back class is going to be more impactful for fantasy than maybe we're giving it credit for. There are no headliners, right? There's not a Bijan Robinson or a Jahmyr Gibbs or anybody like that in this class, but I think there is a solid number of guys who can come in the right landing spot be contributors to this offense or to an NFL offense, right? People look at guys like Marshawn Lloyd, Trey Benson, Braylon Allen. You can go up and down the list. And I think in the right situation, you're going to see guys who come in and make impacts. And we saw that last year with Devon Achane, where people kind of were talking about him a little bit. He wasn't mentioned among some of the big-time names, and we saw what he did when he was healthy with Miami. So even though people aren't really fired up as a whole about this running back class, and look, we're not going to see any in night 1. I think we'll start to see some in day 2 and a lot more in day 3. But I think in the right situation with the right offense, you're going to see a lot of these guys go out, and there'll be names that maybe we're not drafting them, but they will show up in a whole lot of waiver wire columns come week 2, 3, and beyond because somebody's going to get hurt. Somebody's not going to play well. They're just going to maybe outperform somebody in practice. And I think this is going to be an interesting rookie class at the running back position.
As you mentioned that, Marcus, as I was doing my research, I noticed there are a number of good early down potential backs. And I think about Tampa Bay and Rachaad White. I know the line is the run blocking in Tampa's been bad. The pass pro is okay, but Rachaad White has been horrible at breaking tackles and yards after contact as a runner the last 2 years, but volume carried him to a strong RB1 season. Are the Bucs potentially a team that's looking to add an early down back to make White more receiver? Or do you think they're comfortable with White in a 3-down role?
I don't know that anybody's comfortable with any running back in a 3-down rule. I
Yes.
think short of Christian McCaffrey, right? Maybe Saquon Barkley. I mean, you can count on one hand the number of guys that I think can thrive in a 3-down role. So I don't think the Bucs are completely out of the mix in that respect. I think what's interesting though about Tampa and Rachaad White specifically last year, you mentioned that the run blocking was not great. He was not efficient running the football. What I think made him great for fantasy near the end of the year and really worked for the Bucs is they just turned around at some point and said, you know what? We're going to use this short passing game as our run game, which for fantasy is great because so many of us play in PPR leagues. We're like, you know what? Awesome. We'll take those carries. We'll take away, 8 or 10 of those carries and we'll make them receptions. That's even more fantasy points for us. So I think that's a really good thing. But I would not count the Bucs out in trying to add some more running back help. Again, it may not be till day 3. So I don't think we can count draft capital. I know some people like to use that in terms of, how they perceive fantasy running backs. It's going to be hard to use draft capital when all these guys are like, 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks. But I do think they might bring somebody in to sort of help take some of the load off of White.
Marcus, there may be a couple people out there who actually don't know where to find you. Everybody should, but can you tell everybody where to find you and what you have going on?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the best place is to find me on Twitter, as you mentioned, at Marcus G, MarCasG. We're still doing the NFL Fantasy Football Podcast once a week. We've added a new thing. We're streaming on YouTube once a week, the NFL Fantasy Cheat Sheet, so you can come find us there. We will also be doing a live post-first round live stream. Myself, Michael F. Florio, Laquan Jones. We'll get together on Thursday night once the first round wraps up and kind of let you know how we feel about what went down for those first few picks of the NFL draft. So it should be a whole lot of fun. Of course, you can always find me too over at Fantasy Life, working with a really smart dude named Dwayne McFarland. I am grateful that I get the opportunity to work with him and with a great group of people over there as well. So, but anyway, Twitter is usually the best place to kind of find everything all in one spot.
Yeah, it's the hub. That's what I always say. It's the hub. You find everything there. So I think that's perfect. Marcus, always appreciate hanging out with you. I'm so glad we're friends. Appreciate the intel. Enjoy the draft, and we'll talk soon. All right?
Absolutely. Take care, Jim.
Thanks. We got the Coop in the house. We're not flying the Coop here. Oh, that was terrible. Shut him down.
That works, brother.
Andrew Cooper, he's the lead NFL analyst at Fantasy Alarm. You find him on Sirius XM. We were going back-to-back shows on Sundays during the NFL season. Hopefully that gets run back this year if the powers that be work things out. Beautiful thing. FSWA award finalist 3 times. The Coop is the man. You find him at Coop A Fiasco. Coop, what are you looking forward to about the NFL draft?
First, I got to say this. If I'm doing a show on Sunday morning, I need you to do the show before it so I can steal all your takes and rehash them, just like I did all year this year, right, Jim? So,
nice.
Yeah, no, I love doing that in the morning. And I'll tell you, I mean, whenever I come on these shows, dude, it's one thing for me. It's tight end talk, right? This is my time of year. We got a elite tight end. So it's all up to Brock Bowers. And Jim, I can give you my realistic take and I can give you my fantasy wishing take, or I can give you a little combination of the two. What do you want, Jim?
Let's do both.
Both. Okay. So the combination of the two is this. There is one landing spot that is above and beyond the number one best with a bullet for Brock Bowers. That would be the Los Angeles Chargers. They just lost the top 4 pass catchers on the team. They have an elite quarterback in Justin Herbert. They have Greg Roman designing the plays, a guy that orchestrated a top 5 all-time season with Mark Andrews. If they were to go out and say, hey, you know what? We're going to focus on the run game. We're going to ground and pound. We need pass catcher help. Why don't we draft this wide receiver that is better blocker than all the other wide receivers and that I can start at fantasy at tight end? That would be best. Now, it's having him go to them at 5 is fantasy wishing, but there's a world, right, where they trade back with one of these QB needy teams, let's say the Vikings, and then they get Brock Bowers there. That's a little more realistic. Now, I'm not ruling out Bowers at 5. It's entirely possible, but I mean, there are realistic ways to get there. There are unrealistic ways to get there, but I want it. I want it bad, Jim.
You gave us the combo platter. I love that. And, Coop, we talked earlier, and I'm going to rehash this because I know you're our tight end aficionado. And I talk about frequently NFL is about 75% zone now. We had multiple tight ends come in last year. And like Bob Harris said, some of them were based on the teams they landed on. But nonetheless, tight ends against zone defenses. That is going to be a recipe for success for good tight ends for a while. How does this revolution that's unfolded in the last few years, how does that continue to project forward with tight ends?
Yeah, and Jim, you and I, we're both real life football guys, right? Like that's where our foundation is. And you and I have been talking for years about Chan Gailey, right? And how he kind of invented this with going back to 2008 with Travis Kelce, right? Just running a million slot snaps, second most in the league behind Hines Ward. And then as he moved around, he didn't always have a tight end, right? He used Eric Decker with the Jets and David Nelson. But then with the Dolphins, he had Mike Gesicki, right? And he was kind of the only guy really doing that. There were a couple people mixing it a little bit, but their big slot was not the same. And teams now, as you point out with the zone and the two high safeties, they're realizing, hey, we're having a hard time winning with these the post corners and all the really aggressive routes, and they're just giving us the underneath stuff. So if they're just going to give us things underneath, then we can use tight ends and these guys there because it's just going to be there anyway, and we get the benefit of these guys being tremendous blockers. So that's what you're seeing with obviously the Chiefs and Ravens were ahead of the game, but now you look at Evan Engram and what the Jaguars are leaning into, and even so at the smaller levels, you see Chigakonkwo and these guys, teams are figuring it out, right? So I look around and say, okay, who are those players in this draft? And I'll tell you what, I know, not to skip ahead, I know because I've been watching the marathon, obviously, with names that you've had like Bob and Marcus Grant, obviously I'm going to watch. I see you're asking people about a bet. I actually have a bet that leads into that, if you want it.
Please do, because that was my next question.
Yeah, I figured it would be because I've been watching. So I look around and you look at Brock Bowers, right? And what he does, right? He's basically just, when I try and find comps for guys like Evan Engram, there are no tight end comps, right? He's 6'3", 234, and he runs a 4.42. Like the comps for a guy like that are like Andre Johnson, right? Demaryius Thomas, rest in peace. When you look at Brock Bowers, he's 6'3", 243, and hand size is like just under 10 inches, 33-inch arm length, right? And he's not that big of a tight end. I look at another tight end, Jaheim Bell, who is roughly the same size, 6'2", 241. I mean, 1 inch and 2 pounds. Is that a big difference here? He could be the exact same type of guy. And if we fall in love with Brock Bowers, a team that doesn't get Bowers might already in their mind have, what if the Jets say, hey, we want this guy? We have in line Tyler Conklin. We have all these other guys. We want this slot type guy. We didn't get Mike Gesicki. What if they in the second round say, we'll just take this guy as a second tight end? And if you go to the books, him as a second tight end, you can get that plus 3,000, Jim. I mean, that's a $10 bet, 300,
Wow. Oh,
Yeah.
I love that. It's funny. You mentioned this a prop bet. I know you're the tight end guy. So Theo Johnson's a guy, not for being drafted there. I have my eye on him. He's massive. He's a seam presence. He's perfect for what we're talking about.
Right.
NFL defense are throwing out. And some of the quarterbacks would love to have a massive target. I know we were talking props. Are any thoughts on Theo Johnson as you kind of looked him over?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of guys in that range that could go anywhere. And a guy like Theo Johnson, I think there's a bunch of guys like his style that could get pushed up in the draft because of how athletic he is, because of the new kickoff rules. If you listen to what Bill Belichick said with his interview with Pat McAfee, and I talked a little bit about this with Heath Cummings on Fantasy Football Today, he said that the new kickoff is going to shift away from the corners and wide receivers and the fast guys to the big athletic guys on both sides, right? So if you have a guy, but that creates a tremendous floor for a Theo Johnson, or even some of the guys we don't want, like Tip Ryman and these other guys. But like those guys, you say at the very least, this guy is going to be perfect for this new setup, and he can obviously, because of his athleticism, he can do punt. He can be on 6 special teams units, right? So the guys like that with a floor like that and the ceiling he has, don't be surprised if he's a second or third round pick as well. But for me, guys like Theo Johnson, Ben Sinnott, Cade Stover, they fall into the classic two-way tight ends, right?
Yes.
Who are some teams? Because you look at the 49ers offense, that offense is becoming more popular with the fullback and the 2 wide receivers and the two-way tight end. I look around, the Texans brought Schultz back, but what about the Dolphins, right? What about some of these other teams, and the teams that use 3 wide receivers? If you use 3 wide receivers, you can't really rotate the tight ends without giving away what you're doing. I mean, the Rams lost to my Patriots because we got to go a little deeper on that. Because part of it, Bill Belichick, after in the book, you read about it, they knew that when Tyler Higbee was in, it was a run 70% of the time, and when Gerald Everett was in, it was a pass like 80% of the time, and they took advantage of that. So again, those guys finding the right spot, like the Rams or basically any team that uses either a fullback or 3 wide receivers, those 2-way tight ends are going to get scooped up. So again, that's why Jaheim Bell's plus 3,000 is we have a whole group. It depends on who's on the clock. If they want the slot tight end or if they want the 2-way tight end,
Coop, any quick hit final prediction before I get you out of here?
I can't just stay and be like the second co-host for the rest of the marathon.
I would love that. I would love that.
Nah, you got enough going on, man. I'm with Marcus Grant because I listened to him before, and I'll go as far as to throw out that I don't think it's crazy for this to be like a record-setting 6 QB draft. Because I'm gonna tell you, Marcus Grant, I'm going over the top. Because you know what? You look at Bo Nix, the Broncos seem set on him, right? And if 4 getting pushed up to the top with JJ McCarthy, and the Broncos do pull the trigger on Bo Nix at 12, you could see one more team coming out with a guy like Michael Penix and saying, hey, let's get that 5th-year option. Let's do the Lamar Jackson move and trade that into the very back end of the first and get that extra year of control. That's how you get to 6. So I love the bet on 5. I'm not sure if you can find 6, maybe sprinkle a little bit, Jim.
Oh, I love that. Coop, remind everybody where they can find you and what you'll be doing for the draft.
Yes, so you can find me at Coupe Fiasco on Twitter. Today, I'm promoting one big thing. Go over to Reddit. I have it pinned on my profile at Coupe Fiasco. We are doing a draft prop contest right now, raising money for Fantasy Cares, which is basically you buying toys for kids that need them. That's what you're doing with your money. And what you get on the other side is there's tons of prizes, including right now 4 Scott Fishbowl spots, could be 5 by the end of the week, and a ton of draft guides, including one from RotoWire in the mix, including one from Fantasy Alarm, and one's all over the place. So go to my pinned tweet. It's the Reddit Scott Fishbowl Draft Challenge. All you do, donate a little money, answer some quick questions on how many quarterbacks will go, blah, blah, blah. It's easy, and you can raise money for a good cause and potentially get yourself into the most premier, biggest fantasy draft in the world. What's up?
Mic drop. Coop, love you. Glad you were on. Can't wait to work with you in the future. Enjoy the draft, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, brother. You're the man. I love the marathon. I'm just going to go back to YouTube and watch.
Nice. Thank you, Coop. Jorge Martin, my
Orale!
friend. So happy you're here. Jorge is the founder of Familia Fantasy Football, FFB. Writes and edits for Yahoo Fantasy. Worked with me at RotoWire. Edits my slop. Fixed up my errors. Appreciated that a ton. Couldn't do it without you. Co-host of the Injury Prone podcast. You find him at Jorge Martin 17. Jorge, what are you most excited about for the 2024 NFL Draft?
That number 5 pick, mi amigo. That number 5 pick, because I don't think it'll happen because I think it's a lot of smoke and mirrors, but I want number 1 through 4 to go quarterbacks because I want the Chargers to just be the start of the NFL draft at that point. And everybody's mocking them. 2 of the beat writers that I follow very closely, one has mocked a wide receiver to them. Another one has mocked an offensive tackle. I keep thinking about the fact that you want a franchise player at that point. There's no franchise right tackles. There are franchise left tackles. There are definitely franchise wide receivers. And if they go 1 through 4, they're going to not only have a potential franchise wide receiver, he's potentially a Hall of Famer because he's the son of a Hall of Famer, Marvin Harrison Jr. I so want to see him in that beautiful powder blue Charger home uniform, catching passes from Justin Herbert. He needs, what? They've taken away some nice things from him. That his two guys that have been there from his very first NFL start, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, they are there, and they need to give him something nice. They need to give him something nice. Please give him, because Quentin Johnston isn't going to be the thing. I want to see that happen. As much as people say they're going to run, you know what? He's still going to pass 500 to 550 times. I want to see 125 to 150 of those passes going to Marvin Harrison Jr. Give me that. Give me that. Por favor. Por favor. I don't ask for much, NFL. I don't ask for much.
Jorge, it's amazing the way you articulated that, because on a much cruder level, I was just thinking to myself, man, Harrison and Herbert, because they're going to have to throw. They
H&H
can't
boys.
just run. Oh, my gosh. What a duo that would be, and let's make it happen. All right, Jorge,
especially when they have to play the Chiefs. If they got to go one-on-one with the Chiefs, you got Kelsey Rushy Rice, catching passes from Mahomes on one side, and then you got Marvin Harrison grabbing them from Herbert on the other side. I hope that's on Sunday Night Football, because then we'll be all locked in on that one. So fun.
I see some more of those shootouts between those teams, because right now in their current state, not happening, but maybe Harrison changes that equation. Jorge, as you're looking through the draft, are there any betting props that come up and you're like, oh, this one's interesting?
I want to be spicy and go under on the 4.5 quarterbacks. There's a part of me that's like, okay, are the Broncos really going to pick Bo Nix at 12? Are the Raiders really going to take Michael Penix at 13 with all the warts on them? I mean, I don't think anybody throws a prettier ball than Michael Penix. I think it's great, but they need an infrastructure around him. They need to beef up that offensive line. I'd love to see them get Michael Penix in the second round. The problem for the Broncos is they don't have a pick until the third round. So they're my wild card in this. I think getting back to the Raiders, I think, Antonio Pierce, they're going to feed the defensive minded coach, and probably give him a defender, maybe somebody to pair up with Max Crosby there on the D line. But then the wild card, to maybe mess up my bet, is the fact that the Broncos do not pick until the third round. So I don't think Bo Nix is there at the third round if they really want. If that's one of the guys that Bo Nix and Michael Penix. So maybe they play a little game of chicken, similar to like what happened last year with Will Levis. What happened the year before with Malik Willis and the other quarterbacks not named Kenny Pickett. So I think the teams that really, really are desperate for quarterbacks are going to be the first three, definitely, and the Vikings, because they didn't trade for that first round pick so that they can add another DB, which they might be able to need. But you know what? They want to be able to. They need a long-term quarterback, and everything. I was my good friend and former intern Carmen Vitale over at Fox Sports was talking about the fact that that he is that JJ McCarthy is the perfect prototypical quarterback for a Shanahan McVay offense, and that's what Kevin O'Connell runs over in Minnesota.
As we're talking through this, I like your call on the under on the quarterbacks. And I've heard a lot of people say over, but like we're talking about, it's very simple. We're fantasy guys. We know the league stars for quarterbacks. So I think our people push them up higher than the NFL actually does. And like you mentioned, we have seen quarterbacks go later. We don't see like what Levis fell into the second round. And then even though even though Malik Willis was a bust, he went later. Ritter went later. Sam Howell, in whatever draft he was in, went later. And this could be a similar story to this year. Bo Nix, Michael Penix, they're nice prospects, but they're not in reality first round guys. And I think we overinflate the first round push that would be a premium for quarterbacks. Does that sound similar to where you're going with that?
Absolutely. And I think, because I think the teams that are going to be that need to be aggressive for quarterbacks will be, but I don't think it's going to be as many as we think. And you know what? So many people want the building blocks in the on the offensive line, on the defensive line, and the cornerbacks. And I think there's going to be just enough of that. I saw a prop where it was 21.5 offensive players taken in the first round. I'm going to take the under on that one. I mean, that just to me is saying you need 11 defenders to go in the first round. And there's so many good D linemen, there's so many good quarterbacks in there. Give me 11 of those in the first round, especially those teams that already have their quarterback set up that are going to be going for, maybe trying to beef up their defense because they got to defend against, those aliens out there and Mahomes and Allen and Herbert whenever they let him pass.
Jorge, are there any final predictions other than what you said, team, player, position you'd like to make about the draft?
Well, I'm a Ram fan, so I got to give you one, and it's not among the fantasy football cognoscente. I think they're going to draft a running back at some point. Maybe it's not going to be someone that's going to be, maybe it may not even be a day 2 pick. But I think they will draft somebody, and there's going to be so many good running backs that are going to kind of bleed into day 3, and they've got a lot of picks in there. I love Kyron Williams. I love what he did, but you know what? He did suffer 2 significant injuries last year, and Zach Evans was not the answer. Ronnie Rivers, I think they're going to draft depth at running back because also that's what McVay and Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan, they seem to do that, is just like they kind of keep putting a guy in behind there just because they want to be able to have a guy in case, like Kyron Williams missed several games last year, and people forget he suffered a broken hand at the end of that playoff game against the Lions, right. And he would not, if they would have advanced, he would probably more than likely not been able to play the next week. So I'm never going to say injury prone, because you know what, Edwin Porras, mi amigo, would and co-host on the Injury Prone podcast, he would actually just kind of like give me a slap upside the head and be like, no, I'm not going to say injury prone, but you know what, he's got enough injury history that I think they're going to want to just kind of guard against it a little bit.
No, that makes sense, because you have to have depth. If your guy goes down, you can't go with Zach Evans and Ronnie Rivers as your guy. And we saw it last year. The run game was a very critical component. And the masterpiece of everything McVay did last year, it was figuring out, the league was defending the run with light boxes. They were shooting gaps better than ever. But McVay figured out, let's run duo, downhill scheme. And oh my goodness, those light fronts are not equipped to handle duo. I don't think many teams are going to follow suit with that, and they're going to make a mistake, but we know McVay is going back to that this year. So I love it. Depth at running back, because they need to run the ball. Jorge, remind people where they can find you and what you have going on.
Yeah, at Jorge Martin 17 on Twitter is where I push out all my content. Again, Edwin and I are doing a lot of. We just dropped 2 episodes on the Injury Prone podcast on the injury histories for the skill players who are going into the NFL draft this week. So Michael Penix, Brock Bowers, he did suffer an injury, so we got that coming out. I'm going to be doing a lot of post draft analysis on my Familia FFB podcast, where kind of talking about landing spots on the skill players. I want to see, my amigo Andrew Cooper was talking about like dream landing spots for Brock Bowers. I want to see about dream landing spots for Rome Odunze and Malik Neighbors, and hopefully my dream comes true with Marvin Harrison Jr. So a lot of that. Also got some baseball content coming out on RotoWire, as well as Fantasy Pros, and football is going to be cropping up all over the place. I'm going to be at least on Yahoo, and definitely a couple other places, hopefully on RotoWire too.
Jorge, excited to have you on. Thank you. Enjoy the draft, and we'll talk soon.
Hey, salud, mi amigo.
Thanks. All right. Scott Simpson's next in the house. Got a great run of people here today. It's been a wonderful show so far. The marathon is rolling along. Scott's a fantasy football analyst at FF Millionaires, chalk blocked as well. You find him at Nimble W Numbers. Scott Simpson, what are you most excited about when it comes to the 2024 NFL draft?
Well, just so you know, I'm most excited about Jorge. I love Jorge. He is mi familia. I love him. But I'm going to disappoint him, because one of those like dream landing spots, and we kind of talked about this in the DMs. Great segue, by the way. Me and Jorge did not talk about this in the DMs. Is somebody's going to get Daniel Jones, one of those Odunze, possibly Neighbors. That's kind of where it's looking. I'm not sure if it's going to go that far, but the Giants are selecting. And let me just stop. Before Daniel Jones was hurt last year, he played in 6 games. He threw 2 touchdowns, right? 2. And the most he's ever thrown is 20 something touchdowns. Like his rookie season, not good. It's just not good. So there is a gaping black hole for fantasy production with these wide receivers. It's almost like a oh man, I'm talking his ear off already. I've got my earbud. I'm talking fire already. One of them is going to be possibly with the Cardinals, right? So Harrison could be going right away. Junior could go into the Cardinals. I love that. And then, you think that in general, the Chargers are going to get a wide receiver since they traded away and cut and everybody's gone. And so Neighbors there, that's a dream landing spot for Neighbors. I would love that. I want to ask you, what do you think about kind of that black hole that is New York and kind of how we should think about it in terms of fantasy?
The 6th spot is so weird because if they have a top 3 graded quarterback or even 4, it's not difficult to move up when you have the 6th pick as part of your ammunition. I know the Vikings have 2 picks, but to get 6, whatever team trades out is still going to get a premium player, and it certainly would be 2025 picks that would probably dominate there. So they're in an interesting spot. But if whatever quarterbacks they don't like, maybe they don't have one rated where they want him to take over, trading down out of that 6th spot would probably be the smartest spot if they're not going up for a quarterback. But to stay static at number 6, to me, that almost makes no sense for a team that has so many needs. And they've made some they've addressed their defense a bit, so their defense could be a bit on the rise, but they need a lot of help. So would you be on board with that idea of you either trade up or you trade down, but don't stay static?
I like that idea too. And I think, for Giants fans, they don't want to hear this, but they're like many years away from being competitive. And so if you could leverage that pick into more picks, and maybe getting, offensive line help and a quarterback. If you went, got Penix, I think, there'd be some hope there. But I don't like it for any fantasy wide receiver drafted in that top 3. Man, it could ruin a Dunze and Neighbors too. I'm out on those. I liked your over under talk with Jorge too. I was looking at the DraftKings big board here. And right now, if you believe, and I'm not necessarily a believer, but I am the wide receiver 2 theory guy. That's what I kind of believe in. People do want wide receivers right here. Over on DraftKings, if you think there'd be more than 6 wide receivers drafted, so 7, right? If you think the Chiefs with the last pick on the door out, Rashee Rice, not really knowing what's going on with him, want to get another wide receiver. And right now, PFF does have 7 mocked wide receivers. There's value there. It's +1. So plus 180. Yeah, so plus 180. It's a little bit of money. Under is -240. So you do get a drop off there. If you're going to play it safe and just go, okay, yeah, most people don't want wide receivers. And that's a lot. 6.5 is a big number. But, if you want a little bit of a little sweat, I think it's worth looking at there.
So other wide receiver landing spots that you're thinking about, I know that's kind of like your sweet spot with this draft. So talk about some landing spots that you would be either upside or downside, and you're like, this would be good. You've already mentioned a couple, maybe not so good, like the Giants, big problem. Other thoughts?
Yeah, there's some other spots that are open too. I know that PFF has Brian Thomas going to the Bears. The Bears already have Keenan Allen. I don't think that's going to happen now. Bears we're a good option there. So whoever gets Brian Thomas, honestly, the Broncos could use a big wide receiver. I know they're maybe looking at quarterback too, but I would love to see the Broncos end up with more than Cortland Sutton. They got rid of Jerry Jeudy. That didn't really work out. They do need another wide receiver. And then, honestly, the Seahawks could get, no, I'm kidding. That's a joke. No, the Bengals might need a wide receiver here. If they don't get Brock Bowers, T. Higgins could be traded as well if they're looking to leverage that pick. So if I'm Joe Burrow, I may be banging the drum here. Brock Bowers might be somebody I'm banging the drum for. He's a tight end technically, but if you're looking at wide receiver and Thomas is still around there, you got to get him for Cincinnati. That's my thought. So.
When you talk about Cincinnati, and we don't know what the fallout of T. Higgins is going to be. We know he requested a trade, but now he says he's going to play there. That's going to take on a lot of various forms. But under the assumption right now, they've got Higgins, they've got Chase. There are plays where teams will double both of them, somewhere they'll double one. The middle of the field is ample breeding ground for success. Tyler Boyd had 2 different fall-offs in his career. He's a free agent. He's not coming back. You mentioned Brock Bowers would be a great fit for that. Would Ladd McConkey, if they can't get a tight end, and I know the draft spot might not be optimal for taking him, do you think Ladd McConkey would be somebody who could be a difference maker with Joe Burrow?
Oh, out of the slot, he's going to be unguardable. I love him. The question is, could they trade back and still get him, right? And so I think he is not being kind of mocked up in that mid 13th, 14th pick area. So if you can get some value and go back and get him, I would love that. That would be an amazing spot for him because you don't know how long. Higgins is there 1 year, But then after that, are you going to franchise him again and increase his value? By the way, no offense to T. Higgins, I know he wanted to get paid. He's making more this year. Like, I think he's making $13 million more this year than he made all the years combined of his first, 4 years in the. So like, he's getting a huge upgrade in general. I know it's not what he wanted, but if he can leverage this year and play well, and then kind of get himself out the door to another big contract somewhere else, he could do that. There's a nice spot underneath for, McConkey or Bowers or whoever could kind of own that middle. Jamar would love some help too, because he's getting tripled sometimes too. He's getting that Calvin Johnson treatment.
Scott, with T. Higgins, let's stay here for a minute.
Yeah.
His career hasn't been great. He's played with Joe Burrow. He's had missed time. He's had games where he's been basically a healthy. He played 10 snaps, 2 snaps. He's not been reliable. He has not been consistent, and he has Joe Burrow. Is he overvaluing himself? Do you think NFL teams will say, oh, yeah, this is a superstar, we're definitely going to break the bank for him? What are your thoughts on that?
I liked him as a wide receiver 2 theory candidate back in the day, somebody who would kind of under the radar on a team where you had a strong number 1. And he started to live up to it in the beginning. He had nice touchdown numbers, but I think what you said, the inconsistency in his play, and I don't know if it's a Chase Claypool situation where you kind of think of yourself in a realm that maybe you're not, and it's hard. You're playing with Jamar Chase, who is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL immediately when he came in. I mean, that's kind of was unheard of. He was a top 3 producer. Him, Jamar, or Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, those two kind of guys just changed the game. And so that's a little bit intimidating. Also, you are good, but you're not as good. It almost seemed like sometimes plays he would take off or not run the right route or whatever it is. Those things, I don't know if they're professionalism or if they're like attention to detail, but I do think he overestimated his worth and his value. But I think Cincinnati needs another wide receiver of his caliber. It's hard to find somebody who you have under contract, who's in your system, who's been there, who knows. So I think he's the best fit for right now for them. But I don't think attitude-wise they're going to get him that big contract. So he's got to do something this year. So if I were them, I'm getting a wide receiver if I need to make sure that the next 5-6 years I've got somebody under contract who I can rely on and I can trust. So if Lad's available and you can draft him a little bit later, maybe draft 22, 23 pick there, I'd be comfortable there in the mid-20s before San Francisco tries to get their meaty hooks on him in the late 30s. That's where watch out for those guys. So
Scott, remind everybody where they could find you and what work you have going on.
Yeah, so wide receiver 2 theory drops in the beginning of mid-August or so, right around the Fantasy Football Expo, which I'm going to, which hopefully I'll see you there. Yeah, I can't wait for that. But I'm Scott Simpson, but Nimble W Numbers on Twitter. And then I do the Fantasy Millionaires podcast once the fantasy football season starts every Monday around 8 p.m. We're talking the fantasy matchups that you're having for the next week, start sit, all that stuff. We got better names than start sit and stuff. We got, cool names and stuff like that for it. But then also I do Chalk Block on Saturday night with Bo McBrayer. And then we just talk the DFS for the week, the main slate using our Run the Sims tools. So you can find me all there, but not until August. I'm chilling now. I'm being a teacher, a dad, playing with my dog. I think Winter's down here. Listen to the pod. So,
Scott, excited that you came on the show today.
Thank
Keep
you.
Doing well, and we'll talk soon. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks so much, Jim. Appreciate it, sir.
Rudy Reyes, our next batter up. Rudy Reyes, I get to work with you on John Ryan's show with some predictive playbook stuff. I've been having a good time doing on those shows with you. You can find Rudy at the RudeDogShow.com. His Twitter handle at Rude Dog Reyes. Rudy, you got a new job. Tell everybody what you got cooking.
Well, Jim, as you know, I am a news reporter for KSBY out in the Central Coast here in California, wherever you may be. You could always catch me at KSBY News. And be on the lookout because that could be in a neighborhood near you, especially if you're in the Central Coast.
Oh my gosh, Rudy, so excited you're on. What are you most looking forward to when it comes to this 2024 NFL draft?
There's so many different things, Jim. It's hard to kind of hodgepodge. I know they're talking about, guys that are going to move up, guys that are going to go down, teams that may, move down in order to get, some. We've talked about the Giants in the past before and what they look like right now. I think the most interesting team out there right now to look forward to is what will New England do with the quarterback position? They have been the backseat guys, almost like the Sunday driver telling the driver had to drive in quite a while in the AFC East. And I think that Josh Allen could be upended by a Drake May quarterback. He may or may not be good in New England. However, when you look at where the Tom Brady's exit was and the Josh Allen era started in 2020, and I think that there's a lot of things that Alex Van Pelt is looking to do if they were to acquire May, and here's why: he's very offensively gifted. He can make those throws on the run. He's relatively accurate. He's good under pressure, like a pressure cooker. He doesn't fold underneath all this, third and short. He takes it himself. He's done it before. He did it in college, North Carolina. I think he's a very good fit in New England. They do need some wide receiver help. However, I know Juju Smith-Schuster is still there, but they need up-and-coming wide receivers that will complement Drake May's opportunity. They've missed on multiple occasions with Bill Belichick being the guy at the helm. And I think that now there's a new regime in there with Gerard Mayo and a new general manager. I think you're going to see a little bit of a different move potentially in the AFC East, knowing that they're going to upgrade at the quarterback position. I think they could be a 1-2 between them and the Bills this year. A lot to be played out, but I think that would be the biggest move, at least in this 2024 NFL draft. Crazy.
Belichick left that cupboard bare. That was rough. The Belichick, the GM. Rudy, when you're looking at prop bets, is there anything that's come up that you're like, it's interesting and you might be interested in maybe putting a little penny on it?
I've thought virtually in my mind I'd be able to put a parlay together or maybe some type of spot bet. I'm just not a betting guy. I mean, I will bet in my mind for guys to win. If Daniel Jones gets, traded out, that could be a prop bet. I think that would be an interesting one, right? Get sent packing and traded to Arizona. I think that'd be a great prop bet. And then of course, because now Drew Lock is coming in, we see what he did in that one game last season with the last team he was on in Seattle. But when you look at where the Giants are, they really need a guy who can step up. Will they pick a quarterback? I don't know, but I think the prop bet would be Daniel Jones getting traded to Arizona in lieu of obviously getting another quarterback as a more draft stock to move downwards, as we know the Giants have not done in recent memory.
Rudy, I'm going to quickly tag in my RotoWire team at Alan Soslowski so I can make a restroom stop, but you're going to tell Alan any other predictions you have, and if I'm not quite back, where they can find you. But right now, a prediction you have, and I'm stepping out just for a moment.
Hey, Rudy, I think Jim had to go number 2, man.
The number 2, speaking of going number 1, there's actually 2 picks that could go on right now. And I think that second pick is you're going to see, look, I understand Kyler Murray wanted all that money in Arizona. They had given him some of that money. And I think there's a lot to be considered when you look at the body of work or maybe the lack thereof with Kyler Murray. We've seen in his first year, he was able to really get things done in Arizona. And then he decided to say, you know what, I'm not being paid what I'm worth, despite all the mental health, all the mental wealth conversations, the time that he had taken out while trying to get better, recovering from some minor injuries, things of that nature. But I would not rule out Arizona maybe getting rid of Kyler Murray within this latter part of the season, depending on his play style. But I think they're going to move up and they could grab Rome Odunze. Rome Odunze, who's been an absolute beast. He stepped to the plate multiple times, especially in college, and I think that he's a great fit with this Arizona Cardinals team. I think they're going to snag him up.
Rudy, of the top 3 quarterbacks, let's say big 4, I'll even include McCarthy in there. Which one of them you think is most? We know one of them is going to bust, and when I mean bust, it just doesn't mean like Ryan Leaf. It just means like really fail short of expectations. So, which one of those is going to be and why?
You know what? That's really going to be tough because I know the quarterback and I know Ryan. I know the quarterback and Ryan, and I know Ryan, the guy who's not the quarterback. And he was on the Dan Patrick show stating that he's going to be that guy who will not be remembered and go down in infamy as the worst bust in NFL history. But
that's for Jamarcus Russell, right? Jamarcus Russell's got, because they paid him the most,
That's right. You're absolutely right. They did. The Raiders certainly overpaid quite a few times. I think he just got done being paid, I think it was 2 years ago for him. But anyway, that's another story. Yeah. But, if there was a bust, if there was a guy, and I know, look, I'm not looking forward to this guy being busted whatsoever. He won a national championship. Of course, at that point, you already know who that is. And that's J.J. McCarthy, who's done so great in the Michigan system. I don't know. And I hate to say he's another Daniel Jones because he's not. He's much better. He's like a 2.0, maybe 3.0 to Daniel Jones. The problem that I have is that J.J. McCarthy is not at an NFL speed, not a ready-made NFL inserted quarterback like Michael Penix, like a Bo Nix. And obviously lots of other guys to follow suit there. I think JJ is going to run short because why? Because he's playing in a Giant system who has not been quarterback friendly. They've been doing good by all means, but I think that JJ McCarthy is a guy who could very well bust out and be the ultimate bust look for the New York Giants if they were to go that direction and nab him.
Great stuff from Rudy, man. Tell everybody where they can find you and what you're working on.
No, I'm working on everything. You name it. I have entertainers on my show. I talk sports. I do that at therudedogshow.com. Throw me a follow at Rude Dog Reyes on Twitter. I'm on YouTube. We're talking about Caitlin Clark and that situation. You guys can find me at KSBY. So throw me a follow there and check out all the news reports that I'll be bringing your way.
Rudy, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate it. Look forward to working with you soon. And I'm going to talk with Alan for a second, but we'll definitely communicate soon.
And Rudy, it looks like we go to the same barbershop. So you're a new friend of mine, okay?
Fair enough. No hair. I'm always there.
Thank you, Rudy.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Ellen Soslowski, can you tell us about some of the great things we have going on at RotoWire? We have them on before we bring Brandon Kravitz in.
Yeah, I think right now, there's two things that everyone that's watching will want to know about. One is it's never too late to jump into our fantasy baseball premium content, right? Jim, I've heard you say it. There is no better service for fantasy baseball and all of our fantasy sports. And you can get a free look behind our paywall for 2 days. Just go to rotowire.com/Jim. I said / on purpose, Jim. You don't like the /. rotowire.com/Jim or /try. Just put in your email and the paywall locks. Take a look. There's no credit card or anything like that to cancel. See what we're talking about. All of our NFL dynasty content up there now. Basketball offseason. We have some WNBA stuff. Dude, we have cricket content behind the paywall as well. So all of that. And then obviously the most important thing other than day 2 of this marathon, Jim Coventry, which will be on tomorrow night, is draft night. You're going to want to spend. This is how I want you to watch the draft. I want you to put the TV on, turn the volume off, and then turn on the RotoWire YouTube channel and listen to Jim, who'll have we'll have 4 RotoWire hosts taking you through the fantasy angles and more for the NFL draft.
Ellen Soslowski, appreciate you and the constant support that you give me. Thank you for subbing me in, and we will talk soon. Brandon Kravitz is in the house. If you watch the YouTube channel during the NFL season, Brandon and I were on Tuesday mornings together. Always appreciate the waiver wire work that you did and all the great work. Brandon, you could find him live in The Zone 3 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, 96.9 FM. That's in the Orlando area. Orlando Magic pregame host. But most importantly for football, Brandon works for RotoWire. Always glad to work with Brandon. Brandon Kravitz, you could find him at Brandon Kravitz. Very perfect name for your Twitter. Brandon, what are you looking most forward to when it comes to the 2024 NFL Draft?
Well, hello, Jim. It feels like it's been too long since you and I have done this. I thought you were ducking me there for a second with your bathroom break. Then I realized it's because you're guzzling a 30-ounce coffee. Let's see what we got here. I'm looking forward to these wide receivers and where Brock Bowers lands. I'm going to throw Brock Bowers into that conversation. We see how important this position is. Premier weapons in the NFL. These are not luxury pieces anymore like they were back in the day. These are necessities if you want to win at a high level, not to mention the fantasy angle of it. Not a lot of running backs to get excited about this year in the draft. We could see pass catchers / quarterbacks end up as like the first 5 or 6 picks in dynasty drafts. So, when you look at it that way, that's what this draft is about for me as an NFL fan, as a fantasy player, advisor, whatever you want to call it. To me, this draft is all about the pass catchers.
Oh my gosh. And we love it. And look, it's always, not always, in the last couple decades has been more of a pass heavy league, and we've seen more zone defenses than ever. And so there are more opportunities to attack in different ways. And as you're pointing out, you mentioned Brock Bowers earlier, tight ends, slot receivers. Yeah, we still have outside receivers, but there's going to be a lot of focus on the continuation of beating all the zone defense. So next thing, Brandon, were there any props that you identified that might be interesting for this draft?
Yeah, and I'm going to stay on that same wavelength. I'm going to go with the Colts to draft Brock Bowers at plus 375, sitting there right at 15. That's right in his range. All of the best wide receivers at that point likely to be off the board. Bowers fits perfectly with what the Colts want to do. They kind of need that intermediate threat. Love what happened with Michael Pittman Jr. last year, but this will be like a supercharged Dallas Goedert in that Shane Steichen offense. I think he could really help out Anthony Richardson. I'm just thinking about all of the different variations of what they can throw at opposing defenses in a division that all of a sudden went from one of the most boring a year ago to one of the most interesting in the NFL between Jacksonville, the supercharged Texans, and now I think I could just see it. Brock Bowers with that Colts emblem right there on the side of his helmet.
You know, it's funny, Brandon, as you mentioned that, and I was doing my team needs. The Colts have this long list of tight ends on their depth chart, but they don't have anybody. It's like,
right.
It's like, yeah, if you're right. If Brock Bowers falls there, it doesn't matter if they have 6 tight ends on their roster. When you have 6, you have none. It's like when you have 3 quarterbacks, you have none. So yes, I think that'd be a perfect landing spot. And you mentioned Shane Steichen. Nobody much better than him anywhere of crafting an offense. That would be a weapon. So I love that call. Any other predictions that you're coming up with as you're searching through this draft? Players, teams, positions, anything come to mind?
Yeah, so I have one more prop that I want to give you, and then I'll give you a prediction. The other prop that I'm looking at is Rome Odunze over 8.5 in terms of his draft selection. You get that at plus 125. I'm kind of doing the math on here, Jim, and you're going to have to help me out. You got 4 quarterbacks that are likely going to go in the top 8. You've got 2 wide receivers in Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison. That gets you to 6. Someone's going to take an edge rusher in the top 8, whichever one they choose. And the Titans most likely are taking Joe Alt. Then at some point, we're running out of real estate here. Yep. Rome Odunze can't be a top 8 pick if everything I just said happens. And what I just said is not that crazy. So, you know, it almost seems too obvious. Now, Rome Odunze, I love him as a prospect, but whenever you get a quarterback-heavy draft, it tends to push really good players down, and I think Odunze could be that guy. The fact that I'm getting that at plus money, give it to me all day. And my prediction would be that the Broncos actually move back and not up. I know a lot of people are looking at the Broncos as a team that needs a quarterback. They certainly do. They need picks as much as they need a quarterback. They have too many holes to fill. I think the state of Florida teams all go defense for what it's worth. You know, me in the state of Florida, I figure I'd throw one of those out there as well. But that Broncos one, I'd keep an eye on that. The Raiders looking at quarterback. The Vikings, they picked up extra draft capital. They've got more to work with than Denver does. So I'm curious to see. Sean Payton, look, he's going to want a quarterback, but not everybody can get one in this draft, and the Broncos need picks.
As you mentioned that, because you have the Giants at 6, and if they want to trade, having the 6th pick, that means a lot. Because if somebody traded, that's not let's say the Chargers or the Cardinals wanted to trade, going a couple picks, that's not a problem, and they can acquire more with that. Whereas the Raiders, I think, are 1 pick ahead of the Broncos. So even that 1 pick could mean a difference. And then, like you said, the Vikings have 2 picks. So of the teams with ammunition to make trades, the Broncos may be in the worst shape of that, but like you're intimating, they have much more to address from an organizational standpoint. And if they're not going to have a franchise quarterback, which probably not at that point, I think that makes a whole lot of sense. So very good call on that. In terms of the second quarterback in the draft, the odds are saying it's Daniels. What are your thoughts at Washington at number 2?
I honestly, I don't get it, Jim. I don't know what these evaluators are looking at. I mean, we don't even know if this is true. We're still knee deep in smokescreen season, Drake May, to me, not only looks like the second best I think he's the best quarterback in the class. I like Caleb Williams, very talented player. I do worry a little bit about that character stuff. I know at this point it's been overblown because everybody is talking about it, but there's a reason people are talking about it. Every time I get this guy on a microphone, not me personally, but every time I hear him on a microphone, I come across going, is that really the kind of guy that's not going to blow up a locker room if every little thing doesn't go right? And who do you see in the NFL, unless you're Aaron Rodgers, and even that has had its boiling points, it's really hard to overcome that type of personality that'll just rub people the wrong way over time. Most of the players at the quarterback position that are all-time greats, they've got egos. There's also a sense of humbleness and a chip on their shoulder. I think Drake May is carrying that. I thought he was mired behind a bad offensive line with okay wide receivers and god-awful play calling last year. Drake May has a cannon for an arm. He's just as athletic as Caleb Williams. So that's the Caleb Williams comparison. You get me to Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels is like a lesser version of Jalen Hurts in the way that I look at him. He's not as stocky, and that's one of the things that makes Hurts special. Jaden Daniels isn't out there breaking tackles. He'll run away from you in college. We know that that's a different world in the NFL. He's a straight line runner. He's the kind of guy that can make it happen in sort of within context, within structure of an offense. I don't think he's an improviser like a lot of running quarterbacks are. High floor, low ceiling for Jaden Daniels. I think Drake May to the moon for me. So that would be that. I would go May, Williams, and then I'm not even sure I don't have Michael Penix over Jaden Daniels at this point.
That's a very interesting call. And the thing with the NFL draft to be, the Bears, no matter what history proves, whatever the wrong choice is, the Bears are going to make it. I live in Chicago, so I've kind of lived this existence forever.
But look, like they have to. I get it. It's different from me sitting at my house in Orlando, Florida, saying Drake May is a better quarterback. And I'm not just saying that to be hot take guy. I truly believe it. But Caleb Williams, if he does reach his ceiling, he's got Mahomes' ability. It's really hard for a front office to pass on guys like that. So I think you end up selling yourself that you like a personality. It's like dating. Like, man, if I could just make this work, I'll be in the best relationship ever. Well, the warts are the warts. You can't overlook everything. So they're in a tough spot because I feel like they have to take Caleb Williams. If they get that wrong, if they were to pass on him and then he hits, like, you end up with a Mahomes situation all over again. And look at that. They've been dealing with that ever since.
With Caleb Williams, I'm actually with you. And more that the character, but the thing, he played 4 games against ranked teams, and he was awful. That scares me.
Absolutely. That game against Notre Dame was dreadful, and it wasn't all on everybody else. He has talent around him. I think he had more talent than Drake May had to work with. This guy was seeing ghosts out there. I mean, and you can't go just based off of that, but if we're judging, you can't judge someone off of their best performances. You can't totally judge them off of their worst. But anytime I saw him in a situation where I'm like, all right, spotlight's on, let's see what you got, I came away feeling more disappointed than anything else.
Brandon, remind people where they can find you and your work.
You can find me at Brandon Kravitz across Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. I got you. We'll keep it real simple there. And if you're ever in the Orlando area or you want to stream me on the iHeartRadio app, I go live in 50 minutes, 3 to 6 p.m. every single weekday on 96.9 The Game in Orlando, Florida.
Appreciate you, Brandon. We'll talk soon. Thanks for coming on.
Take it easy.
I could not do one of these marathons without Lindsay Rhodes. Lindsay's always gracious and shows up. And it's always a great thing to see you, Lindsay. Lindsay, so you have kind of some new gigs going on. You're with the Believe Fantasy Football Show now. Before I bring you, tell us a little about that.
Yeah, so with Michael Fabiano, who I used to do a show on SiriusXM, Fantasy Sports Radio with, we've moved it over to the Believe Football Podcast Network. Well, it's the Believe Podcast Network, but anyway, so we're doing a show there and talking about fantasy and having a good time.
And of course, you find Lindsay at Lindsay, LINDSAY _Rhodes. And that's where you find Lindsay. Lindsay, what's the first thing that comes to mind that you're looking forward to in terms of the 2024 NFL draft?
Okay, well, first of all, I have to ask a follow-up question because I hopped in late and you guys were talking about a quarterback that you had concerns about, and I heard against Notre Dame, and I'm afraid that you're talking about Caleb, and I'm hoping it wasn't Caleb. Was it Caleb?
Yeah, it was kind of Caleb Williams. And his
Okay.
4 ranked opponents he played. I mean, I know you play worse against tougher competition, but there wasn't like one real good game in any of that group. I'm slightly concerned about it.
I'm okay. I love Caleb. I think I went to USC. So I watched him just as a fan prior to scouting anything. Like, this isn't a guy that I went back and I watched the tape after the fact. So maybe, and I haven't, because I was like, I'm familiar with him. I got that. So I haven't gone back and looked at it. Maybe some stuff becomes a little bit more apparent in a rewatch. I feel like he is a guy that, having covered the NFL and not paid as much attention to college in the last, handful of years, I feel like watching him at USC is the closest thing that I have found experientially to watching Patrick Mahomes play football.
Yes.
I can't tell you the number of times that I watched him, and much has been made about the offensive line, the fact that, he was like, the pocket would collapse on him a little bit quicker than we would have liked sometimes. I can't tell you the number of times that he did things where I thought the play was dead and then was like, what did he just do? And how did that happen? And Patrick is, obviously is the guy that we all do that for in the NFL. I think he's the guy who can like roll out, spin out of pressure where you think that he's wrapped up and then he's just not. And then his ability to throw out of every arm slot, and also to throw well off platform completely. Like, I mean, if you screen grabbed some of the times when he's releasing the ball and it's a completion and a downfield throw, and you just be like, how? I don't even understand how he could do that. And he does all that, by the way, when he's spinning out of pressure and then rolling out. He's doing it all with his head up. His eyes are always downfield. So he feels the pressure coming, but he's still in the play and not looking to just go, oh crap, like tuck and run. He's still looking to throw and pick up as many yards as possible. I just think he's such a special talent. He does all those things that you cannot teach. Like, he's just I've covered the NFL for a while. He's the first time that like a number 1 overall pick has come out in a while where I have felt invested and felt like I 100% am excited about him. And I think that he's going to hit in the NFL. And then, by the way, there's another layer to it also, as far as like operating on a high level. And I know, if you're the number 1 pick, usually this is the case. You've been under a microscope, but at USC and having won the Heisman and then gone through a rough season last year and had to deal with, like, we've already built him up and torn him down. Like, he's already gone through that and he's handled it well. So I think he's mentally prepared. He has the physical tools. I'm really excited to see what he does in the NFL. I think it's going to be special.
Lindsay, the one play I remember that to me showed that the craziest level of special, and I don't remember the game. It was like middle of the season, but he was, like you said, rolling out to the right under pressure. He was ready to go out of bounds. But when he threw the ball, he threw it with his rotation where it was almost like a curveball. It hooked back into the field to catch his receiver, because with his momentum, that throw really could not have gotten there. But with the rate of spin he put on that ball and it came back, I saw that play, and there are very few people who can make that throw. So when you talk about them, yes, it's things like that if that's in your arsenal, very few have that. So great points on Caleb Williams. Anything else about him, or you want to move forward?
No, I mean, I think everything else, he's going to go number 1. So from a draft standpoint, it's like, now we're just moving it forward and figuring out whether or not Chicago is going to mess it up. Like, I don't think, I think he's a complete enough player that their opportunity, like we talk about, and I talk a lot about the quarterback position being one that, outside of a handful of really special talents, your environment is so pivotal. Like, there are people who are definitely good enough to have had very good NFL careers who haven't had good NFL careers because the environment sucks, either coaching or their wide receivers or their O-line or whatever. I think most quarterbacks need a good environment to have success. Like Sam Darnold is the name that I always drop as the example. He's the poster child for this, in my opinion. Who knows what he could have done in the NFL had he not gone to a bad situation, followed by another bad situation, and it just never got better. Like he's never had an opportunity to play in a good situation. And so that's why I keep holding out hope with him with the Vikings this year, if he's a bridge, that like maybe he can have some success. And, you know, and people are like, we've done this before. Stop talking about Sam. But he's the poster child for that to me. Caleb is kind of the opposite. I think Caleb is maybe one of those outlier elite talents where he can metabolize a bad situation and still have some success. So I guess my big question mark for him is just, will Chicago ruin him? Like, I don't know what they did with Justin Fields. So there's some concern there, but I'm less concerned with Caleb.
So should Williams, assuming he walks into Chicago, you have DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, who reliability to be on the field is number one. He's an elite separator. He's probably still top 3 in getting open. So there's that. Cole Kmet, I do believe, is a good receiving tight end. Just his obviously and hasn't had the opportunities in that offense. What situation does Caleb Williams walk into? And I think the offensive line is decent enough as well.
Yeah. I think it's as good a situation as a number 1 pick's gone into in an awfully long time. I think that they've positioned themselves to have a really quick turnaround. I love the fact that they got Keenan Allen for all the reasons that you said. I mean, will he stay on the field? I don't know. He's definitely at that point of his career where he's probably not long for Chicago, but it's a really smart move for them to get somebody like, I mean, he's as trustworthy a receiver while also having the ability to make big plays as you're going to find in the NFL. So what I'm really curious about is whether or not they go get him that other wide receiver. Like you see a lot of wide receivers mocked to them at 9, or maybe them even maneuvering the board to some degree and getting that wide receiver. But I'm curious to see whether they think that is a priority for them, to have like a battery mate for Caleb to come up through the NFL with one guy who, I mean, and I've heard people say like, oh, if they get Rome Odunze is like the 3rd best option there from a fantasy standpoint. I disagree. I think Rome is a high end, hit the field. And same for Malik and for Marvin Harrison. I think all 3 of those guys are alpha wide receivers. They're number 1s. They are from day one. And even in an offense that has DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, I think that it could be like, throw those 3 names up, and I don't know what order they're going to come down in. I don't think any one of them is an obvious 3 in the traditional sense, or even a 2. So I'm curious to see if that's how they approach this, because it's not a real obvious glaring position of need. Like they could add somebody on the line or on defense and get better in those areas. And I'm not sure if they desperately need that wide receiver, but they might like a wide receiver there just so that they have somebody specifically for Caleb to kind of grow with.
But wow, if they do add a receiver there, that could really be one of the more amazing situations we've seen a rookie quarterback walk into. Lindsay, remind people where they could find you, what you're doing on draft day, and what's going on with work again.
Yeah, Believe Fantasy Football Show. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts and YouTube. Just search for that. We're doing a mock draft tomorrow with a handful of people. It's not a fantasy mock draft. It's a, first round mock draft for the draft. And we're bringing in some heavy hitters to do it with. We've got Seth Rollins from the WWE. He's a huge Bears fan. He's going to come in and draft for the Bears, number 1 and 9. His number 1 pick's already kind of made, but so he'll have an easy job. And then we have James Rodriguez, the actor from Psych and A Million Little Things. And he's going to come on and draft for the AFC South. He's a Titans fan. And so we're going to kind of hop around a little bit there and pick the first round and have some fun with that. So I'm can't wait for this draft. I mean, for those of us who operate in the fantasy space, it doesn't get any better than this year's draft with the high end quarterbacks and wide receivers. And then the running backs late, like that's where you're going to find your fantasy value anyway. Right. Like, and now you can get them in later rounds. So can't wait to find out where they go and what opportunity they'll be looking at and who we're going to want.
Oh, so exciting. Lindsay, always appreciate your time and hanging out with me. Enjoy the draft, and I'll definitely talk to you soon.
Thank you, Jim.
Jeff Erickson in the house, RotoWire OG, senior editor over at RotoWire. football, baseball. Jeff's got you covered. He always has. He always will. You find him on RotoWire Fantasy Sports today on Sirius XM. Jeff's we're in noon to 2. Is that the correct time slot Eastern?
That is correct, sir. And yeah, we'll be there until like probably late July, as I imagine. Then which case we'll probably shift back to evenings. We're waiting and see on that part of that there, but yeah, we're during the day right now and having a good time.
Perfect. And you find him at Jeff_Erickson. Jeff, what is the first thing that you're looking forward to when it comes to the 2024 NFL draft?
I'm looking forward to seeing all these great wide receivers where they go in that first round. We might see 6 receivers in the first round. Going to be one of these epic draft classes. And of course, I want to see where what my team does. I want to see if there's trades. I think it's a ripe year for trades. There's so many teams with needs, so many teams that are a mess, like the Broncos. Do they trade down to what do the Vikings do to get their quarterback? Because it's a disaster if they don't get their quarterback after what happened this season. Jim, there's so many things I can't wait to do to see this draft here.
All right. You're a Bengals guy, and I have a script, but I'm going off the script here. Tyler Boyd probably not coming back. He's had 2 stages of decline in his career. Tight end right now, it's Mike Gesicki, it's Tanner Hudson. The middle of the field is a place where Joe Burrow can really thrive, and with all the attention that defenses have to pay to Chase, and assuming Higgins is back, are they going to attack adding help in the middle of the field?
I wish they would. I don't know if they can. I don't think it's possible for them to get to 10 to take Brock Bowers, because that's what it's going to take, because I think the Jets are going to take Bowers. So we'll see. I think they will add a tight end in the draft. This is a position they've traditionally gone cheap with. And keep in mind that the upcoming salary cap woes that they're going to have to deal with there. Now that they have an expensive quarterback, they're going to have Jamar Chase signed up long-term at some point in time too. They've dealt with the drama that comes with T. Higgins. It looks like Higgins is not going to, threaten to stay to hold out after all. So that's good. At least he's going to play under that franchise tag. So I don't think they spend a first-round asset on a tight end, because I think Bowers is the only one you can. But at the same time, they will address it at some point in the draft. It's just not like last year where it was the year of the tight end and they didn't dabble.
Being the fantasy guys, their pick is in kind of in no man's land, because if they don't go tight end, like Ladd McConkey, because middle of the field, slot, get open instantly. But again, their draft spot's kind of weird with it. So we'll see how that shakes out. Jeff, are there any props that you've identified that you think are worth looking at for this draft?
Okay, with the caveat that I do not bet the draft, even if I didn't live in California, because I'm not good at predicting human behavior. But I like Malik Neighbors top 5 at plus 185, according to the FanDuel book. I think Neighbors is awesome, and I know there's a lot of JJ McCarthy buzz. And if McCarthy does go to, like some people are saying, that pretty much cancels this out. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think that Neighbors is going to make that top 5. He is so good, Jim. I know it's Marvin Harrison's the one, and everyone talks about that. Neighbors is 1A. He's just that good.
And really, it depends what a team's looking for. I get it. Harrison's the entire package, but the run after the catch is not his forte. If you want an explosive guy and you're 1 in 1A, Neighbors might be your guy. The fantasy community might say, you didn't take Marvin Harrison. So do you see it that way, that with team picking a receiver first may actually have Neighbors ahead of Harrison on their board?
I'm sure it's a non-zero chance. I'm sure there's probably like a couple of teams out of the 32 that do. What are they the key ones though? That's the question. And I don't know. I'd like to see Arizona get a wide receiver. I think that's probably one of those two there. One of the ones that goes that route. And I'm kind of curious to see what the Bears do. Do they leverage that number 9 pick to trade up or something for that matter too? There's a lot of different possibilities. I was hearing you talk with Lindsay earlier there. Yeah, the Bears getting a second wide receiver would be fun. They got the 2 picks in the first round. We'll see if they go that route.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to bring in a quarterback, Keenan Allen sounds like a 1-year thing, right? And DJ Moore probably isn't long-term for the team, upper 20s. We'll see how that works out. But so, yeah, it's possible that they want to grow 2 players together. Don't know if the Bears think that way. I'm from Chicago. If there's a wrong decision to be made, the Bears will make it. So that's a non-starter. But all that said, it'll be interesting and fun to watch. Jeff, are there any other predictions that you have when you're thinking about the draft, whether it be a team, a player, a position?
Yes. I think the Chiefs draft day 2 wide receiver because of the Rashee Rice suspension. Our latest note on RotoWire is that they're expecting a multi-game suspension for Rice for this incident. I don't think we spent enough time talking about that. And I don't know if the Chiefs have done enough otherwise to address the position. So once again, I think wide receiver is something they're going to address. I also this one's kind of, I don't know. I don't feel as strongly about this one, but I don't think a running back goes in the first 2 rounds.
I'm with you on that one. And look, the running back class, I see some early down grinders.
Mhm.
I see some receiving backs. I know some people are trying to extrapolate some players into being potential guys who could contribute in all 3 downs. I don't particularly see that. If the league feels the same way, we know it's a fairly replaceable position, especially if it's not somebody like Bijan, which we don't have, or Jahmyr Gibbs, who were perceived guys that could play on all downs. So I think you're onto something here. And I do think it would not surprise me at all if we didn't see a running back to the 3rd round. So I'm glad you brought that up, because the fantasy community, certainly, we want to push running backs up. We want to, get that, somebody in there for that reason. But I think it's a sobering idea that you bring up about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Continue on with the running back.
And I'm just saying of course, it's a part of the evolution of the position and the valuation of the position too. And it just happens to be this particular class also. I just don't think there's that one guy that jumps out. Doesn't mean there's no value. Doesn't mean that we can't find some guys in our dynasty leagues there. But yeah, we're going to be drafting a lot of receivers early in our dynasty leagues this year. I'll say that.
The one team I'm interested in with running back is the Buccaneers. So Rachaad White, I know their offensive line did not run block. Well, they pass block just fine. But Rachaad White for 2 straight years has been horrible at broken tackle rate, horrible at yards after contact as a runner. He's a dynamic receiver, excellent there. And I know they tried the Sean Tucker experiment last year, and that lasted about 40 snaps, and then that was done. So do you see Tampa as a team that says, look, we've got to get an early down back, or do you think they're willing to roll with White?
I think they're willing to roll with White, at least with early rounds. I think they have other issues to address. I think the Dallas Cowboys are the team that I'm looking as the first to draft a running back, perhaps.
Yeah, right. Going in with Rico Dowdle and Deuce Vaughn, probably not optimal for a team that was all in this offseason.
Right, exactly right. And so we'll see what happens there. I know there is some buzz about Zeke, perhaps, but we'll see.
Yeah, it would be interesting. Zeke could get some early down carries from, but yeah, I think you're kind of onto something there. Jeff, remind everybody where they can find your work, what's going on at RotoWire, even talk about the baseball a little bit.
Yeah, and I'll be on Sunday's show. I'm on SiriusXM Fantasy. It's going to be a draft reaction show. Mario Puig's going to join me for that instead of our usual baseball fare that we do, and that will be on from 1 to 3 Eastern or 10 to noon West Coast. So we'll do that. I'm normally on Monday through Thursday from 12 to 2 Eastern, and then Sundays from 1 to 3 Eastern.
Jeff Erickson, I always enjoy talking sports with you, especially football, because that's kind of where I live. Appreciate working with you. Good luck with everything fantasy baseball related. Enjoy the draft, and I know we'll talk soon.
All right, Jim. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Oh, everybody, exciting times here. There's marathons rolling along. We are a good 3.5 hours in, but we got another 2.5 hours to go. And with that said, we bring in another one of my teammates, Adam Thompson. These with Bookies.com, but RotoWire and Bookies.com are the same family. Now, Adam Thompson, if you watch the YouTube show that you're watching right now, Adam and I every Friday would be on. We would talk games. Adam would give you great NFL betting picks. And you can find him all over the place. But other Adam tell you a little more where you can find him on Twitter or the X. You can find him at Bookies Adam. Adam Thompson, 2024 NFL Draft. What is the thing you're looking most forward to?
There's a lot. When you really break it down, there's a lot of picks, a lot of teams, a lot of smoke out there. Start with what Arizona is going to do at number 4. They're going to take Marvin Harrison. They need to prove that they have Kyler Murray's back. He needs a receiver. I think Marvin Harrison makes a lot of sense there. Or they could trade down. There's a lot of QB hungry teams that would love to have that pick and take McCarthy or Drake May, depending on who does what at number 3. I think that's a good place to start. Defensively, edge rusher Jared Verse of Florida State. NFL.com has him as the number 1 edge rusher. He could go anywhere from 8 to 22 out there. And then offensively, Brock Bowers. Where is he going to go? He could go anywhere from top 10 or around 10th to the Jets, down to number 18 to the Bengals, or somewhere in between. If he ends up, from a fantasy perspective, if he ends up with Rodgers or Burrow, good Lord, he might be a number 1 pick as far as rookie drafts go for fantasy leagues.
And Adam, as we talked about on our shows last season, and I've brought up a few times on the show, the league's at 75% or so zone rate. And we saw last year, tight ends test the zone. We saw that class come in. We saw a lot of productivity. Yes, there was talent, but that is how you attack. And Brock Bowers it potentially could be better than all of the guys we had last year. Maybe not Sam Laporta, but close. So that said, this will be very interesting to see. And those landing spots will certainly be critical. But we know, like you said, Rodgers and Burrow would definitely use the heck out of him if he landed in one of those spots. Adam, are there any props that you're identifying when you're looking at this draft?
Oh, there's a ton of props I'm identifying. In fact, it's my job to identify props at the NFL draft. I have a preview coming out with all my picks this evening, actually. So follow me on Twitter. I'll post it there as soon as it comes out. But Jared Verse, his over-under on draft spot is 15.5. He could go as late as 20, but I think he's going to go more 8, 9, 12 in that area. He's the number one edge rusher in this draft. This is a draft that's heavy on wide receivers and QBs early on and offensive tackles as usual. But edge rusher is still such a hugely important position in the NFL. He gets dinged for his size, for his length. It's not what scouts really fall in love with or drool over. But in terms of production, in terms of speed, I think you can't deny what he's done and what he could do. He grew like 40 pounds of muscle between, I think, his freshman and sophomore years. So I think NFL teams should be able to see that. And I think somebody in the 10 to 15 range is going to get him. So I like the under on that one. The other one is Big Ten players picked in the first round. The line is, I think, 5.5. And I think you can name 6 that are bona fide right now. They're going to go in the first round, and potentially 2 others that could go in the first round. So I love the over 5.5 on Big Ten players selected in the first round.
Adam, if there were more props you wanted to talk about, I don't want to limit you, but if you don't want to, we can continue on. But if there's any others, don't feel like I'm limiting you to just 2.
Well, you'll just have to read the story, I guess.
There you go. Perfect. No, perfect. That's fine too. Definitely move people that way. But I know you said you had a lot of them, so I didn't want to feel like I confined you or restricted you.
I do think Marvin Harrison's going to go to the Cardinals at 4. I do think Malik Neighbors. There's some injury concerns with him, but I think he goes 5 to the Chargers because they need a wide receiver and they have a new coach, they have a new GM. Justin Herbert, they probably need to prove to Herbert that they have his back after trading away his 2,000-yard receivers. Even just for team chemistry's sake, you don't want Herbert, you don't want them picking up a tackle or, somebody on defense and be like, who am I going to throw the ball to? Josh Palmer all day? Give me somebody. Quentin Johnston. I've seen what happens when it hits his hands. It's not always good. So they need to do something. Malik Neighbors has been compared to Justin Jefferson. If you pass him up and you're the Chargers, what's Herbert going to be thinking? So I think just for team's sake, they need to take a wide receiver if he's there at number 5.
Adam, I want you also to tell me about any other predictions, whether it be a team, player, position. And when you start to answer, I'm going to turn my heat off. So I'm going to walk away for about 5 seconds.
All right, sounds good. I think Jane Daniels is the guy at number 2 over Drake May. There's been a lot of conversations. Some analysts even say that J.J. McCarthy should go number 2. I disagree with that vehemently, but I think Jane Daniels is the guy at number 2. And then I think wide receivers do go 4 and 5. I think it's kind of a little chalky there. Although Malik Neighbors plus 230 to go number 5. That's a nice plus pick if you want to take it. And then from there, it's a coin toss. A lot of coin tosses out there. I do think one other thing, quarterbacks. I think there are going to be 5 quarterbacks selected in this first round. Actually, 6. I think there are going to be 6 quarterbacks because I think McCarthy's going to go. There's so many teams kind of in that middle range that aren't going to get a quarterback in the top 3. With Michael Penix and Bo Nix both sitting there, if the Broncos need a pick and they can't move up, if the Vikings have a pick, they can't move up. If the Raiders have a pick, they can't move up. Maybe if the Giants want to finally move on from Daniel Jones, all those teams are going to need a quarterback. There's going to be 2 quarterbacks available for all of them. I think teams will start to panic, and they're both going to get selected in the first round.
Oh my, that would be fun. That would be so fun to see that happen. Yeah. So speaking of quarterbacks, Adam, pretty much it seems like the Bears are going to go Caleb Williams at 1. Who do you like at number 2 to Washington? Do you think it'd be Drake May for you, or not who they take, or Jaden Daniels? Who do you think should probably go there?
Jaden Daniels. He has the experience factor. He's a 5-year starter in college. He has the athleticism. He led the nation in rushing as a quarterback. He won the Heisman. He won every quarterback category there is. He has the success. He has the size. He's 6'4". Drake May has the arm. Drake May is more of a boom or bust. He could be awesome. He could not be as great. I think Jane Daniels has the athleticism that QBs, that NFL teams really want from the quarterbacks, because edge rushers are getting better. Blitzes are getting great. You need quarterbacks that can escape. You don't have to run for 1,000 yards, although he did last year. You don't need that in the NFL, but you need to be able to get away. And Drake May doesn't really do that all that well. He's not terrible at it, but Jane Daniels is elite at it. And I think his arm is good enough. He has the experience coming in, much more so than Drake May. So I'd go Jane Daniels 2, and then I'd still go Drake May 3 over McCarthy and over any of the other guys.
I mean, and you're right. With today's NFL, the more mobile the quarterback, as long as you're a good enough thrower, it opens up a playbook. It gives you so many more options. Also, when a play breaks down, and if your offensive line isn't sterling, it really gives you some flexibility. And so there definitely is a lot of room to make, that understanding of, let's take this guy for that reason. Go ahead.
Right. And, and we've talked about this on our weekly show. When you have a quarterback that can run, that means a linebacker has to sit around and watch him. And that opens up possibilities in the middle of the field or one-on-one outside. It's kind of pick your poison when you're a defense, when you have that quarterback that can break loose.
And in addition to that, we talked about the running back. The running backs benefited from that. So, again, that like you said, the linebacker freezing, you mentioned the receivers, running back in a little extra time. Yeah, so it's a win-win. So that makes perfect sense. Adam, before you get out, tell everybody what else you got going on. But talk a little further about what you got coming out for props, so everybody remembers what they need to do to get your content.
Yeah, I had to create odds for every first round selection this year in about 30 different pieces. All can be seen at bookies.com. Then I was able to take that and create one betting guide, and it has kind of my top 5 to 7 picks that you can make through bookies.com. We have the links for you there. And then it has a couple of draft strategies, such as don't believe the smoke. There's always one guy who drops big, stuff like that. Usually, when you look at mock drafts and you hear what people are saying in March, between March and the draft, everybody needs to talk about something. So storylines just kind of get created. Teams divert people in other directions just so they can get their guy when they want them, Oh, I don't know about this guy. I'm not sure. Oh, we hear he's not doing so well. And then they get taken, picks earlier by the team who wanted them all along. So I think you got to avoid the smoke at times. Look what the lists tell you, the scouting reports tell you in March. And when the smoke clears, that's probably what's going to happen at the end of April.
Yeah. Adam Thompson, as I said earlier, he's on my yearly show during the NFL season. Great mind in gambling, betting. You definitely want to follow Adam at Bookies, Adam, and whatever Adam just told you about his prop betting. So make sure that you're following up with that. Very important resource. Adam, I hope you enjoy the draft and look forward to talking to you soon.
Sounds good, sir. I'll be watching you for the next
thank you.
12 hours or so.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
See ya.
We have Nick Whalen, more of my teammates today. It is a good day. Nick Whalen, we are getting super excited as the NFL draft comes up. Nick obviously works at RotoWire. He's on the Sirius XM show, noon to 2, Monday through Thursday. Also, great NBA content. You're on the NBA channel on XM as well. Senior analyst at RotoWire. Nick Whalen, as you get into this NFL draft, what are you most looking forward to?
It's a great question, Jim. First of all, great to be on here, man. I mean, what a collection of names you've put together over these couple of days. It's just banger after banger. So I'm honored to be a part of it. You know me, I'm a Jags fan, right? So I'm going from that perspective. I assume there hasn't been a whole lot of Jaguars talk on this stream so far today. So that's what I'm cued in on right away. What did the Jaguars do in the middle of the draft? Did they stay put? Did they draft a cornerback? Did they draft a wide receiver? If you have read anything into Trent Baalke, who's talked quite a bit, pretty openly over these last couple of weeks about their draft plans, it is highly, highly likely that they're going with one of those two positions, a corner or a receiver. That feels locked in. The question is, do they sit there at their current spot? Do they make their pick at 17, or do they move up? And, if they want one of those receivers, maybe instead of Brian Thomas or A.D. Mitchell or whoever it could be later in the draft, Is it Rome Odunze? Do they make a play to get someone like Malik Neighbors, or perhaps even a third path, Jim? Does Brandon Ayuk shake loose? Is they have any way to reunite T. Higgins with his college quarterback in Trevor Lawrence? So first and foremost, excited for what the Jags are going to do. I'm fascinated, Jim, by teams like the Giants and the Vikings. The Giants especially, I was talking to John McKechnie on the radio about this earlier today. It just feels like there's no way the Giants can win in this draft, right? It's like if you stay put and take Malik Neighbors, it's like, okay, great. He's a nice talent. What are you doing at quarterback? If you stay put and draft J.J. McCarthy, maybe it works out. Who knows? Those are 50-50 propositions, but people aren't going to be all that fired up about it, and you leave some other major holes on your roster.
Yeah, the Giants are in a very weird situation. I had an earlier guest on, and I said, look, either trade up if you can and get your guy a quarterback, or trade back and get extra pieces, because you hit the nail on the head. They're in a no-win situation. Now with the Jaguars, if they bring in a receiver, let's say they're able to somehow figure out a way to get a top one, how concerned are you with Press Taylor calling the offense again? Because we saw Calvin Ridley, really, the numbers were inconsistent week to week, but those numbers were nowhere near what he should have done. What are your thoughts about any receiver who comes into this offense?
I don't love that they appear to be going forth with Press Taylor as the play caller. And, he took over kind of midway through 2 seasons ago, and then they really handed the reins over in 2023. And you dig into a lot of the offensive metrics, especially with the passing game for the Jags, and it perfectly reflects the eye test, right? It's like you watch this team week in and week out. It's like, wow, they're really throwing a lot of short passes. They're throwing a lot of passes behind the line of scrimmage. Lo and behold, they lead the NFL in that category last season and just never really capitalized on the personnel that they had. It's like they had an offense installed, and they're like, we don't care what our pieces fit. We're running this no matter what. So that is a concern. I think Doug Peterson's undying loyalty to Press Taylor may ultimately be his downfall in Jacksonville. I think it was in part of the way, his downfall in Philadelphia as well. But they need to add somebody at receiver. I don't mind giving up some draft capital, whether it means moving up in the draft or trading for an established receiver like Ayuk or T. Higgins. You can't go into next season with Christian Kirk, Gabe Davis, and Zay Jones as your top 3. It's not a disaster, but you're still in some ways in the evaluation process for Trevor Lawrence. Now, I think the Jaguars are leaning heavily toward locking him up. I think that's the right move. I've seen enough from Trevor Lawrence that I would rather go down that road and perhaps overpay him than lose him for nothing. But you need to put the pieces around him, I think, for him to finally have that prove-it year. And I expect them to do so. It's just a question of, how high do they shoot in that first round?
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. Are there any betting props that you've identified that you'd like to recommend?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a handful. I'll try to run through as many as I can here. So, going back to the Jaguars, the Jags to draft a cornerback right now is minus 185. To draft a receiver is plus 210. I view that as close to a 50-50 proposition. I think they're going in one of those two directions, and certainly the odds would perhaps indicate that cornerback is the lean. And I think if they stay put at their current draft slot at 17, that probably would be the pick. But if you give me better than 2-1 for the Jags to take a receiver, I think that's interesting. The Colts at plus 370 to draft a tight end is interesting. I think we know who that tight end would be, but plus 370, I think makes a lot of sense. And I also don't think, Jim, that it's crazy to entertain Rome Odunze at 3-1 to be the second wide receiver selected. I know there are teams out there that prefer him over Malik Neighbors. I think in general, it's expected that Neighbors would be the guy and Odunze maybe goes 2 to 3 picks behind him. But I think we could see that reverse. I don't think anybody would be all that shocked if Rome Odunze ends up going off the board ahead of Neighbors. So I think getting that at 3-1 is something to look into.
As you mentioned that, so there's this, draft Twitter and there's this echo chamber. And in this fantasy community, a lot of these takes get locked and loaded, and that's where they sit. And you're right. In this community, the overarching idea is that Neighbors is the number 2. But you're right. There are NFL teams scouting these players, and it may be way different than we think it is, but I think it's all become just lockstep, and that's not necessarily the way to go. And I think when you're making these prop bets, going against the stream, again, you're not betting the mortgage on it, but you're betting some entertainment money. And to say Odunze would go as a second receiver, there could be a number of front offices in the NFL that prefer what he brings to the table. So definitely within the range of value. I love that call on that, because again, the draft never goes the way anybody thinks it's going to. So anything that you're betting in terms of props that sounds obvious, unless it's minus 400 and it's going to hit for that reason, even then it's probably
I don't have anything that's quite that steep, thankfully. I'm looking at some of the other props that I jotted down here. Michael Penix under 32.5 for his draft position. That's all the way up at minus 230 now. So you're not getting great value there. We're starting to hear some Bo Nix rumors as well. Maybe some connection to the Denver Broncos specifically. Now, I don't think Denver would take him at 12, but that's a team that is hurting for draft capital. Maybe if they move back, he could be a target later in the first round. So Bo Nix under 32.5 at plus 170, I think feels like a pretty reasonable price. I was going back and forth with John McKechnie on the radio earlier today about the over under 4.5 quarterbacks selected in round one, which is now all the way down to minus 255 at DraftKings. John actually said he liked the under on that number. I disagree. I like the over. I think we can lock in 4 that we know for sure, and Williams, Daniels, May, and McCarthy. And I think at least one of Penix and Bo Nix, probably one of those two, ends up in round one. And you just look at some of the QB needy teams outside of the top 5, right? The Vikings, the Raiders, the Broncos. There were even some reports, that the Atlanta Falcons could be connected to Michael Penix. I would be pretty surprised if they pulled that trigger, but you never know. Even the LA Rams could be looking for a succession plan long-term for life after Matthew Stafford. So I think there are too many potential quarterback landing spots outside of the top 5 or 6 picks that I really like that over 4.5.
Yeah. And one other thing that kind of supports your point, if a team wants to get that quarterback in the first round, they may trade up to get the 5th-year option. And if it's one of those guys, it's probably a guy that might need a little more development than the others. So that extra year might actually make a difference in terms of why you would not want to wait till the second round and trade up, pick 31, pick 32. So if that would be the logic, that would definitely support your mindset on that. In the next minute or two, any other predictions, team, player, position you had about the draft, Nick?
Well, the first thing I had written down is that, and I kind of mentioned this at the top, I think we come out of draft night just confused and frustrated with the New York Giants process. Maybe not with the player that they ultimately select, but like I said, I think if you're going into this night as a Giants fan, you're almost dreading it. And I just feel like that's going to be part of the narrative. Maybe they take McCarthy, maybe they take a receiver. Either way, I just don't think we're going to feel good about it. And for example, if that's the landing spot for Malik Neighbors, like, okay, we'll see how it plays out. It's not like that's a death knell for his career, but that would be brutal for fantasy, man, right? That's ultimately what we're concerned about here. And I love Malik Neighbors. I love Rome Odunze as players. I don't really want to see either of those guys suiting up for the New York Giants, whatever they do at quarterback next season, whether it's Daniel Jones or some sort of pivot. So I'm hoping we avoid that scenario. If you want a semi-bold prediction, Jim, I think either T. Higgins or Brandon Ayuk are traded on Thursday night. I think that happens during round one. Now, of course, I hope that happens for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't know if that will ultimately be the case. I know Brandon Ayuk has been connected to the Steelers over the last few weeks, but I think one of those guys has moved. And then I'll throw out one more. I think the Green Bay Packers trade back and probably trade out of round one. They're in a unique situation as a young developing team. It's a big opportunity to add talent, but they don't necessarily have these glaring needs. I think this feels like a classic Packers trade back scenario. Maybe they add some capital for 2025 or beyond, because this is a team that has a ton of picks throughout the middle rounds.
I love the call on the Packers trading back. Like you said earlier, if you want that over on the quarterbacks and the team's going to trade up into the first round, that might be the team to target to get. Oh my gosh, that the puzzle pieces fit together. Of course, we know how that puzzle will look on Friday, but it sounds great on a Monday afternoon. I totally love that. Nick, remind people where they can find you and your work.
All right, well, I hate having to say this out loud. I always say it looks better written out than it does spoken, but you can find me on Twitter at Whalen, but the L is a 1, so WHA1EN. You can check me out there. That's where I tweet out most of my content. You can find my work at RotoWire. You can hear me 11 to 1 p.m. Central, 12 to 2 p.m. Eastern, of course, Monday through Thursday on Fantasy Sports Radio, and then 6 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday on NBA Radio, previewing the NBA playoffs.
Nick, as I send you out of here, if you could slack Joe Bartle and tell him to jump in a couple minutes early. My guest isn't currently here, supposed to be, and Joe could come on early. If you can slack him, that'd be great. Nick, appreciate having you on. I know we'll definitely talk soon after the draft, but enjoy the draft, enjoy the NBA playoffs, and we'll talk soon.
All right, will do, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. All right, everybody. So far, this marathon has been amazing. We've had such great people in here. Hopefully, you are getting different ideas from people. A, just enjoy the draft. B, hear about some different players. Or again, if you're prop betting, just some great ideas. Prop betting, like I said, most of us, you do it for entertainment. Put a couple dollars on it, enjoy the draft a little bit more. that's it. Some people, if you're gambling, hey, you might have, trying to make real money on it, and that's fine too. Whatever, however you're approaching it, definitely works. Now, remember, RotoWire is giving away several invites to the Scott Fish Bowl 14 over the next month. So here's how you can get eligible for an invite to the Scott Fish Bowl. First of all, you have to go to scottfishbowl.com and sign up and register to be eligible with Scott. But then listen to RotoWire podcasts, watch us on YouTube, and follow RotoWire on X and Facebook. We will give opportunities through those platforms, ways that you could win a spot into the Scott Fish Bowl. So make sure you definitely want to do that. So that would be fantastic. Joe Bartle to the rescue. I had somebody else coming in right now, and maybe they're running late, but I'm always happy to see Joe Bartle. Joe Bartle and I never worked together enough. Last year, we did do a podcast together, which was fantastic. But Joe and I both work on XM on occasion. Joe, obviously, on RotoWire teammates. Joe, as you get into the draft, what are you excited about?
Well, first, Jim, I'm excited to be with you here on your marathon. My goal today, so you're a former teacher in a past life, you've been a teacher, Jim, but I know that not just because you're great at illustrating all these different things for people and helping them teach football, right? It's the affirmation points and claps and head shakes. So my goal, at least for the next 7 minutes, or I guess in the 10 minutes here, is to average about one per minute, because I am a man of needing affirmation, and you're great at providing that. So that's my goal for my segment with you here. Yeah. The draft is going to be really interesting. I mean, I have always said, and believe it or not, I am a nerd, Jim, so I think it's fair to say this. My 3 favorite holidays are Christmas, because it's right around my birthday, the NFL draft, and also the day Madden gets released every single year. So this, to me, is this lead up is better than Halloween, Thanksgiving, any food related holiday you want to talk about. I get jacked for this period. The intrigue among the top 5 is probably one of the more interesting that we've seen in past years. You think back to that 2021 draft with Lawrence and Zach Wilson and Mac Jones, and oh my gosh, the Niners traded multiple picks to get up in the first round. Who are they going to take? There's Justin Fields and like that kind of thing. Well, we kind of have a lot of that going on right now. The Vikings want to trade multiple first round picks to get up the top 3. That their GM is as desperate as he is to just get completely worked over, I think is very telling. You have another guaranteed can't miss prospect like Caleb Williams and Trevor Lawrence. Question marks with Drake May, similar to Zach Wilson. I think I have lesser concerns. So this top 6 is really interesting, and it's bolstered by the fact that we have I think one of the more generational prospects in Marvin Harrison, but also Joe Alt, the left tackle for Notre Dame. And he gets lost in this equation. So we all get excited about these possibly top 4 first round quarterbacks. But I think you have prospects of Marvin Harrison, Joe Alt, and even Neighbors as well into that equation, and Brock Bowers too, that are going to be intriguing pieces. The issue, though, Jim, and maybe the good news is that you and I are going to be going over this come Thursday night. The back half of the NFL draft is going to get really boring. Like just a lot of offensive linemen, a lot of the hog mollies, so to speak, that are going to get taken to that point. So the first hour, if you are into draft coverage, will be probably the best hour you've had in a long time. The next 2 hours, maybe a little bit different.
And then before we go forward, remember to follow Joe at JB Fantasy Sports. And as Joe mentioned earlier, RotoWire has some very specific coverage of the NFL draft. If you are all about fantasy football, you really want to stop by our stream, because what we're going to do is when skill position players are drafted, we're not just going to talk about the fantasy value of those skill position players, but the ancillary pieces. Like if a receiver is drafted, how does it help another receiver, the quarterback? And Joe is going to be part of that draft coverage. He'll be in the 3rd hour of the draft, and we'll be certainly recapping earlier picks as well as current picks. But if you're all about fantasy, that's where you want to be. And Joe, I might keep you a little longer on this show here, because I have
that's great. Love talking with you.
I might be keeping you a little longer. So all right. So all that said, we'll go over some nice things you're looking forward to. Did you find any prop bets that you think are useful?
Yeah, so I have been doing the prop bet article for RotoWire now for the past 4 years. Myself and John McKechnie. And John, I mean, I've said this on all the podcasts too. You listen every Wednesday with Nick and I, or even last year when we did it. I'm a disciple of John and Mario. So whenever John and Mario give you draft advice, I kind of take it and run with it for that stuff. So John is doing the later draft prop article, which I would imagine gets posted either Wednesday or even possibly Thursday morning. But I'll have this one. I just finished up writing it maybe like an hour ago, posted later today. I think there's actually some really intriguing stuff. So the first one, my biggest, I guess, tease of a prop betting article would be Jaden Daniels going number 3 overall. So you can get that plus 185 right now on DraftKings. But let's play it a step further. What if the Vikings do trade up to number 3 overall? Well, that's Jaden Daniels plus 1,000 for the Vikings to have Jaden Daniels as that quarterback. Now that's like the 4th best odds. So the people that are making these decisions seem to assume Daniels could go number 3, but that it likely won't be the Vikings. And I contend differently. There was a report that I think surfaced maybe an hour and a half ago that the Patriots are considering trading the number 3 pick. I don't think that's really a surprise. I would assume most people who are following the draft also don't. But this is a widely reported news item because just 2 weeks ago, the Patriots were saying, no, we actually like, or we're staying number 3 overall. Well, yeah, that's smokescreen BS season. We are now getting to actual draft season, Jim, and we'll actually have reason and information to provide this stuff. So that the Patriots trade number 3 makes sense. Also, if you look at the Jimmy Johnson trade calculator, the Vikings first next year, their 11 pick, and I think it's 25 or 26, whatever the Texans one was, 23, almost exactly equals draft capital wise to the number 3. Not that the Vikings were exactly projecting that was going to occur back in March when they made that deal with the Texans to move and get that second first round pick. But I thought it was noticeable then, and even more so now that Jaden Daniels could fall to 3. The other part, and I'm curious, Jim, if you have kind of followed this, I have just presumed or assumed that Justin Jefferson was going to re-sign with the Vikings on some sort of like $33 million per year deal, and that was just going to happen. Like, why would the Vikings not move on, or why would the Vikings get rid of one of their best draft picks they've had over the past 2 decades since Adrian Peterson? Well, it sounds like Jefferson's been really pushing the, if I don't get a quarterback I want, I'm out, because I can be out and I'm going to have such a market. And either the Vikings will trade him this draft or presumably next offseason when he's entering that 5th year. Do you think the Vikings are seriously considering Jefferson? Because if that's the case, drafting JJ's LSU boy really feels like that would make a lot of sense.
It would certainly make sense if they were going to bring in a receiver and let Jefferson go. If they're taking a long-term look at their roster, I don't think this is roster that's currently being built for the future. It's this hybrid roster. It's kind of a nowish roster. It's a very weird roster, and this team really needs at some point to blow it up. And getting a quarterback, of course, would automatically do that for you if it was the guy. So, but if they don't do that, like you said, what would it benefit them to hang on to Jefferson? Because the rate of his contract is going to be problematic with the other team dynamics. So it's really a rugged situation. So I could totally see them moving on. I remember when AJ Brown got traded a couple of years ago at draft night. Who would have thought AJ Brown was going anywhere? Obviously, had missed some time in Tennessee, but superstar player, and he was dealt. And well, Stephon Diggs was dealt. And I know that's a different story. He wasn't happy with his team. He was 30. But all that said, there is a history, not a vast history, but superstar receivers do get traded.
Well, and Brandon Ayuk might be the better example for this year. And I think Ayuk absolutely could be the Treylon Burks, AJ Brown scenario of this draft. But I think Jefferson is an ilk above receiver. I think the Titans ownership and general manager group was beyond dumb, which was proven pretty unequivocally after the AJ Brown trade. As desperate and as intentionally desperate as the general manager for the Vikings has been about trading up a quarterback, not just this year, but they were evidently in on Anthony Richardson last year too, and we're making no secret about it, would tell me you're also dumb. But I don't think they're as incorrect or as ill-fated in their process as the AJ Brown Titans group was. So that's I don't know. I would be surprised if Jefferson is dealt this offseason. But if you are to say this will keep my wide receiver here, my all-pro wide receiver, one of the best draft picks we've had in a long time, on my team for the foreseeable future. I mean, Nick was just on, right? I do the Wednesday podcast with Nick, but Nick is also excellent from an NBA perspective. You trade for Damian Lillard to the Bucks, not just to help in the postseason win like last night, yes, as a Bucks fan, but you trade to keep Giannis on your team. And I think that same process, like if you are saying, I'm giving up 3 first-round picks to move up for a questionable prospect at quarterback, and Daniels is, no matter what you think, he certainly is a questionable prospect, that you're also keeping Justin Jefferson on your team makes it more palpable to do that kind of deal.
Joe, I had my other guests come in, so you're going to be on the draft show Thursday night
Yes.
with me. You're following Joe at JB Fantasy Sports, and I cannot wait to work with you Thursday, Joe. Enjoy the beginning of the draft until I see you a little later, and we'll talk soon.
Sounds good. Can't wait, Jim. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Joe. We have Dan Williamson in the house. Dan's with Player Profiler. Fortunately, I was on a show with you maybe a month or so ago. Had a fantastic time talking football with you. You find him at Overhyped Sleeper, but you got to spell that for us because it isn't exactly the way it looks. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, it's Overhyped Sleeper. Dropped the final E from Sleeper because they just didn't allow me enough characters in the old Twitter streets. So, yeah, it's just that simple. And thanks for having me on, Jim. I really appreciate it.
Excited you're here. So, Dan, what is the first thing that you're looking forward to when it comes to the 2024 draft?
Yeah, I think it's, the first 10 picks or so of the first round, maybe dozen picks, are going to be wild. I mean, I expect we're going to see a couple 3 trades in there at least. Seeing how the quarterbacks get sorted out, seeing how the wide receivers get sorted out. I mean, it's a fantasy bonanza like we haven't seen for years, really, up at the top. So I'm looking forward to that a ton.
Yeah, that is going to be a fantastic dynamic to follow throughout the draft. I cannot wait to see this unfold. Are there any betting props, Dan, that you noticed that you thought this was interesting?
Yeah, there's a couple. I mean, for one, I like Brian Thomas Jr. to be over 19.5 because I think he's probably not going to go until after pick 20. So, I think that, just there's a big enough drop off between him and the other receivers and there's not enough need in the teams that are really drafting in that area unless somebody really sees that they want him and wants to go up and get him. That's about the only way I see him going before 19.5.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic call there. And even last year, remember we had 4 receivers. They all went, 21 and after consecutive picks. But teams, I don't think, are going to put a super high premium pick unless that receiver is somebody they consider a pretty much big time game changer. And Brian Robinson, maybe you see it the same way, might be, but I think there's enough worry that he might not be, that maybe not that premium pick. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, I kind of see it as that he doesn't have that just super all-around skill set to the point where he's going to demand the high draft capital. I think he's more of a role player. I mean, he could play a big role within an offense, don't get me wrong, but he just doesn't have that breadth of skill that's going to get him into the the teams, I think.
Yeah, similar scouting on my end with that. Saw him again. You could use him in certain ways, but not that draft level. You had another prop. You said there was more than one.
Yeah, also I like J.J. McCarthy to go number 2 overall at plus 850. I think that's a fun little one, and it pays off really well. And if you like that one, also you can do, and these are on DraftKings, Caleb McCarthy and Jaden Daniels is 1, 2, 3 overall, exact or trifecta, plus 1,600. So, yeah. So if you like the one, you probably like the other. And I don't know if DraftKings, I can't play DraftKings because I'm in Minnesota, but if they allow you to parlay those two together, that would be a pretty sweet little parlay.
Oh, I liked it how you put those together because it's the one pick that you bring in with McCarthy, but the other ones seem like they might be fairly static. So to play off of that for the increased odds, I think that's an excellent idea and leverage that opportunity because most of the props that came in, they were like single things, but I like how you, again, layered bet. I think that makes some sense. Again, we're betting for entertainment and maybe a little payback, so it's a great idea. Now, Dan, are there any other predictions about this draft, whether it's a team, player, position, anything you got?
Those are the main ones. I think J.J. McCarthy, that rise is real. I think the Drake May fall might be real too. So I see the Vikings, who are my favorite team, maybe not having to trade up as high if they really like Drake May. So they may be able to trade with like Atlanta or somebody like that, where it doesn't cost them quite as much. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all that shakes out.
Now, Dan, a lot of this community that talks draft is very offensive centered, a lot of fantasy people. It's the kind of way it works. And you hear a lot of buzz, the Bears, Williams at 1, and then at 9, Romo Dunze. Maybe they do. If the Bears go that route, again, no idea what they do. They could go anywhere. But if they do, what does that mean for year 1 fantasy value for the Bears offense in theory?
I mean, wheels up on Caleb Williams. I think that casts a little bit of doubt on everybody else in the offense, or at least the receivers. The thing that terrifies me the most is like if the Bears go Brock Bowers, that would be horrendous, because now you're probably ruining both Caleb Williams, or not Caleb Williams. I'm sorry, Cole Kmet and Brock Bowers' value. Because we have an offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron, who just came out of a 3-headed monster over in Seattle. And then now we've got Gerald Everett plus these other two guys. It could be a total mess at tight end. So I'm hoping they don't go that way. Rome Odunze would definitely be a preferable pick for me rather than Bowers. But I'm really hoping they go offensive line or defense and kind of leave that offense very fantasy friendly.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, the offensive line was not bad, but they could get potentially a really good offensive lineman there, and that would really be best for Caleb Williams. We know he holds the ball a little too long, so that could be a factor. But if you get him a better offensive line, maybe you reduce that and you get more of the positive benefits of Williams and don't put him in that situation where he's running for his life, because you don't want that to happen with your quarterback. That said, with Williams, where are you at on him as a prospect? Do you think superstar, very good starter? Is there questions in your mind? What are your thoughts on Williams?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions in my mind, because I think, he's got the skills. There's no doubt about that. He's got the skills to be a superstar. Whether he's got the mindset to be a superstar, whether he's, I know a lot of teams are questioning his toughness and all that. And I don't know that I necessarily ascribe to that, but it's more the processing speed, which is just really tough to see until a quarterback actually gets in the NFL. And usually we can see it pretty quickly. So, if Caleb Williams starts off slow and is struggling, I'm probably going to look to flip him as soon as I can, because to me, that's not going to be a good sign. If he starts off pretty good, hey, I'm buying in. And if I might be buying, what some people might think is expensive, but in a couple of years it might be cheap. So I really want to see how he starts off. I think the precocious quarterbacks in the NFL, if they're good, they're going to be precocious.
It's like receivers. I want the diva. Give me the diva. He wants the football. You know what I'm saying? To me, people complain about Terrell Owens. I'm like, he wants the football. What problem is there with that, right? Again, that's just me. Now, Dan, I live in Chicago, and in terms of the quarterback, if there's a wrong decision to make, the Bears are going to make it. And that's my only apprehension, that this is just like a cursed franchise with quarterback, and that's the worst analysis you'll get all year. But that said, I live in Chicago, and I tell you what, that's been pretty treacherous ground.
I wasn't going to bring that in, Jim. I was not going to mention that. I was like, Chicago with their quarterbacks, but I was like, nope, I'm not going to say it.
Hey, the good news, I can't lose any hair over it, so let's just kind of go with that. Dan, tell everybody where they can find you, your great work, and what you'll be doing on draft night.
Yeah, so you can find me at Player Profiler, putting out some articles, doing some podcasts. I've been working with Bradley Stalder on Stack Hunters, and that's been a lot of fun. And you can find me on Twitter, as mentioned, at Overhyped Sleeper, drop the final E. And on draft night, I'm going to actually be over in London, England, which is going to really kind of suck as far as trying to follow this draft. Because the darn thing's going to be starting at midnight, 1 a.m. every night. So I don't know. I think the first night, hopefully I'm still sleep deprived enough that I'm just way off my cycle and, I'm watching the draft anyway. But if not, I'll just wake up in the morning and have to see what it is. But it's definitely going to be a very unusual year for me on that.
Wow, that's going to be complicated. But I know if somebody's going to power through it and figure it out, it's Dan Williamson. Dan, appreciate you. Hopefully we talk again soon, and enjoy the draft and enjoy England.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate you having me.
All right, take care. Mario Puig, I have the pleasure of, during the season, working on Sirius XM Fantasy with Mario every Saturday. Just for years we've done this, and I guess, again, I cannot say how much I enjoy that show. Mario's a RotoWire NFL senior editor. You can find him at Pro Set Formation. Mario, I know you do a ton of work during the draft with RotoWire. Can you tell everybody what your draft weekend role entails?
Yeah, John and I do most of the first round stuff, and then we get help from people like Joe to do the notes from the second, third round onward. And John and I also will be doing a podcast, I assume, on Wednesday in anticipation of the first round and everything else. Also doing the Sunday show with Jeff to kind of recap things that happened there. So head's kind of swimming right now because the smoke has been going for a while and it seems to kind of be picking up intensity right now.
Yeah. So my point of having Mario bring all that up is if you want a free look behind the RotoWire paywall for 2 days, go to rotowire.com/Jim. But if you want to get those full notes on the first round players, don't use that code until Thursday. And then Mario and John McKechnie, they have been warriors studying the rookies, understanding them, the fantasy impact, and for years. And again, Joe Barley on the weekend as well. But they continue, Mario and the team, to put out some of the best NFL draft content you're looking for. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. And like Mario said, the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast, you'll definitely want to make sure you subscribe to that. The Wednesday show, John and Mario will definitely get the nuts and bolts ready for you as you get into this draft. Mario, as we get into the draft, what is the biggest thing that you are looking forward to about it?
Yeah, I hope I'm not repeating what too many people have already said, but the drama at the top right now could be pretty intense. It seems pretty written in pencil, at least, that Jaden Daniels, the LSU quarterback, is going to go second to Washington. However, there's weirder things have happened than, if Daniels were to actually all of a sudden be like the third or the fourth quarterback taken. Like, I guess the most recent example of that kind of shocker was like Sam Darnold, I believe, was the heavy favorite to be taken by the Browns first overall that one year. And then something like 18 hours before the draft, it was just, nope, Mayfield's the pick. So there's also a lot that will, other dominoes waiting on that one too, with, JJ McCarthy, Drake May, whatever order, whatever particular slots they go in. It seems like there's a lot of tension right now, and something's got to, maybe soon even kind of give there. Like maybe there will actually be some solid reporting rather than, a lot of putting together one and one or whatever that we're trying to do right now.
As you said that, Mario, had to laugh thinking, well, in a way, the Browns actually got it right. Mayfield may not have worked out for them, but probably better than Sam
Darnold. Could have done worse.
So I just thought that was funny when you said that because I didn't remember which, quarterbacks went. So, but anyways, thought that was great. Now, are there any props you identified? Maybe, quarterbacks could be another position. Anything that you noticed that you thought interesting?
Well, I think Marvin Harrison is a total absolute lock to be the first receiver taken, and I see on DraftKings minus 550 is not generous exactly, but you're gonna make your money there. And I kind of like pairing that with Rome Odunze to be the second receiver drafted. The current favorite there is Malik Neighbors out of LSU, but Odunze out of Washington is just the more complete player. And while Neighbors has a really great prospect profile, and he probably has the advantage over both Odunze and Harrison for the long game, the big plays, maybe in general, you could say, there's still other things that Odunze clearly does better in kind of like the more mundane parts of receiver, moving the chains, giving the offense the chance in the first place to make the big play that Neighbors may very well be otherwise the best at making. But at 6'3", 212 with better workout numbers, including a better 40-yard dash than Malik Neighbors, I just think Odunze is at worst the second best receiver in this draft. I think he's really close to Harrison, actually.
As you mentioned that, and I think you may have intimated this, if you can parlay a couple props, and I don't know what sites allow and what they don't, so I'm sorry if I get it wrong, but yeah, so you're saying Harrison is the first and Odunze is the second. You would leverage that minus 550 would be a hit, but if you put that in with another pick, that could be useful. Of course, the numbers would get better than what you were actually getting for Odunze as a number 2. But I think that's a great call. If you're going to go that route, then why not just stack them together if the site allows you? So I like that call. Was there any other prop, or were we good on that?
I'll say otherwise. I will take the under, the going later, whatever that part of the prop is, for Jonathan Brooks, the Texas running back. I see he's the favorite to be the first running back taken. I don't think he will be. And Brian Thomas, the LSU receiver, I think is going to slide a little bit. I think probably like mid-20s is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, totally with you on that one. I think that the scouts are going to see a little bit different in some of the fantasy community who kind of got really high on Brian Robinson. But I think, as you point out in your hard work, as you break these players down, I think you're going to see what a lot of the team scouts are going to see, thinking, good, but maybe not somebody you want to invest that super high pick. So I love that call as well. So Mario, what other predictions, could be a team prediction, a player or a position that you might have come across in your research preparing for the draft?
So part of, I guess, why I'm so interested in the order of the quarterbacks at the top of the draft is that I actually still personally suspect that Drake May is going to be the second quarterback taken, be it to Washington if they stay at 2, or maybe Washington is being so difficult about this because they're still trying to trade back, or are at least open to the possibility. Minnesota clearly has the means and interest in doing so if they value Drake May to that extent. Washington, I think, could even do something like trade back with Minnesota's first round picks and then trade back up for Daniels and still come out with more that way. But otherwise, I think I can say about the Chargers, this is presumptuous on my part, of course, but I think if they stay at 5, they'll take Odunze over Neighbors if it comes down to it. And if they can trade back, which I think they want to do, I like J.C. Latham, the Alabama tackle, to go there, but not at 5. They'd have to move back.
Oh, that's another fantastic call on that. Mario, in terms of, again, we have no idea what Washington's going to do. But the player I want to know about is Jahan Dotson, third-year player, 16th pick a couple of years ago. He obviously had a rough go with Eric Bieniemy and Sam Howell, but the rookie year, I know, is heavily touchdown-driven, but he really looked like a great player. Is there too? Yeah, what are you thinking about if there's some tangible improvement in quarterback play in Washington? Is Jahan Dotson a player we could begin to look at this year?
If the quarterback play improves, yes. I still believe in Dotson. Admittedly, I'm kind of still putting a lot of his Penn State profile in play there. Granted, last year was pretty ugly. I'm just choosing to believe that, the 3 years that precede that as at least equally important. However, rookie year Drake May, who I consider the best case scenario for Washington at the second pick, that's still, it might be a bit of a struggle for Dotson. It might be another kind of, not as bad as last year, but a little bit disappointing relative to what we thought he would be doing, after his rookie year. So I think the future, though, trends toward Dotson's, more favorable outcomes. It's just, this is a rebuilding team. Terry McLaurin's a really great receiver, and they might add another receiver in the draft or something. So it's just, it's crowded, and the pie might not be very big for a little while yet.
Now, Mario, you mentioned that Jonathan Brooks may not be the first running back off the board. Who is your favorite running back in this class?
Wow, this is a tough question. I think I would have an answer any other year. This year I don't. It's just it's a case, I think, where there's a lot of guys, upwards of 10 or 12 running backs, who can clearly help NFL offenses, maybe even as starters, but it might come down to the kind of scheme, the particular offensive system that a team is running right now, and the depth charts that they land on. So the best running back in this class could very well be Jonathan Brooks, but he had a midseason ACL tear. He got hurt every year at Texas. He still hasn't even played that much. We don't know if he's that much of an athlete. He could be a good running back, but with that ACL tear, still be like the third or fourth one taken. So Blake Corum is kind of my favorite for workhorse upside. I think he can play 3 downs, do all run concepts, play passing downs out of the bullpen if necessary. But it's one of those things, like if the lucky one might be the right answer, and I don't know how we can tell who that's going to be.
100%. Mario, remind people where they can find you and the work you'll have going on this weekend.
The Twitter account is Pro Set Formation, as you might recall from Tecmo Super Bowl or some such thing. But we got the Wednesday podcast with John McKechnie, and I got to get a final 4-round mock that I'm trying to get done here. It keeps changing on me, and it's ruining my life. But that's the next thing that I'm trying to get done here.
Mario, I know in a few months we'll be working Saturdays on XM, and I can't wait for that. But in the meantime, I'm looking forward to consuming your draft content.
Likewise,
I learn
Jim.
a lot from you every time. So thank you for coming on, and we'll talk soon, Mario.
Later, Jim.
Thanks. Another RotoWire teammate. We just got a big lineup coming here. We go from Mario to John. They're teammates because John and Mario always do podcasts together. They do outstanding work. The Wednesday podcast this week, I believe, normally Thursdays, but obviously the draft is Thursday. So I know the guys will get rolling here. You can find John at John's _tailgate. John does both college and NFL content for RotoWire. John McKechnie, what are you most excited about for the 2024 draft?
Where do we begin? I mean, it's a loaded question because the draft is my Super Bowl. It's the perfect marriage of, these players that I've been following for years and getting to see, where their NFL dreams get made. So, I mean, this is the best. The draft has always been a big part of like the media landscape in my life, but it feels like every single year that the draft coverage gets sharper across the industry. And I think it's just such a fun and exciting time. And this class in particular is fascinating because it's so offensively driven. We really have a loaded quarterback class. And I think it's been fascinating to kind of monitor the way in which we perceive these guys. I mean, I think it's pretty much been a lock for a while, right? That Caleb Williams was going to go number one, but coming out of the season and even before then, Drake May was seemingly the consensus number 2 quarterback. And then Jaden Daniels, maybe there's a chance he goes round 1. Now, he's the favorite to go second overall. JJ McCarthy, a guy who's, frankly, compared to the rest of this class, not thrown all that many passes in college relative to the rest of these guys. But there's an outside chance that he ends up being the number 2 quarterback. So how the top of this draft shakes out as far as the quarterback pecking order, I think is the biggest storyline. It's the most important one because quarterbacks can alter the course of a franchise. So I think how we see that next 3 guys go, whether it's Drake May, whether it's Jaden Daniels or JJ McCarthy, whichever order that's in, I think is going to speak volumes and it'll kind of let us know where the smoke screens were during the draft season and what was real.
Yeah, I mean, quarterback-driven league, and if there are organizations who feel there are quarterbacks that are going to be starters, they will be drafted high because that's what this league is all about. So great call in the beginning of this, John. John, as you're looking through potential betting props, what are you coming across?
So looking around, I mean, the menu of props that we're treated to keeps getting bigger every year. But I'll kind of stick with my initial answer as far as my co-host and my dog Bentley has just joined in as well. He's got some kind of crazy takes about this class, but but he didn't sign up on the sheet, so he's not on the marathon. But speaking of the top 3, you can get the Exacta over on FanDuel, and I think some other sports books offer that particular market. But if you can get it right, then the payout is pretty nice. So I'll do one conservative and one a little bit of a longer shot as far as the top 3 is concerned. I got top 3. This pays out plus 280, so just about 3-1. Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels going 1, 2, 3. Again, that pays out plus 280. But if you're feeling a little frisky, a little 8-1 action, Caleb Williams, Drake May, and JJ McCarthy as your top 3. So that's one that I'm definitely going to have a lot of interest in. Those 2. I think also, continuing on the topic of quarterbacks, a really popular one. We know that there's going to be 4 quarterbacks going probably in the top 10, right? But there's the sticking point. We have the over-under of first-round quarterbacks is set at 4.5 at most sports books. And then if you look at the individual draft position props for both Bo Nix and Michael Penix, both set at 32.5. I'm going to side with the idea that the quarterback market actually dries up after the first 4 guys go, and we don't hear another quarterback's name come off the board until Friday. So I'm taking the under on 4.5 quarterbacks that pays out plus 188 over at FanDuel. So not crazy odds, but still a little bit of plus money there. I just think that once those first 4 go off the board, Nix and Penix are just going to have to wait a little bit. I think that they're high day 2 type of guys, but I'm just skeptical that any team that has like that high second round draft pick ultimately has the ammo and really the desire to move up into the first round and spend what that ends up taking to get there. So I think that those guys are both day 2 guys. Ultimately, I think they both have legitimate shots at being starters in this league, but I don't think that they are going to be the first round quarterbacks. And then last one that I like, that the odds on this one are kind of getting away from me a little bit at this one, so might have to reframe my thinking. But first of all, I heard you and Mario talking about Jonathan Brooks. He is the favorite to be the first running back off the board. I'm not buying that, especially at the odds. I do like Blake Corum as the first running back off the board. His odds have bounced around a little bit, but right now he's plus 450 over at FanDuel to be the first running back off the board. Again, I'd feel a little more confident in it if it was like closer to 3-1, but it's moved back down a little bit. But that could potentially create some value there. So plus 450 for Corum to be the first running back off the board. And I wouldn't hate selecting Trey Benson at around 2-1 also to be the first running back off the board.
You've got fantasy Hall of Famer Greg Kellogg with you on the Blake Corum call. That's his guy. Yeah. So, I mean, great company there, but love that call as well, because that running back market, the way the market sees it, probably not the way the league sees it. And I like that idea of Corum maybe moving in there. So love that call. Now, John, in terms of the rest of the draft, any other predictions yet you'd like to make in terms of either a team, a player, a position? What do you got for us?
So looking around elsewhere, obviously this is a very loaded class at the wide receiver position. Really excited to see how that top 3 shakes out and how that second tier kind of formulates here over time. Is AD Mitchell, like, what is his range? Is he going to be that next guy up after the big 3, or is he going to be someone that's available a little bit later in the first round? I think that lack of experience that he has, in terms of total games played and, him getting out targeted by Xavier Worthy last year in his first season at Texas, it makes me wonder if AD Mitchell is someone that might fall just a little bit. I would really like to see him land with Buffalo. I think Buffalo is in dire need of restocking its receiver position. Will AD Mitchell still be there at that point? Hard to say, but he's a guy that can do it all. He can play above the rim. He can get himself downfield. Really nice package of traits that he has. So I'm hoping and trying to envision a case in which he ends up in Buffalo, but again, might end up going a little bit earlier. Someone that I think the draft market seems to be a little over their skis on is Brian Thomas. I think he's a bit of a one-trick pony. I could see him falling into the 20s. I don't think he's going to fall out of the first round by any means, but I think that he's someone that, you see all the touchdowns he scores last year, and you see the explosive traits with the size and the speed. I don't know that it's not a complete profile that he has. I don't think he's running the whole route tree. So I think that he's someone that more so hears his name called from. I think Mario had it pegged in his first mock, him going to the Steelers at 20. I thought that was interesting, but I don't think that he goes inside the top 20. And then sadly, I love my running backs. I don't think any of them are going in the top 50.
John, like you, there are a number of other intelligent analysts that have been on this show, and across the board, most of them have brought up Brian Robinson and thought after the, going later than his prop. And like you, when I watch the film, I just think he's a good player, but I don't think he's somebody team is going to stack a high first round pick on, because I don't think it's a complete package. And you pointed that out astutely as well. And I think that is definitely a prop. I'm coming out of this marathon saying I have better confidence now about that than before. So I think that's fantastic. John, I know Mario mentioned, but I want you to mention as well, you're going to be doing a lot of work over the draft weekend, and you've done a ton of work leading up to it. Talk about what you've got going and what you'll have going throughout the weekend.
All right, so you'll be able to look forward to. I'm writing an NFL draft props article on this exact topic. That should be dropping sometime Tuesday evening. I will also have my first round mock coming up a little bit closer to go time, probably Thursday morning posting time on that. I will also be running a first round recap, the fantasy fallout. I do that every single year. So the second that the first round's over, I write a couple thousand words on what we just saw and what it means for our fantasy team. So that'll be up on Friday as well. And then Mario, myself, Joe Bartle, and Dan Marcus will be doing live updates on RotoWire throughout the entire course of the draft, pick 1 to pick 256. It's a marathon of our own type that goes on throughout the entire draft. So whether it's Caleb Williams or the center from Eastern Michigan, we've got you covered every single pick of the draft.
You think this is a marathon? Like you said, I don't want it. John McKechnie, Mario Puig, Dan Marcus, Joe Bartle's out those next few days. You guys do wonderful work. So much nose to the grindstone. So keep it up. Great work. We're looking forward to it. John, we'll definitely talk soon.
Great. And speaking of marathons, I see Howard Bender's in here after being at the Fish Marathon at the Sphere all weekend. This is going to be electric. All right, I'm going to let you guys do your thing. Thanks again, Jim.
Thanks, Johnny. Oh, Howard Bender, man, good friend in the house here. Got to sit next to you at the King's Classic last year. Got a little quality time until I was tapping the table, and then he got a little perturbed with me, rightfully so. I thought that was phenomenal, dude. Just great stuff. Anyway, everybody, you know Howard, but he's the head of content at a Fantasy Alarm. Of course, you know him from Sirius XM Fantasy and NY Post Sports. He's everywhere. At Roto Buzz Guy for the 3 people on the planet who don't know him. Howard, what are you looking forward to about the NFL draft?
I'm so looking forward to the end of all the speculation, right? Like that to me, like all of this, the jibber jabber that goes on before the draft. This team's gonna do that. This team's gonna do this. Like, how many times have we seen even Mel Kiper's, little big board just get busted up? So, for me as a fantasy analyst, it's all about where the players land. Like guys are great in college. We know guys are great in college. But the fact is that when you move into the NFL, it's a totally different ball game. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing which players land with which teams so I can see which offensive schemes they fit best with. And that's really kind of where I'm ready to start gnawing on the bone and start being able to start making some better looks towards best ball drafts or full season drafts, anything like that. So landing spots, obviously, Jim, it's the most key thing.
So Howard's right. You're going to let people spin their wheels, have their fun. And when the draft's over, the expert's going to come in and clean up. Love it. No, that's the way to do it, Howard, because you're right. What else matters but landing spot? If you end up a receiver and you don't have a quarterback, good luck. But if you're in a system, might be a difference. You might be Puka Nacua. Who knows, right?
Right.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, by the way, I saw you posting some fish stuff over the weekend. So I was in the gym this day, and I put the XM app on, and I was listening to the Fish Channel. So appreciate it. It was some good listen. So appreciate that.
Oh, my pleasure, man. Yeah, that was I don't know. I'll say this for anybody out there who's a big music fan. It almost doesn't matter what artist you see. I mean, a show at the Sphere it's just kind of mind blowing. It really is.
Oh, how fabulous is that? Howard, let's segue back to the draft. Are there any props that you've identified that look good?
No, not really. I mean, again, I kind of look through it. So when I do this, I mean, I go selfish, right? I mean, Romo Dunes at plus 700 to go 10th overall to my Jets. Like that's kind of where I'm at. Now, I know there are rumors that the Colts might trade up and jump a spot ahead of the Jets. And I know O'Dunes is like plus 140 to go at the 9th pick. So I know that that's in play, but I'll tell you what, man, I would be very happy to see O'Dunes land with the Jets. Just give Aaron Rodgers another weapon. This knucklehead is going to need all the help he can get if he's going to want to help the Jets, look respectable again. So, I mean, that's really, at plus 700, I was like, I might as well just do it because I know he's the main target.
Well, heck, all Rodgers, he's just 4 snaps to outperform his last season. Oh, that's terrible. A rotten human being over here. Howard, are there any? Go ahead.
I'm just saying it hurts. Don't worry.
It does. Oh my God. Hey, I hope he's good this season. I really want to see him play in this offense. I want to see Garrett Wilson have an opportunity. And it's funny with Garrett Wilson, 33rd percentile yard after catch. That wasn't his fault. When the ball's thrown behind you, you ain't getting yards after the catch. When there's 3 defensive backs on you because nobody else to worry about. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what happens. Like I said, Romo Dunze ends up there, maybe even more fun. Howard, are there other predictions in terms of the draft that you'd like to think about in terms of team, player, position? What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'm really kind of curious to see what happens with JJ McCarthy because I don't see Arizona trading down too far if they've got the opportunity to get Marvin Harrison Jr. So I think that kind of puts the onus on the Chargers and really what the Chargers need. Now, the Chargers do need a wide receiver, but this wide receiver class is super, super deep right now. And I think that it's a good spot for the Chargers to be able to get guys without having to break the bank. So it's really going to be a matter of, does Minnesota really feel like JJ McCarthy is their future? And are they willing to trade up, in that aspect there? Because I could see Minnesota trading up to the Chargers and the Chargers dropping down to, say pick 11, right? I mean, the Minnesota, if they're going to do it, they're going to have to trade 11 and 23 together. So if they do that, the Chargers could take Brock Bowers then at 11, which I think is a great spot for him. And I think it's a great pick for the Chargers because giving that pass catching tight end, we saw what Sam Laporta did. The Amon-Ra St. Brown was there in Detroit, but they didn't really have anybody else. And so Laporta became that number 2 target. Brock Bowers has that capability of being a lead target in that offense. So I kind of, I'm looking to see that. My wife, who's a diehard Giants fan, is champing at the bit trying to get JJ McCarthy because she is done with Daniel Jones. She's got the autographed Daniel Jones jersey hanging up, and she's like, I'm finished with this guy. I just can't take him. So that to me is going to be really the linchpin here is where, do the Giants have enough to offer the Chargers? Because Minnesota, we already know, has a great package.
And it's a good question, Howard. Like you said, Minnesota is the 11 and I think 23. That sounds about right. But it's the Giants have the 6. And if a team's going to trade back and you only have to go to 6, even if that means you get a second with that, or even if it's something next year, do you think it's more attractive to get 6 and then something else, even if it's not in this first round, as opposed to the 2 picks? What are your thoughts on that?
See, if I'm the Chargers, I want the 2 picks, right? Because what you can do then is you can take Bowers at 11, and you can probably find somebody at 23. I have a sneaking suspicion that Xavier Worthy, who everybody's kind of predicting as a day 2 guy, I think he steps into the number 1 spot. How many times have we seen GMs and head coaches just go bonkers over a fast guy? Now, Worthy's got good hands. It's not like, this guy's like, Darius Hayward Bay, who
that was the name I was thinking.
Right? Stone hands, Darius Hayward Bay. So I think that Xavier Worthy has that. So if I'm the Chargers, like that's kind of what I'm eyeballing. You get a pass catcher like Brock Bowers at 11, and then later on down in 23, maybe you make a move for a wide receiver. Could it be Xavier Worthy? It's possible. It definitely is. I don't necessarily know if he meshes really with the scheme that what Harbaugh wants to do, but I still think that it's a possibility.
You brought in, oh my God, Greg Roman. He brings in Greg Roman. That worries me a little bit. But that said, you bring up a good point. And it was funny you said Darius Hayward Bay, because I was thinking that in my mind. I didn't want to go low hanging fruit with John Ross, and I'm sure you thought of that as well. But man, that was fabulous that he came up with DHB. Raiders picked him 7th in that draft, I believe.
Yeah.
And I remember that. Wow. Yeah. Well, there you go, Raiders. Al Davis was enamored with speed, and there it was. Howard, tell everybody what you have going on and what you'll be doing in terms of draft coverage with you and the Fantasy Alarm team over the weekend.
All right. Well, I mean, Thursday and Friday, right ahead of day 1 and day 2, the Fantasy Alarm show is the lead-in show to SiriusXM's coverage. So it's going to be a 3-man booth with me, Jim Bowden, and Andrew Cooper, who I know is coming on here, on the show. So the 3 of us are going to dive into everything on day 1 and day 2. Coop and our guy Dan Servidinio, who does all of our college work over at Fantasy Alarm, they're going to be doing a live draft tracker as well. So we're going to make sure that we've got everything in there. And then, throughout this week here on the Fantasy Alarm show on SiriusXM, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, we're going to be bringing on different guys, different beat writers representing the teams. Like today, we've got a guy coming in from Minnesota. Tomorrow, we're going to have somebody coming in from Arizona. So it's these polarizing picks that everybody's looking at and everybody's talking about. We're going to go to those team beat writers. We're going to kind of figure out really what it is. So some good stuff going on over at fantasyalarm.com. We'll have everything available for you guys. We also have a great contest that, we'll post that on the website. It's a free contest to join. Prizes, prizes like I think there's a cash prize attached to it, but we also have things like subscriptions and cheat sheets and draft guides and all that other fun stuff that we like to give away over there. So we're gonna have you set and squared away at fantasyalarm.com this entire week.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of Fantasy Alarm, and you know that. A number of people on your team I work with extensively, and I've always been proud to do that. RotoWire, tried and true here, but Fantasy Alarm, consider us almost brothers. And I tell you what, as great of an analyst as you are, Howard, I'm so happy that you're a friend, and that means more to me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Enjoy the draft, and I know we'll talk soon.
Jim, you're an amazing human. I appreciate you bringing me on here. I appreciate everything you do as well. I'm looking forward to chopping it up in the Kings Classic with you again, buddy.
Yes, we'll arm wrestle. I love it. Take care, Howard. Bye. Is there a doctor in the house? Yes, there is. We have Kevin Murray. I used that line in the last marathon, but nobody remembers that except for you and me. So guess what? It's new to everybody else except for the spoiler that I just threw out. Anyway, FF Unlimited creator, the videos. Kevin just keeps churning out videos of people in the industry who are doing wonderful things. Kevin interviews them, shines a spotlight on them, just brings the community together. Of course, you know your fantasy football, but your contribution to the community has just been insane. And Commissioner of the Year, football guys, you find them at Dr. KJ Murray. Kevin, what are you looking most forward to when it comes to the NFL draft?
Well, I'm fired up for the draft. With Howard just coming on, I'm surprised he didn't do it from the Sphere. I thought for sure he'd be broadcasting from the Sphere. But no, the draft to me, like, that's everything. Like, when I was a kid, like, the NFL draft, I'd wake up on those Saturdays and watch all weekend long. It was like Christmas to me. Seriously, it was one of my favorite days, favorite weekends of the year. It's such a special time because, I mean, you got all the great stories. I love positivity. I love good stories. And the NFL draft always has that. And I remember, I'm a Seahawks fan, tried and true back in the day. But the first season that I ever followed in football, it was the '85 Bears. And that team was so captivating, so many great personalities. And on a draft like this weekend, the one coming up, I think about the Bears. I think about the Bears fans, right? Like, there's so many fans out there that have had, little hope over the years here and there. But this is what it's about, a fan base that can get fired up for all the potential, all the hype, all the excitement that's to come. So I'm excited for just the draft and all the stories and all the fun that centers around it.
Wow, could not have said that better. The draft is hope. That's a beautiful thing. So, Kevin, as you've looked over this draft, are there any betting props that you thought looked interesting?
It's hard, for me, it's really hard to separate the fan versus, analyzing this thing from an objective standpoint. I always go back to just my love for this draft. And as a Seahawks homer, as a Husky fan, like, I want to see Michael Penix drafted in the top 16. I know the Seahawks are sitting there at 16. I think he's going to go somewhere in that top 15, 16, just because I think that there's there's enough teams out there that need that quarterback. Someone's going to take the reach. I mean, he's got his flaws, but he can throw the ball. He can spin it. I think Michael Penix is going to get. I think someone's going to jump ahead for Michael Penix.
All right, I got to move you off of the draft now because you brought my mind to think of something very interesting. Geno Smith with Matt Waldron 2 years ago had his season. And he had already been in the league, 8 years or so, and he had that season. Last year, not quite as good, although his weaponry was better. And now Ryan Grubb comes in. And look, I've looked this over. Chip Kelly had 1 year of success because he ran a breakneck speed in offense and the league was not ready for it. They caught up to him the next year. Jimmy Johnson took on a Super Bowl team. Jim Harbaugh was an NFL quarterback before being a coach at Stanford. There really are not cases where these college coaches come in and run an offense that's any big deal. First, can Grubb do anything close to what Waldron did to Geno Smith? What are your thoughts on Geno Smith going forward?
Yeah, it's hard with Geno. I think he's a serviceable veteran. That's what he is. He's been solid. He's been steady. He's not the long-term answer. And is Howell the answer? I don't think he is. I think they'll want to bring in some competition. I'm not saying that Penix will go to Seattle if he's there at 16. Chances are he'll probably pass him by. But I wouldn't be surprised if they bring in somebody to compete, because I don't think Geno is the long-term answer. And they have to figure out, if they plan on competing, which they definitely do, McDonald is ready to compete in this NFL. They need a quarterback. They need a long-term answer. And the more competition they bring in, the better.
Because skill position-wise, it's an impressive roster. And I know Lockett's getting up there, and last year I think we finally did see a little decline. His targets actually went up. It wasn't like Smith and Jigba was just drag out his target. He had 122 targets, Lockett did. Yeah. And yet the numbers were down from where they were. And again, that might have been Geno. But again, I guess that's probably good with the Seahawks. But it's something to keep an eye on in the draft. That's why I brought that up. Because if they do go for a quarterback, they do have weapons there. So it could be a very fun landing spot for a quarterback. We'll see what happens there. So that said, are there any other predictions that you've come across while looking over the draft? Team, player, position, anything you're thinking?
I like Trey Benson as the number one running back taken. I don't think it's going to be Brooks. I mean, there's teams out there that need a running back, and they need a running back. They don't need a running back that's going to be, down the road like Brooks, super talented. But I think Trey Benson's the guy, and I'd love to see him in Dallas.
It's funny you say that, and then nobody else on this show has mentioned that, but I also have Trey Benson as my number one running back on the board. I do think he could play on all three downs. I think he's better on the first two downs, and I think what he can offer you on those downs is better than what the other running backs in the class bring. But I do think you can get him involved a little bit as a receiver. Not that you're going to play anybody, the Saquon Barkley role or the Christian McCaffrey role. That's certainly not. But nonetheless, I'm with you on that. I do think Trey Benson, and don't be surprised if somebody in the league sees it the same way and makes him the pick. But people are talking Jonathan Brooks coming off an injury. A lot of questions, but I'm with you on that one. I think that we were in the minority, but we'll see how that shakes out. Maybe somebody sees it the way we do. Any other stories about the draft that you're interested in?
Well, I just, I love that it's draft season, which means that it's rookie dynasty draft season, right? Like, I'm so excited to fire up those rookie dynasty drafts. I think it's also a great time of the year to kick off planning for your redraft season, get those live drafts planned, get everything set up. There's no better time to have something kick you, when it comes to getting things going for your fantasy football league. Other things like that, I'm excited for. I'm excited to see where Xavier Worthy goes. I think that someone will jump into the first round and take him. I think he's more than just a sprinter, right? I think someone's going to see him as a guy that can fit in, and be a dynamic piece of the offense. So I think Xavier Worthy is going to get in there.
It'll be interesting to see how that shakes out, but we know the NFL is enamored with speed. We see it year after year after year, and once in a while you have the player that is not just speed, but they have significantly more, and then other times you have, we mentioned it with Howard, John Ross or Darius Hayward-Bay. So It'll be interesting and fun to watch how this goes. Now, you talked about dynasty leagues. That said, some people on the show may not be heavily into dynasty leagues. Sell somebody quickly on a dynasty league and why that would be something that they should do.
Well, if you love football, you're going to love dynasty because it's year round, right? You're more in tune to the draft. If you want to, really get in tune with the NFL, it's dynasty football. I mean, again, I love both. I love redraft. I love dynasty, but if you truly love the game of football and love the off season, dynasty makes you pay more attention to rookie drafts. It gets you better prepared for your redraft seasons because all these rookies at just that higher level.
So tell everybody where they can find you and talk about the great work you have going on. I talked about it earlier, but shed a little more light on that because you really have some wonderful things going on. I watched the videos. I just think they're phenomenal.
Well, I appreciate that so much. I love fantasy football and I love this community. And we have so many great people that contribute. People outside of like the normal, networks that a lot of the just normal redraft players are used to, right? There's so many great content creators, and I want to help, bring some light to their work. So sharing their resources, sharing their stories, getting you to learn a little bit more about the analysts that you follow. I think it just helps. It brings some positivity to the community, and I'm all for that. So I love just sharing resources and sharing personalities, and so in the hopes that people will find new analysts that they can, help win championships with.
And I think one of the things is I've seen so many people that you've interviewed, and I think this has really been a big boost for a lot of people. I think some people deserve the recognition. They hadn't been getting it. I think by you bringing some people in, I think that's been just like from a psyche standpoint, from a community standpoint, expanding it out. I just think it's a service that's out there. Nobody else is really doing this. People interview others, but you really are dedicated to growing the community and making it more, about everybody. And so again, cannot say it enough, Kevin. Appreciate you. I know you interviewed me last year. Thank you for having me on your show. Cannot wait to see you in Canton. I'm sure you'll be there. But otherwise, I hope we talk before then and enjoy the draft.
Sounds good. Take care.
All right. Thanks. All right, everybody. So remember now, RotoWire is a fantasy football podcast, and you may want to subscribe to that one. We got some great shows that come in every week, 4 days a week in the offseason, obviously every weekday during the regular season, and you'll get that on your podcast platform of choice. Myself and Anthony Servino, we do the Monday podcast, and we will have a reaction to the entire draft on that Monday. So be ready for that as well. We'll go over the fantasy fallout of the entire draft. on draft night, Thursday night, opening night of the draft. Why would you want to consider going to the RotoWire show on where you're watching right now? Here's why. We will be very, very fantasy football heavy. For example, when a quarterback gets drafted, we won't just talk about the quarterback. We will talk about how it impacts the other fantasy players on the team. We'll give you instant feedback as to fantasy value for those players. Now, there's a lot of places you can watch your draft coverage, and they all are very good. But if you just want to be all about that fantasy football thing, our show will be dedicated. I'll have on Anthony Servino for the first hour, Alan Soslowski for the second, Joe Bartle for the third. But we think it'll be a very enjoyable show. And of course, if you switch between shows, that's great too. Support everybody out there. There's so much good content. And appreciate everybody being here today. And remember, if you want a free look behind the RotoWire paywall, just go to rotowire.com/Jim. You get 2 days, no credit card needed, and check that out. And you'll have access to everything, all of our sports. I'll always say this. Our baseball coverage is among the best on the planet. It is just, in my mind, there is like so far above second place. And I don't do baseball. So this is basically a tip hat to the baseball team that we do have. Very excited to bring in Josh Larkey. We had Josh on our last marathon, and I'm very happy to bring Josh back again. You find Josh at J Larkey Tweets, and if you follow that, you'll get free fantasy football tips, rankings, free agent advice. Josh Larkey, what's most exciting about this NFL draft for you?
I would say just getting the actual landing spots and draft capital. As we know, for fantasy, draft capital is so important for future fantasy and NFL success. And this is such a strong quarterback and receiver class. And for fantasy, the specific team offense, where we're looking at play caller, quarterback, offensive line, supporting cast, that can really make or break the future perception of fantasy success, which can kind of inflate or buoy their just general trade value. And it also affects the actual results. And I'll give a quick example, since someone out there might be like, Josh, that was way too theoretical. Give me an example. Folks, let's just say that you like Jaden Daniels, Drake May, or JJ McCarthy. We know Caleb Williams goes to the Bears. And then after that, we're like, all right, where are these guys going to go? We have some ideas. There could be some movement. Would you rather that whoever your favorite quarterback is there, let's say the Commanders, they take one of them, there's two guys left. Would you rather that they go to the Patriots, where Kendrick Bourne or Demario Douglas is the wide receiver one? Or would you be a little more excited if you hear ding, 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 Minnesota has now traded up? Would you want them throwing to Kendrick Bourne, Demario Douglas? Or would you say, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson sounds pretty nice? I think we all know the answer to that one. So I think that's just a good example of how important the NFL draft is in terms of perceived value, and then generally what kind of success they're likely to have.
As you mentioned that, Josh, I mean, the Bears right now, DJ Moore, I know Keenan Allen doesn't always stay on the field, but they, Cole Kmet, nice trio. Washington, we're not quite sure what Jahan Dotson is. I'm optimistic. They have Terry McLaurin. So potentially those first two spots, would those be the worst landing spots for quarterbacks?
I really like the Bears and Commanders. Bears especially, since historically the quarterback that goes first overall, they're going to the dumpster fire. It's the team that is about to start their rebuild with this quarterback. And I think anyone that was watching the NFL last year knows that the Bears are actually like very much on the upswing. They were one of the better half NFL teams down the stretch last year. And I think that's pretty critical, that they have a functional offensive line, above average skill players, a good defense. That is very, very, very hard to find for these first overall picks. So the fact that Caleb Williams is, I would say generally scouts, analysts, whoever you talk to would say this looks like someone who could be a first overall pick. And then you look at the environment, very, very exciting. Commanders, I think that's a good spot too. Like you mentioned, there are some weapons there. I don't think it's a bad spot by any means. I just kind of see that the Bears are a great spot. I think the Vikings can be a great spot. Commanders is fine. And then Patriots, I really just do not want my favorite fantasy quarterback or whatnot to end up in that spot specifically.
No, there's no doubt. No, great call on that. Are there any props, Josh, that you see out there that are worth a look?
Jim, I'm glad you asked. I have a great prop for people. Everyone is going to make fun of this if I give the betting odds first. So I'm going to frame it this way, because this is my favorite prop by a lot. Most of what I've already taken has moved in the betting markets. There's only one thing that still remains at reasonable odds that I would say right now I would be taking. at this current price, go to DraftKings. Total round one running backs under 0.5. Essentially saying there are no running backs going in the first round. Now, I will say the odds are minus 1,600. That's going to turn some people off. But I think we need to reframe this. I have an economics background. I like making money. I don't think anyone listening to this stream does not want to make money. If your financial advisor called you up and said, hey, Jim, in 4 days, would you like a 6.25% return on investment in 4 days from now? I think you would say yes. I would say yes. There's no running backs are going to go in round one. Sorry, folks. Circa Sportsbook is the one place I found that actually has any kind of draft slot over-unders for running backs. We love Jonathan Brooks, right? Oh, actually, Jonathan Brooks, 62.5. Wow, he might not even make round two. Trey Benson, 71.5. That's in the third round. Blake Corum, 88.5. That's the middle of round three. Like, these guys are basically going at the round two, round three turn. We think in a class that has awesome round one talent, some team's going to take a running back. I mean, when we look at 2022, there were no round one running backs that year. So people out there that are like, oh, has this ever happened? I remember Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker being really good running back prospects and going in round two. Breece Hall is such a just head and shoulders above anyone even remotely in this class. He went round two. Last year, we had Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs going round one. And folks, they were consistently getting mocked in the first round of reputable mock drafts. I have not seen a single reputable mock draft that has any running backs in round one. I hate to use the term lock or free money, but I think we are as close to that as possible. I have never given out a draft bet before that I have as much conviction on as this one. It sounds gross. You have to put a lot of money to make actual money. But I think the way we should frame it is if your financial advisor said, would you like a 6% return on investment in 4 days' time? I would say yes. I think most people out there would say yes. There we go. Only on DraftKings. The odds are either worse on other sports books or it's simply just not listed anymore because they just know they're going to lose if they offer that.
Josh, I'm real quick. Alan Soslowski's to bump it so I can make a restroom break. And you're going to tell us in the meantime, any other predictions or ideas you have about a team, player, or position.
Alan, let me give you a couple predictions here.
By the way,
with Arizona,
you know me, I love that minus 1,600. But what if that financial advisor also said to you, there's like a 1% chance you could lose it all?
You know what? I have already put a lot of money onto this bet.
You're not losing. You're not losing.
I really,
you know,
it's one of those things where I ultimately, I was talking to, I forget who I was talking to the other day, but they essentially framed it as this. And I think it's a great way to look at it. If a GM takes a running back in round one of this class, that's truly a fireable offense. There's such good talent that might not even make it into round one.
Yeah.
That to think like Jonathan Brooks, 1 year sample towards ACL. Trey Benson never really held high volume in college. Blake Corum, awesome in 2022. Meniscus tear, not good in 2023. I mean, there's just no great running back prospect that deserves round one.
Yeah,
couple
the odds
predictions.
The odds should probably be like minus like 5,000. The true.
Yeah, I was going to say it should be like minus 5,000, minus 7,000, minus 10,000. It should be something like that. It should borderline be like the Caleb Williams pick one to the Bears at this point.
No, it is a really like minus 1,600 normally is like a complete stay away. It is a very, I love the way you framed it. I know that we talked about it a couple times. It's been on my mind. If only I could access Circa from Florida, we would have
the draft is like 4 days away, 6.25% ROI, folks.
Hey, Josh, I know Jim asked you a question, but I have you here. So I want to utilize your depth of knowledge of the rookie class.
Let's go for it.
Of the big three receivers, right? That everyone says they would be wide receiver one in any class. Give me the downside of each of them quickly. What happens if they don't realize their total upside potential and they just become like, what's I guess really what I'm saying is what's the floor for someone like Rome Odunze?
So with Rome Odunze, a common comp to him is Allen Robinson. And we've seen kind of how Allen Robinson's declined in his career after many, many, many good fantasy years. With Rome Odunze, he picks up a couple injuries and suddenly he can't separate. And he's just this big-bodied receiver who is good, not great. And he's good for the NFL. He's getting 800-900 yards a year. We can't really start him in fantasy. Marvin Harrison Jr., he's not great after the catch, and the NFL is moving towards after the catch receivers. So I'd say the downside would involve his lack of playmaking after the catch point. And then with Malik Neighbors, he's kind of a 50-50 slot out wide guy. The NFL is moving towards more NFL production, more fantasy production in the slot, but we could always back out of that trend. We could always go back to the bigger bodied outside wide receiver who gets it done. If that trend happens 2-3 years down the line, suddenly you look at Neighbors and you're like, oh, this is a good, not great fantasy asset. Ultimately, I really like all three of these players. But if we want to talk about downside, I think that's the path to each of them not hitting their true potential.
There's a market in talking about the downside content. All right, guys, I'll let you get back to it. Great stuff, Josh.
Thanks, Al. Josh, could you please remind people where to find you and what you'll be doing over the draft weekend?
Folks, you can find me on Twitter/X at JLarkeyTweets. Jim, thanks for having me. I will be covering the NFL draft this week. I will be in the Player Profiler house. I have The Dominator. It's a weekly podcast I do for Player Profiler. I will be covering all 7 rounds of the draft live for them. Very excited for that. So check out
the great work.
Twitter. Check out the draft house.
Yeah, keep up the great work. Thanks for coming on, Josh, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks. The Drake. We got the Drake in the house. Yes. Brian, you can find Brian at Drake Fantasy. Works for Fantasy Points. Good friend of mine, known Brian since 2019. Met at the Kings Classic. I remember that. Just been great fantasy knowledge. You keep coming on my shows. Appreciate that. What are you looking forward to, Brian, about the 2024 NFL draft?
Well, thank you for having me. I literally just got in the door 30 seconds ago. My daughter had a cheerleading competition in Hershey Park, Pennsylvania yesterday. So I thought, we got to get home. I got to go talk to Coventry. So what I'm looking forward to most, it's kind of the teams telling us what they want to do and actually going out and doing it. So what I mean by that is we try to all sit here and predict who's going to draft all these quarterbacks and whatnot. We can just look around. There's teams with one quarterback on their roster. Like the Patriots, we know teams like the Giants and the Commanders and the Broncos, who I don't care that they just added Zach Wilson. Who cares about him? He's nobody. But we know these teams have upper management, Jim, that didn't select the current quarterback. They want their own guy. Maybe it's a little bit of self-preservation, whatever it is. In the case of the Giants, look at all the work they've done on this quarterback class, not to mention they flirted with Russell Wilson a little bit. So it wouldn't shock me at all if the Giants stayed where they were and took a quarterback, or maybe they tried to get up and jump up, let's say 2 spots and get themselves a quarterback. I think that's really what's going to happen there is the Giants are going to be the first player here to try to jump up and sweet talk the Arizona Cardinals.
I've been with you on that as well, Brian, because the 6th pick is great capital. I mean, yes, we had a team with the 12th, the 13th. I think the Vikings have the 11th, but the 6th is a completely different ballgame. It's a totally different level of player. And I know the Vikings have 2 first-round picks, but the 6th pick in conjunction with something else, that's real value. So the Vikings have a big bargaining chip. Any word on that?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Giants, you look at that point chart that I think Jimmy Johnson made a million years ago. Going from 6 to 4 isn't going to kill you, and you're not going to have to give up all sorts of crazy future picks. Hopefully, Minnesota's got the 2 1s. We know they're taking a quarterback. There's no question about that. So they're going to try to get maybe aggressive. And I think that's why we're starting to see Schefter leaking it out there. Oh, Arizona's open for business. They want that price to go up. If the Giants want to get there, Minnesota wants to get there. Yeah, you're going to give us both your 1s this year, and you're going to give us a 1 next year, and we're going to keep going down the line. So that's what makes it fun. These NFL general managers finally woke up, and it's like the NBA draft now where you got trades going left and right and up and down, and teams are moving all around. And Arizona, nobody was moving more than they were last year. So there's no way in my mind they stay at that number 4 pick.
Oh, you got me even more excited than I was about the draft, and I have been really excited. So thank you for sharing that, Brian Drake. What are any props that you may have come across that you think look interesting?
So it's funny because I'm actually going to be recording a prop show like as soon as you and I hang up with Joe Dolan and Tom Brawley for Fantasy Points. And here's a prop. It's not necessarily a prop you can make much money on because it's kind of even money right now. But from a football and fantasy, mindset, this cannot happen. Brock Bowers over under 11.5. So like I said, it's basically even money. I need him to go to the Cincinnati Bengals at 18. We
Yes.
as a fantasy community need Brock Bowers to go to the Bengals at 18. There's no reason in the world the Jets should be taking him at 10 when you've got 2 tackles with AARP cards. You know, you got Tyler Conklin already there on the roster. He'll be fine. If he slips past the Jets, we could see him go to Indy at 15. But again, that's well over the over. So I'm taking Conklin on the over just on the fact that football common sense needs to, come through here at some point.
So Bowers over or after the 10th pick. Love that call. And boy, the Cincinnati one, if he were to surface there, Tyler Boyd's gone, free agent. He had 2 different dips in his career. And the tight end right now is Mike Gesicki at 29 years old, Tanner Hudson, and Joe Burrow. That middle of the field is going to have a lot of space because defenses have to worry about Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And Burrow's always been good in the middle. If you add Brock Bowers there, oh my goodness, we could see an enormous number of production for that tight end. So I love that call, Brian Drake. Were there any other props that you wanted to mention?
Oh, geez. I mean, the other thing I want people to remember is when they're looking at props, be it FanDuel or whatever, the props are specific to the draft slot a lot of the time. So make sure when you do that, it's like, who's going to go, 4th overall? That doesn't necessarily mean they're going 4th overall to Arizona. It's who do you think is going to go 4th overall in that slot? So maybe if you're picking a quarterback to go there with the odds, you're going to say, okay, that might be the Giants. That might be the Vikings. So just word to the wise out there. Some people forget about that when they're looking at these props.
No, that's fantastic. And when we're done with this and we're at the end, and make sure you talk about the prop show that you're doing with Joe and Tom. It'll be important to repeat that.
It's going to be a great show. I haven't even recorded it, but trust me, it's the greatest.
You guys are prepared. It's, of course, going to be a great show. We know. That's why I told you we're going to hype it later. Any other predictions about the draft, Brian? Team, player, position?
Yeah, you know what? I got to talk about my Philly Birds because it wouldn't be a show without me crowbarring and some Eagles talk. So I think Philly is in a prime spot here where they have to move up from 22 to get themselves a corner, right? They've got the oldest and slowest corner duo in the NFL right now with Darius Slay, James Bradbury. So I think they're going to look at that speedster Wiggins out of Clemson, but you're going to have to trade up to do so. You're not going to get him at 22. I doubt you get Terrion Armstead either at 22 either. So they haven't taken a first-round corner. This is crazy. When I looked this up, 2002, Lito Shepherd was the last corner they took early in the first round. So if they can't get a corner, I think they go edge because, they have to restock that edge, right now, losing Hassan Reddick. They just made the trade for Huff or the free agent signing of Huff there. But Philly's got to get a corner. They got to get younger. They've got to get someone who doesn't cost them an arm and a leg because Howie Roseman's been really bad at drafting corners. Really is bad at drafting wide receivers too. The farther away from the football you get, the worse Howie Roseman is at drafting you. He kind of goes out and just buys his receivers and he buys his corners. So I think this year he's going to try to not do that. And if they can get Wiggins out of Clemson, I think that's a home run for Philadelphia in this new Vic Fangio led defense.
Oh, that's a great call. And Vic Fangio, if nothing else, I know the talent has some issues, but you can bring in a little talent. Fangio can do a lot of good things by a defense that could gel by mid to late season, and that could be real helpful for the Philly playoff chances. Brian, tell everybody where they can find you. Remind them what you got going on draft-wise, the podcast you're about to record, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, so hit me up on Twitter, X, whatever you're calling it these days, at Drake Fantasy. Doing a lot of great work over at Fantasy Points, recording podcasts with Joe Dolan, Tom Brawley today. So check us out over on YouTube at Fantasy Points or your podcast feed. Just search Fantasy Points. I'm also writing some content over at Sportskeeda and Fighting Chance Fantasy. You can find me. I'm all over the place. I'm a nomad. Wherever you got $1, I'll come write an article for you. That's kind of the state of the business these days.
Hey, you listen to my shows enough, you're going to hear plenty of Brian Drake, whether it's on XM or here. So appreciate you, Brian. Enjoy the heck out of the draft, and I look forward to talking to you soon, my friend.
Thanks, brother. Great job. See you.
All right, thank you. Oh, we're 5 hours in, Nate. Excited to have you here. This has been good, man. Energy level still high. Got great people coming on. Nate Polvok here, Fantasy Pros, IDP Plus, FF Dino Diehards, and Razzball. Where don't you find Nate? And you find him at Nate Polvok, Polvogt, on the X machine. Nate, when you're thinking about this 2024 draft, what are you most looking forward to?
Jim, I want to know what's going to happen in these first 10 picks because we know Caleb Williams is going to Chicago. I mean, that's pretty much settled unless something absolutely crazy happens. Well, we don't know who's going to. Is it going to be JJ McCarthy? Is it going to be Drake May? Are we going to get Jaden Daniels there? Or is the Commanders going to screw all of our props, right, and go with Marvin Harrison? So that's kind of where I'm at here. I'm also excited to see what the Vikings do. Are they going to try to trade up to get McCarthy? And we'll talk about that here more towards the end of my time with you, but I think there's a good shot that they do. He fits their scheme, right? He's a very Kirk Cousins type passer, and that's what they've been successful with before. So that's what I'm excited the most to see what the Vikings do, I think.
Yeah, the Vikings definitely having those 2 first-round picks. It is going to be interesting. And like you said, those first 10 picks, we are all on the edge of our seats waiting to see what happens. And the trades, we got to have a trade somewhere too. So excited there. So that said, as you've looked through this process, Nate, are there any prop bets that have materialized? You're like, oh, this is a good one.
So the first one is McCarthy to Minnesota at plus 140. It's plus money, right? I'm not a guy who takes a lot of big stabs when it comes to draft props. This is one I'm okay with, plus 140. I don't think it's really that crazy, right? I mean, all the chatter we've been hearing. The second one that I like is under 6.5 wide receivers going in the first round. And here's why. Because we've got MHJ, Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze. We know that they're going to be in the first 10 picks. We know that. Past that, you've got Brian Thomas, maybe Adonai Mitchell going there at the back end of the first round. We might see Ladd McConkey or Roman Wilson sneak into that first round, but past that, I can't see any of these guys going higher, right? Most of these receivers are day 2 and day 3 guys. If we get over 6.5, I will shave my head.
I will too. Oh, wait.
Wait a minute. Well, I barely have anything left, so it's not a huge sacrifice for me either.
No, but that's great. And you're on this because we're a large fantasy football community. A lot of the people who talk draft are offense, and we want to move these offensive skill position players way up. And like you said, top 3 receivers, profiles are excellent, starting strong receivers, players you want and want to make sure they're high first round picks. After that, plenty of limitations on other players. And like you said, that makes me think there is no way there are going to be 4 more of those receivers going in the first round. So I think you are really onto something here. So that would be less than 6.5 receivers going in the first round of the NFL draft. Were there any other props or was that the one?
That was the one. Those were the 2 that we've got here.
That
right. One prop, under 6.5, I think it was minus 120, but it's still money. Stack that with the McCarthy bet.
Right, and the McCarthy one was the other one. Yeah, so excellent there. What else would you like to predict when it comes to the draft? Team, player, position, anything like that?
So the first thing, this might be a little hot, but I think Marshawn Lloyd might be the first running back off the board. He's been moving up a lot of people's boards. I had him at the top heading into Mobile at the Senior Bowl. I just need to see him do the receiving work. He did it so well in practice all week. I think he's the best running back in this class. I know there are a lot of people that don't want to hear that. They like Braylon Allen, and that's fine. You can like Blake Corum. You can like these guys, but he's the most complete back, in my opinion. He does everything. The second one is Michael Penix. He's been gaining some traction, and now I don't like this, but I think he goes round 1, Jim, and I think he goes ahead of Bo Nix.
I could totally see that. I mean, look, once you get the top 3 quarterbacks off the board, what we see watching film, we see more and more holes the more quarterbacks we see. And some are going to see different points they like about Nix or Penix. And so you're right. That could easily slip into the equation because, again, the fantasy and the draft community, maybe we're overcooking this and we're not seeing it like NFL scouts. So I think that's a very plausible idea there as well. And I think that's an astute observation. Now, that said, is there a specific team that you're interested to see besides the Vikings? I know you want to go quarterback. Is there another team that you're keeping an eye on in this draft and maybe hoping they move in a certain direction?
So I'm looking at Denver, and it's not just because I'm obviously Broncos guy living in Denver here, but this Zach Wilson move confuses me. I think it confused a lot of people today. There had been some talk that maybe Zach Wilson could get traded to Denver, but I don't think anyone really believed it would happen. Now here we are, and all this talk of the Broncos trading up in the first round to get a quarterback. I mean, that seems to be done, right? We can stop talking about that. But are they going to go late with a quarterback? Are they going to grab a guy like, are they going to take a flyer on Joe Milton? Are they going to go after a guy like Michael Pratt out of Tulane who's been climbing up some people's boards? What is this team going to do? Because they're hurting. And if they're going to roll out Zach Wilson, you almost have to be out on Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Greg Dulcich, that whole running back core. You almost can't trust them in fantasy this year. So are they going to make some moves to make this better for all of us Broncos fantasy managers? Or are they riding this year off and hoping to get Shedeur with the 101 next year?
You know, as you say that, Nate, and for those just tuning in, and I've been on the air, so I don't know the details of the trade, but Zach Wilson is now on the Broncos, as you said, Nate. And how does a general manager watch film on Zach Wilson and offer anything for him? If you're saying we'll bring him as our number 3, that's fine. But my guess is they would have eventually cut him. There's no way they would have kept him on the Jets roster. So what is it that would say we're bringing him in? Is it, other teams don't know what they're doing, they had something? What in your mind could possibly happen where a team would say, yes, we're going to give something for Zach Wilson?
I think Sean Payton thinks he's the quarterback whisperer. Look at Drew Brees, right? I mean, Brees was good in San Diego, but he wasn't Hall of Fame caliber in San Diego, and he elevated that in New Orleans. Maybe that's what he sees. Maybe he thinks he can turn Zach Wilson into an all-pro style quarterback, somebody who's sufficient enough to take this team to an AFC championship or a Super Bowl. Because that's really the only thing I can think of, Jim. I mean, otherwise it doesn't make sense.
No, I like that because, yes, a lot of times the ego of coaches is that I'm smarter than everybody else. I can fix what somebody else couldn't fix. So when you elaborate it that way, I totally could see Peyton being that guy saying, like you said, the quarterback whisper. Oh yeah, I saw some traits. I can make this work. And we saw last year with Russell Wilson. Well, they invested. They brought Ben Powers in for the interior. They brought Cole McKivitz out for the line. So they bolstered their run. Those are run blockers. And they were going to bring in a run-first game and make Russell Wilson a game manager. Well, a lot of that plan is still in place. So you're not under that current roster construction. You might be looking for somebody maybe not to carry the team, but to be a game manager, because that's all Wilson was. Is that possible?
I think it's possible. And I think there's enough there with Wilson that if he's not asked to do too much, he could be a Trent Dilfer. But I think that's his ceiling. This guy's never going to be all world. He's not that mobile. He's got a good arm, but he makes poor decisions. We'll see what he can do with him. But yeah, game manager. That's what he's got to be looking at it as. Like, he's decent enough, and I can mold him to a place where he can be a sufficient game manager until we can bring in a rookie quarterback.
Wow. I roll my eyes. I just roll my eyes, and I know a lot of us do. And again, people are paid to be NFL general managers and coaches and things like this, and I get it. They know a million more times than we do, but what we saw is what we saw. Nate, tell everybody where to find your work, what you'll be doing over draft weekend so that they can keep up with you.
You can find me at Nate Polvett on Twitter. That's POLVOGT. I am on Razzball with the Dynasty Diehards. I've got some stuff coming out here towards the end of the month with Fantasy Pros, which is going to be great. And for the draft, I will be on the Club Fantasy live stream for day one, co-hosting with the one and only Josh Hudson. And then I have 2 articles, some wrap-up articles coming out on IDP Plus after the first and second round. And then Saturday, I'm going to go celebrate at Cypress Hill at Red Rocks.
Oh my gosh, you're going to have one heck of the weekend. A lot of great work coming out. Hey, I tell you what, Nate, keep up the great work. Appreciate you. Happy you joined the show today. Look forward to interacting with you in the future, but enjoy the heck out of that draft.
I will. Thanks for having me, Jim. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Tom Strachan's in. Tom, you got a time zone difference than we do, don't you?
Yeah, that's it. It's 9:20 p.m. over here in the UK.
All right, well, I'm glad it's not later than that, but at my age, that would be my bedtime, so I'm glad you're here. Hey, so Tom, so glad you're here. NFL Fantasy, DFS, and Best Ball writer for Fantasy Pros, taking care of business there. You find Tom at NFL_T Strack, STRACK. Tom, in the terms of the 2024 NFL Draft, what are you most looking forward to?
So for me, the one big thing that I can't wait to see, it's what happens at the running back position. And it's not just about the rookies, because when you look at ADP right now for best ball, where you're looking at dynasty or even early redraft, There are some running backs who are in really fragile positions. I'm talking about guys like James Cook, Ramondre Stevenson, Travis Etienne, Derrick Henry, even like guys like Pacheco, who've probably got a stranglehold on the job, James Conner, Kyron Williams. They're all players that we might not think that teams need to add another back to the backfield. But time and time again, we see teams go, okay, well, this player is the top player on our board. The value's really good. We're going to do it. And then you've got backfields like the Raiders, the Bengals, the Chargers, Cowboys, Panthers. All of these backfields could be changed astronomically in the space of a week. And it doesn't even matter that this isn't a good running back class. Yes, there's no Bijan Robinson. Yes, there's no Breece Hall. But there's guys who are role players, and those role players can come in, take a bit of the work, guys like Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, and they can take meaningful touches from a starter, and that's going to really impact where we draft both rookie and the veteran.
I think that is a great observation, and you point out a number of teams, and you're right. There are some very open running back backfields. You also mentioned teams where there's players who are going to get starts when starters miss time. So I think that's a great way to frame this draft. And as you're intimating, when we get through with the draft, these landing spots, it's really going to change our fantasy analysis, because that's really what it's all about. It's where you end up. So I think that's a great point to start of what you're looking forward to in the draft. Now, were there any props that you came across that you thought were looking good?
Yeah, so for me, the one that kind of catches my eye at the minute is the first non-quarterback drafted market. So bear with me whilst I play out the scenario that kind of took hold of me when I was looking at this. So let's say quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, which doesn't seem too crazy. Then the Cardinals trade out after those 3 quarterbacks. Somebody comes up to get that QB4. Chargers are on the clock at 105. They've got the first pick. Now, Marvin Harrison here is minus 500 to be the first non-quarterback taken, but Joe Alt is plus 1,000. Consensus top offensive lineman, a position the Chargers really need. Chargers GM Joe Ortiz, he was with the Ravens when they selected a tackle in this range from Notre Dame in Ronnie Stanley. That worked out really well. And I just think as much as this wide receivers, the top guys are insanely good, there's always a chance that some teams are going to say, this wide receiver class is so good, we'll go and find wide receiver later. So I like Joe Alt. If you want to get really spicy, you could look at Brock Bowers at the same position for like 50 to 1. But I think Joe Alt is worth a small amount of money for kind of a long shot bet there.
That's a phenomenal prop, because if you think about it, and you kind of pointed this out, we got Greg Roman running the offense, we got Jim Harbaugh, and the talk has been, we're going to try to play defense and we're going to try to run the football. And ultimately, an offensive line is super important. And Justin Herbert right now doesn't have much in the way of weapons. Adding one weapon doesn't make it tangibly better. Protecting him is far more important. And like you said, they could address the receiver position afterwards. They have high draft picks in their rounds. So there is plenty of opportunity. Yeah, may not be the superstar receiver, but I think you're onto something here, that offensive line would be a way to go. Were there any other props you found?
No, that kind of stood out for me. I think the only other thing that I was looking at was really whether Michael Penix goes in the first round. At the minute, I saw he was 47 odds on to go in the first round. But it just really feels like Michael Penix's PR team, they've really been working hard over the last few weeks. It's been a constant stream of inside reporters saying, okay, Michael Penix is going inside the first round. Coaches love him. Coaches love him. But it wasn't that long ago that we were getting these about Malik Willis, and Malik Willis was going to go inside the top 10. Lots of very clever people put Malik Willis inside like the top 10 of mock drafts as we got close to the draft. And Michael Penix just feels like the kind of player that he could definitely slip. He's had 4 season-ending injuries. In the 6 years which he spent at college, he only played more than 6 games twice. And I don't think he's going to fall like to the 3rd round or so. But I don't think that teams are going to be clamoring for that 5th-year option on an older quarterback like himself at 23 with question marks, when there's so many premium positions which you could take at the end of the first round, like wide receiver, offensive line, and even some of the defensive options towards the back end of that first round.
Yeah, Tom, you laid that case out well. And I like how you talked about the smoke screens that get sent out through agents because it's a real thing. And not many people, a few people brought it, but not many. But it's an important part of this process. And when a player's value gets in the media highly inflated this late in the game, that's not the teams. The teams are not telling you what they want to do. This is smoke and mirrors from the media and the agents. That's all it is. And so the teams have done their player evaluations. The teams are not going to raise the stock of a player. And I love the Malik Willis discussion because you're right. The community had him put up, and largely probably the fantasy community and the draft Twitter. Well, yeah. Oh yeah. Top 5 pick Malik Willis. Well, we saw where he went and we saw why he went there. And so I love that call. Tom, are there any other predictions, team, position, player that you'd like to make about this draft?
Well, the one that seems to be picking up a little bit of a drumbeat is that the Rams would go with an offensive player early on. You know, Sean McVay hasn't had a first round pick in absolutely, my lifetime, like 30, 40 years. Are we talking? But yeah, seriously though, like there seems to be a steady drumbeat from people connected to him. Peter Schrager mocked them to a wide receiver in the first round. Peter Schrager and Sean McVay are good friends. We've gotten to know each other well over the years, and I always put a bit of sway in that. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Rams did something like take a good wide receiver and really just, rather than waiting to get to a point where Cooper Kupp moves on potentially next year, you add in another wide receiver and you make a strength a real strength. That's what good teams do. That's how good teams build. And it can leave us in the fantasy community sometimes a little bit perplexed. You look at the Jackson Smith-Njigba selection for the Seahawks last year. It didn't feel like they desperately needed that wide receiver 3. But instead of going, okay, well, we've got Tyler Lockett kind of on the fringe, you take a strength and you make it an even bigger strength, and you force defenses to have to figure you out in ways that they don't want to. So, yeah, the Rams taking an offensive player feels pretty strong to me.
I like that. And there's plenty of precedent for teams doing that. It's smart. If that's what you're looking to do, then add a receiver. Don't worry about what you have. We've seen teams with a good running back add another running back, and usually not the worst play in the world. So I think that's sound logic. All that said, Tom, one quick question, like a minute or so on it. Caleb Williams, superstar, solid starter, or a lot of question marks? What do you thought?
So for me, Caleb Williams is, I don't think I can ever remember. I've been following the NFL since about 2009, and I don't think I can ever remember a number 1 overall pick going to a team where he had 2 Pro Bowl receivers and, a good defense and a good selection of running backs, between Khalil Herbert, Roshan Johnson, DeAndre Swift. I'm not really sure what the Bears are planning on doing snap to snap, but they're all good options. And when I look at what they're building for him, it's going to help him not have to be play out of structure as much as he did at times towards the end of his college career. He's got Keenan Allen, who is going to be one of the absolute easiest safety blankets to rely on in the NFL. He's coming off a year where he had 11.5 targets per game and led the NFL. No other player had over 10 per game. And Keenan Allen is just getting better and better with age. Obviously, there's going to be chances that his hamstrings might not hold up. But then you've got DJ Moore. You've got Cole Kmet. Yes, he goes missing at time and you don't want him in redraft, but then you've got Gerald Everett behind him. I can't think of a better situation for Caleb Williams. And for me, in best ball drafts, I'd be happy taking him in that sort of QB 11 to 13 range in drafts.
So, Tom, great stuff. Tell everybody where they can find you and what you got going on for the draft. I know you might have mentioned it earlier, but let's hear it again.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at NFL_TStrack. Right now, we're just hammering a load of content on our YouTube channel, The Fantasy Sanctuary. We've got almost 40 individual rookie videos between 4 to 7 minutes long, all of them rookie mock drafts. We'll have dynasty rankings out pretty much as soon as the draft ends. Then as soon as Monday comes around, best ball season, 2 best ball shows a week until we get to the season, and it's just going to keep on churning.
Oh, what a great thing. We love the NFL. It never stops. It never slows down. Tom Strachan, nice to have you on. Hopefully we interact soon and enjoy the draft.
Cheers, Jim.
Got Dustin Ludke in the house. Dustin, you can find, Dustin from Fantasy Pros FF, contributor at the QB list. You find him at the D Unit 13. Dustin, It's almost here. What are you most excited about for the 2024 draft?
Man, I'm really excited. I know everyone is excited for the top half of the draft. I'm excited for the bottom third of the draft, picks 20 to 32. That's where I think we're going to see a lot of trades and a lot of fantasy value. We'll see fantasy players at the top, obviously the quarterbacks, the top receivers, but that bottom third is where I think we'll see a lot of other wide receivers sneak in there, some sneaky landing spots. You're looking at Pittsburgh, Dallas, maybe Arizona, Buffalo, Baltimore, San Fran, KC, all in the first round need receivers. Plus, you have Carolina, who has picked 32 and 39. So basically the first and seventh pick in the second round. New England's at the top of the second round, and Washington has 2 early picks in the second round who could trade up. So I'm looking to see what happens there, see if we get lots of trades for these wide receivers in this kind of deep class. There's that group there that could see a lot of fluctuation, some good landing spots for them, good offenses for us for fantasy. So that's where I'm excited for that back half of this first round.
Well, I sure hope you're right. Me being a fantasy football guy like yourself and many out there who are watching, we want to see those skill position players land. So yes, watching where the receivers go, that's going to be some must-see TV, and hopefully it comes to fruition Thursday night. Are there any props you identified that look like they're solid plays?
Yeah, so staying on that same line, I looked at teams to draft a wide receiver with their first pick. And out of that group, San Fran plus 340. Okay, good odds. Chiefs minus 120. Bills minus 240. But what stood out to me was the Pittsburgh Steelers are at plus 550 to draft a wide receiver with their first pick. They have the best odds out of that group of teams I named to draft a wide receiver first pick. So 550 is a really good odds that they might draft a wide receiver. You can put $10 down and win 55, 65. Like, it's a good bet for you that I think they're going to take wide receiver. They just have George Pickens and who? Pat Freiermuth at tight end. I mean, Calvin Austin Jr.
And Jefferson.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot there. So it's George Pickens. Do they go out and get a Ladd McConkey or Xavier Worthy or a Brian Thomas? They'll be the first in that tier that can draft a receiver unless someone trades ahead of them. So they can kind of dictate where these wide receiver goes. So I'm interested in that bet prop. Steelers to draft a wide receiver with their first pick at 550.
You mentioned Ladd McConkey, and I frequently talk about NFL plays roughly 75% zone nowadays. And we saw tight ends, not McConkey's a slot receiver, of course, you can play outside, but we see the tight ends last year get drafted. The tight ends are hitting. And it's like, well, this wasn't like the elite class of all elite classes. I believe it was a talented class, but it was zone defense. And obviously the slot receivers fit into that as well. We see players like Amon-Ra St. Brown. Obviously he's a great player, but had he not come in the league when he did, maybe we don't see that crazy level of production because he's like the zone beater. So what do you see for McConkey in terms of him fitting right in against the heavy zone bases of the NFL?
Yeah, he runs that. He's a route technician on some level. When I watch his film and I look at kind of the numbers, like his ability to run routes and find open space in zone is where he shines. He is not going to be your dominant outside receiver on a team. He's not going to be, a guy who's going to line up on the outside and beat a guy, contested catch guy. That's not his game. He's a Cooper Kupp where he's going to run those digs, those slants, those curls, make room, make himself open for his quarterback. So he can slide in. He's going to have a quarterback that can play kind of a little bit ad lib. Patrick Mahomes, I've had Ladd McConkey mock the Chiefs for a while. Someone who doesn't go, okay, he's going to run a post. It's giving him the freedom to go, okay, he's supposed to run a post, but he turns it into a curl or turns it into a slant, and the quarterback can recognize that and change on the fly and kind of play, hey, this is an option route. So he's a special talent. I just wonder if he can be, depending on if it's going to matter for him, but if he gets a good quarterback that can play in that style, I think he's going to do well.
Yeah, and again, we talk about it all the time, right? Landing spot means everything.
Landing spot means everything.
Quarterback, coach as well. Is a coach gonna, hey, you get Sean McVay, and all of a sudden, if you have ability to, do choice routes, you're gold. And so, right, landing spot's gonna be everything. But I am excited for Ladd McConkey. What other predictions, Dustin, do you have about the draft team, position, player, any of that?
So I'll give you one with another prop bet. I think the New Orleans Saints take a quarterback before some of these other teams, before the Raiders, before maybe even Denver, before the Giants. So I looked at them to pick Michael Penix plus 1,300, them to pick Bo Nix plus 1,300, them to pick Spencer Rattler plus 1,300. So you could bet $10 on each of those, and if they draft one of them, you're going to win 140. So you're going to get really good odds on that. You can cover all those bases that they're going to be in that second tier of quarterback. $10 on each, and you make pretty good money coming back. So plus 1,300 for all three of those teams.
for all three of those players to be drafted by the Saints, I really like it. I think the Saints eventually have to move on from Derek Carr. He's obviously just been not great. They've been kicking the can of his contract down the road. I think they draft a guy. I think they go after Bo Nix. I can see Spencer Rattler. I would love them to get Michael Penix because I think he is the best quarterback in this class. I would love to see him get him, but I think they're going to take a guy second or third round, and I think you can win betting that. So I'm interested where that goes.
Yeah, 1 year of the Derek Carr experiment, and it might be time to draft yourself a new quarterback or get 5 new linemen. Those are your two choices. And I think getting drafted the quarterback might be easier than getting 5 new linemen. Because if Derek Carr isn't pristine, maybe not so good. Other predictions you have about the draft, Dustin?
Yeah, I don't have predictions, but I'm curious to see what happens with these receivers. You know, Brandon Ayuk, T. Higgins, Nico Collins, Cortland Sutton. Do they get traded, and for what? We haven't seen players get traded in the first round really since 2022. Last year we only had one. It was a linebacker got thrown in a trade. We're probably not going to see them all go in the first round, but those teams in the back half of the first round, if you're looking at, do I draft Keenan Coleman or A.D. Mitchell, or do I just trade that for Brandon Ayuk? I think I'd rather have Brandon Ayuk. You have to get a known commodity out of that. So are you going to trade that pick for that receiver? Do they get traded knowing that you're going to have to pay them big money? You've got 4 guys. If you've got Ayuk, T. Higgins, Cortland Sutton, Nico Collins was talked about trade before, Stephon Diggs. Do those guys get shifted and moved in the draft? I don't think so, and I think they're worth a second-round pick, but we could see a needy team in the back half of the first round miss out on their 2 guys and maybe go get one of these known commodities.
How crazy would the 49ers be to trade Brandon Ayuk if they could, assuming they could keep him on the field this year? I mean, how bad would it harm their Super Bowl window if they didn't have Brandon Ayuk?
So the reports are that if they trade Brandon Ayuk, they're going to do it when they're going to basically be on the clock. So they want to trade him and be able to take the next guy. So that means they have a guy in mind basically to step in and replace Ayuk. I don't see a guy there. Like, I don't think Brian Thomas as a wide receiver 4 replaces Ayuk. Definitely hurts their Super Bowl chances, especially in a division with the Rams, who are really good. Arizona should be much better, especially if they bring in a Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison with a full healthy year of Kyler Murray. So I don't think they do it. I think they hold Ayuk this year, especially because you can keep him on the field. He's under contract. I think at the end of the day, we can talk about people not wanting to play somewhere, whether that's Brandon Ayuk or whether that's Jaden Daniels. Once you're on the team, like, you'll go and play because that's what they do. They're football players. I think Ayuk stays. It would kill their Super Bowl hopes if they traded away Brandon Ayuk and didn't replace him with enough talent, which I don't think you can do in the draft.
I mean, usually you can get 3 years out of a cheap quarterback, and then you got to pay him. And think whatever you want about Brock Purdy. And I don't really know what he is, but I know they're going to have to pay him because if they continue to make it deep in the playoffs, at some point they got to pay him. And this would be the last year of that window of being able to put the Avengers around their quarterback. So yeah, that said, now with Ayuk, it's interesting because in terms of getting open, those who chart it, me who watches it, very few players get open as efficiently as Ayuk. But people think fantasy, and they're thinking, well, look at his numbers are up and down. Yeah, because they got to get the ball to Kittle, they got to get to Debo, they got to get to McCaffrey. If they have a big lead, they don't have to throw. Brandon Ayuk, in my mind, is an absolute alpha receiver, maybe even a top 10 receiver in the league, if not really close. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. I think, right, for fantasy, it's different than NFL. In the NFL, he is a great receiver. Yes, he has those up and down weeks because of what the Niners do on offense, because they have such a great team. You're right. When they get the lead, they just run the ball. They don't need to throw it. They do some crazy stuff with Debo Samuel. If I'm starting a franchise, if I'm building out, if I'm going, hey, I'm an expansion team and I can pick any receiver, yeah, you're right. He is a top 10 receiver for me, all things like contract and stuff. His age, his contract's not going to be crazy. Like, he's not going to command, top receiver money. He's going to be top 10 receiver money once he gets paid, but he's worth it. He definitely plays that well. And what he brings to the team, when you have to worry about Brandon Ayuk, that says a lot more than his actual production in the stat lines.
Exactly. Dustin, tell everybody where they can find you and what you'll have going on coverage-wise over the draft weekend.
Yeah, you can find me at the D-Unit 13, all my stuff at dynastyprosfootball.com. Actually, I'm headed out to Detroit tomorrow, so I'll be there in person interviewing people. So check out my Twitter or X. We'll be dropping some videos. I'll be out there doing some fun stuff. Interviewing some players on Wednesday with some media credentials. Same thing on Thursday night at post-draft conferences. Got a couple of events I'm going to. So that's where I'll be. Dynasty Pros Football will have articles coming out starting Thursday nights, basically laying out the fantasy impact of all these draft picks as they happen. So not just a live stream. We're doing articles of, hey, if Caleb Williams is drafted by the Bears, hey, here are 3 fantasy impacts. When Jaden Daniel goes to the Commanders, here are 3 fantasy impacts. So we'll have those rolling out all weekend and all the week after. So I'll be driving out to Detroit, looking forward to being out there, meeting up with some of the people. I know Hoob's going to be out there. John McGlynn is going to be a great crew out there. So it's a fun event every year. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, that'll be great. Dustin, enjoy the heck out of the draft. And I know the coverage you'll have will be outstanding. So continued success with that. Thank you for joining me. And I know we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Jim. Have a good one.
Thanks. Simon Grunewald is in the house, the co-founder of Front Yard Fantasy. Show I've been on about a dozen times. Always enjoyed it. Oh my God, nice. And obviously, we know Simon hosts that show. You find him at FYF Simon. Simon, what are you most excited about for the 2024 draft?
I feel like this entire offseason, the running backs I've been asked the most about, I've had to give a little asterisk at the end of it. This running back room is not full yet, though. So all of this analysis is a moot point. James Cook, Rashad White, Kyron Williams, Travis Etienne, these guys that blew up last season. But you look at the depth chart, there's no way the Bills are running into the season with their running back room looking like that. There's no way the Rams are running into it with Zach Evans as the next guy up. And that's pretty much it on that depth chart. So I'm excited to see running back landing spots, because it'll finally allow me to fully kind of analyze the returning running backs, the anomalies from last season. And there's going to be some value with the lack of a headliner in this year's running back class. We're going to see some day 2, day 3 guys that land in sexy positions that get overlooked a little bit because there's not the Jonathan Taylor, the Jahmyr Gibbs, the Saquon Barkley in this class. So it's twofold, but I'm hyped to see where the running backs land.
No, and you're right. There's a number of teams that there is a real need for either a running back 1 or running back 2. And hey, Dallas is rolling. Royce Freeman is our number 3. So what is this world coming to? So anyway, yeah, that's a great starting point, Simon, that we definitely like to go watch what the running back movement's going to be. Because when we're doing our rankings come Sunday, those rankings are going to be way different with a lot of running backs. So interesting there. Are there any props, Simon, that you've looked at that you're interested in?
One that's maybe a little cute for some people's tastes, but it builds off of that point that I was just talking about. There's a big question mark in the running back order this year. There's not that primary guy. And so I like digging down the list a little bit at first running back to be drafted. We've been surprised recently in years past, like big surprises, like a guy like CEH going over generational talent Jonathan Taylor, right? So I don't mind sprinkling a little on Marshawn Lloyd at plus 900 to be the first running back off the board. There's been smoke heading into the draft process, and where there's a little bit of smoke and maybe some uncertainty on how these players are being valued by NFL teams, I like to take the shot.
Oh, that's great. And that's the second person now who mentioned Marshawn Lloyd.
Oh, we got another one?
And I'm sorry if I could remember. I've had about, 30 people on today. So yeah, pardon me for not remembering exactly who, but yeah, it came up once before. But that's the thing, right? It's a cute bet, like you said, because it could hit. And we've had a lot of disparity of which running back goes first, but that speaks exactly to what you're pointing out. But Lloyd is in that discussion. And
it's
so
kind of like in fantasy, we talk about like uncertainty plus talent equals value. I mean, it's kind of the same principle here, right? Looking at these prop bets, there's some serious uncertainty. We've got a talented player that NFL GMs, coaches, and analysts are talking about. Maybe some value meeting up there in the middle.
Exactly correct. Now, Simon, what are some other predictions, team, player, position that you have in mind as you get ready for this draft?
As you maybe can tell by all of my answers, I have been really excited about the running back position this year. I know the wide receiver class is the highlight, but as a zero RB kind of guy, I tend to find myself drafting running backs late. This running back class is just screaming value to me. And as a Clemson fan, I see Will Shipley fitting really well into a complementary role in this NFL, the current way that the running back rooms are being built. And a team like the Kansas City Chiefs drafting Will Shipley to complement Isaiah Pacheco kind of in that Jerick McKinnon style role, I think would be really, really cool. So maybe it's not Will Shipley, but I expect them to draft a change of pace back. In my dream, it's Will Shipley to complement Pacheco next season.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny when you said that because my mind went to Clyde Edwards-Helaire when they
They
spent a
just
first round pick
re-signed.
on him.
Yeah.
Oh, right, they re-signed him, but no, I think that's a great idea. But man, do they swing and miss on that one? But Shipley, yeah, Shipley would be a very good change of pace. And the thing with Pacheco is, look, the first season he had 2 off-season surgeries, shoulder and hand, and then last year he missed a couple games with another shoulder procedure. He runs violently and recklessly. His body is not designed to hold up, and it is just a matter of time if he keeps playing that style of football. They're going to have to ease back his workload at some point. They won't until they have to, or injury forces that. So you're right, and they have to see that organizationally. Those surgeries when to a young back, they know he is not going to be able to hold up there. So I think that's a great point. Getting a complimentary back has to be really important because as great as Patrick Mahomes is, if you don't have any type of a running threat, you have a real problem on your hands. So where do you stand on who might be the second best quarterback? Assuming you're okay. Are you okay with Caleb Williams as the number one?
Yeah.
Who
I'll
would
put
you see
Caleb
as the
Williams
second
at
best?
number one. Man, I think whenever I start looking at second best, I'm probably leaning more on the upside than what I'm seeing just directly on the field. And that's going to go to Daniels for me. And this could be my fantasy bias sneaking in as well, loving the guy with some rushing upside. But I see him going out and proving himself as a winner in college. I see him having that rushing upside. And when comparing him to Drake May, or we go down a little bit further, Michael Penix, that's where I tend to land.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that. I think, look, for fantasy, we're over fantasy here, and I would be comfortable, assuming the landing spot is at least decent. We assume he's a top 3 pick, but the running you're going to get out of him, to me, that's a major asset. We've seen it time and again. You don't even have to be a great passer, but if Daniels is picked in those top 3 picks, he's going to be starting for a few years. So for the few year window, he's got to be the guy. And that running production, that is there. So it'll be interesting to see. Now, what happens whichever quarterback ends up in New England? You got Kendrick Bourne, you got Demario Douglas, a little slot receiver who was good. KJ Osborne, better as a blocker than a receiver, but he can catch a bit. Hunter Henry is about 30. What would you think of a quarterback landing in New England?
I'm still not convinced that New England is going to draft a quarterback with their early pick. I'll believe it when I see it, but this franchise has done nothing to convince me that they'll make a pick like that over the last 10, 15 years that I've been watching them make draft picks. And I know they're entering an unprecedented downturn compared to the success they've had recently. They have a new head coach, but it's a lot of the same ownership up there. It's a lot of the same decision makers. And there are a lot of holes on that roster and a lot of quarterback needy teams looking to trade up. So there's just all of this mess that leads me to believe we might still see an absolute haul go to New England. Now, if we get a rookie quarterback early in the first round in New England, I am probably hands off for fantasy year one. I do not like that situation that they're going into. I mean, look at the offense last year. They didn't do much to make it better, and now you're going to put a rookie quarterback in the mix. Maybe an aging Bill Belichick was the problem, but I think there were bigger issues than that on the New England offense last year.
Man, Belichick left the cupboard bare, and that is for certain. Oh my gosh. Wow. I take my titles, the trophies, get out of here. There's nothing left. Nobody's winning when I'm gone.
Just a Hunter Henry.
Oh, right. And Jacoby Brissett, he may be a starter this year. So that would be the case, right?
Yeah.
So they don't draft. Jacoby Brissett goes in as a starter. Quarterback 2, maybe. They may have to throw. The defense probably isn't all that good. But receivers might be competent enough for Brissett to put up low baseline QB2 numbers. So there's that. Simon, tell everybody where they can find you, what you got going on, and what you'd be doing over draft weekend.
Absolutely. You can find me on Twitter at FYF Simon. I'm the founder of Front Yard Fantasy, host of the Fantasy Football Game Show live every Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So this Thursday, when you're looking to get ready for the draft, getting a little antsy for it to get started, come hang out with us, answer some trivia, probably draft themed this week, and just have some fun as we are prepping over draft weekend. We're going to be watching the draft, tweeting out our reactions, and then getting ready for another round of trivia next week, Jim.
Oh, how fabulous. Keep up the great work on this show. It is one of the gems that if people haven't found it, you need to go check it out. Front Yard Fantasy, it is something that I've really been a big fan of for a long time. Simon, again, keep up the great work. Look forward to interacting with you soon and enjoy the heck out of the draft.
Absolutely. You too, Jim. Thanks so much.
Thanks. We are down to 2 guests left. Bradley Salter. I was on your show a few weeks back. I had a blast on your Roto Underworld. Remind me the name of the show because
Stack Hunters.
Stack Hunters, man, it was fabulous time. You, Dan Williamson. But anyway, I saw you at the Expo last year. Glad we got to work together, and we're going to work together a little bit here. You're going to tell people your Twitter handle because I don't know how to say that.
At Djibouti Puns on the X machine. So the country Djibouti, you spell it out how it sounds. Actually, it's not at all spelled how it sounds. But y'all can find it DJIBOUTI Puns on the X machine. Check it out.
Well, I'm glad I'm already following you because I don't think I could find it. But somebody else who's way smarter than me will have no problem doing it. But go to Roto Underworld, and that's where you're at. So that's a great thing, too. Bradley, what's the main thing that you're looking forward to in the 2024 draft as we approach it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to actually being at the draft, Jim. This is amazing. I live 25 minutes outside the city of Detroit. Yeah. The city is pumping. They are excited. It is palpable here in the state of Michigan just to be able to say, we have the draft. I can't walk just down the street and people are pulling me off the side. The draft. They're so excited for the draft to be in the city of Detroit, and well-deserved. It is almost it's the trajectory culmination of all the things that the city of Detroit has worked for over the last few years. You've seen what Brad Holmes has done with this team and the way in which he and Dan Campbell have risen from the ashes that had been previously the Detroit Lions. That they were just like the Browns for many years, the bags on their heads, embarrassed to play any other team. And now this is a dangerous team, and I think going to be a Super Bowl contender for a few years. And I think this is a great way that the NFL is honoring what ways in which the Detroit Lions and the city of Detroit have really, elevated this game and this sport here in the city.
What an exciting time in Detroit for all the reasons you said. But yes, it's definitely a rising NFL force. Excited for this weekend. So are there any props, Bradley, that you've identified that you think look good?
Yeah, one that's I thought was very interesting on DraftKings. I'm going to take the under on 6.5 day one trades. So this is, it's a deep cut. And you're like, but what is the history? What does the history tell us? Well, last year there were only 6 day one trades. The year before there were 9, but the last 2 years before that, only 3 and 4. So there were ways in which this could easily fail. And we could even see some pre-day one trades happening, and those don't count. Only the Thursday trades count for the day one prop. So we have to be very careful that, it depends on the sports book and everything like that. But under 6.5 day one trades, I don't think we're going to get to 6.5. Maybe we get to 6, maybe we get to 4 or 5, but I don't think we get to 7.
I love that. And I've had, 6 on per hour. So you're probably the 23rd person in here. And I just think that's great. I hadn't heard that prop before. And there've been a lot of different ones. And I think that's the beauty of this show, that those who can tune in for a while definitely hear a bunch of this. So I think that's a great prop. I love that. What other predictions would you like to make about the draft as we approach it?
Yeah. So the way I framed this one was looking at the top 5 teams that I've identified to draft a running back in this draft. If we're laying bets on any teams to be taking, the number 1 is going to be the Cowboys. I feel like that's, so obvious. Royce Freeman doesn't move the needle for any of us. But I have a few others that I think are pretty interesting. The Jets are my number 2 team, and they don't have a number 2 running back behind Breece Hall. Izzy Abanikanda was unimpressive. He didn't run away with the job, and so the Jets are probably going to look for a running back too. I think at 3, for me, the third team is the Colts. They lost Zach Moss, and they saw how important that running back 2 is, especially given the investment of the money they put behind Jonathan Taylor last offseason. A sneaky play, I think Audric Estime at 117. Notre Dame bias, but let's go Audric Estime in round 4 as a good complement between the tackles grinder that can definitely take the load off of a Jonathan Taylor and an Anthony Richardson at the goal line. 4 is the Broncos. Javonte Williams, he's not been very good, and he wasn't drafted by Sean Payton. We've already seen today, Zach Wilson traded to the Broncos. We've seen the Broncos make moves already. I wouldn't be surprised if they make a move at running back here in the draft. And then the last one is the Raiders. I could see them bringing in a complement to or 1B to Zamir White, because White only played 4 games as a fullback, in a full-time role. And I could see them bringing in another player to also run the ball. So those are my 5: the Cowboys, Jets, Colts, Broncos, and Raiders.
That's great. And I throw in the Buccaneers on that one as well. I do. That's a question for you. Rachaad White can't break tackles, has no yards after contact. The line wasn't good, but those numbers kind of work around that. Very, very good receiver. What are the odds you think the Bucs go after a running back for early downs?
Yeah, I'm not convinced. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers coaches love Rachaad White. They just love him. They will run him into the ground. And I think that was one of the parts of the flaws in my process from last year, Jim, was I wanted Rachaad White to lose his job so badly because he wasn't good. I was like, Sean Tucker, Chase Edmonds, anybody, please, this guy needs to get off the field. But the Buccaneers love him. And that's one of the parts of fantasy that we struggle with, is not just what we want to have happen, but also what the coaches will have happen.
I think that's a great call, because you're right. I mean, obviously players like Jamal Williams, for years, coaches always loved him. He's in the right place at the right time. If you need him to protect, he can protect. He runs the play as called. And even if he wasn't very good in portions of his career, he almost always had a job. Now, last year, the cliff fell out on him, so there's that. But you're right. If a team loves a player, then you're right. So I think that's a sobering view on that I think needs to be added. Any other predictions on the draft?
One last one is, I also think the Giants, they are going to make a decision at the top of their draft and everything is going to hinge on whether Darren Waller retires. Everything is going to hinge for their draft, because if he does not retire, then they will go after a quarterback early. If he does plan to retire, then I think they trade back, and they still have to go get that quarterback and wide receiver. They don't have enough draft capital to make that happen. So I think that they're going to have to trade back and get some more assets. It depends on what happens with Darren Waller.
I think that's a great call, right? The Waller piece, that does mean a lot as to what Brian Daboll could do with the offense with or without him. Very big difference. I love the take on that. Bradley, I know you'll be at the draft, and you kind of told us, but you remind people how they can catch your coverage from draft weekend, and remind people where they can find you.
Yeah, tune into the Player Profiler YouTube channel. I'll be having a live show on the Thursday night, and then I will also be doing a live videos from the draft representing Roto Underworld Player Profiler in Detroit on Friday night for rounds 2 and 3. So check it out there. You'll see me and the rest of the crew representing Roto Underworld. Jim, thanks so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
So happy you're here. You are going to have an amazing time, and I look forward to working with you in the near future. Take care, Bradley. The cleanup hitter. We got George Reed closing us out today. George is with Toilets to Titles. I was on that show a number of months ago. It's just a great experience, a great team of people talking football. Happy to be with that. At H Point Sports, and you follow him at George Reed FF. George, what's the most interesting thing that you are looking forward to in the 2024 NFL Draft?
Besides what my Miami Dolphins do at 21, whether they actually make a pick there, or if there's a couple of players that are still on their big board that they like, do they actually move back? We don't have a 3rd and 4th round pick this year. So there's some, it's a deep draft in the first 3 to 4 rounds. So if there's somebody there that they want to move back, I can see a team like maybe Cleveland wanting to move up to get one of these better wide receivers. Maybe a team like San Francisco, if they actually do trade Brandon Ayuk, maybe they want to, move up a little bit to get another wide receiver to replace him. But outside of that, I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens with both the New York Giants and the Tennessee Titans, because they pick back-to-back. And they both need offensive linemen in the worst ways. New York potentially needs a quarterback. I don't know how everybody feels about Daniel Jones, but they both of those teams need linemen desperately. and New York could also use a wide receiver really, really bad. So I'm really interested to see what happens at the top of the draft.
You know, the Titans are in an interesting spot. They did what they could in free agency to get as much addressed as possible. And so it's one of those where, yeah, they could even press the issue to go offensive line because they did do a nice job of, again, filling some holes on the roster. So the Giants are interesting because they have so many needs. But again, it's an anchor position for a franchise. Which of those two teams, the Giants or the Titans, do you feel, based on what you know today, are more likely to go with that offensive line with that early first-round pick?
So I think if the Giants don't trade back, as was mentioned with your previous guest, I think they lean more towards one of those top-end wide receivers, to be honest. They did draft Evan Neal a couple years ago. He hasn't really been what they were been looking for when you're spending that kind of a draft capital on a tackle. But I think he's serviceable enough to the point where, you know, you look at what they have on offense. They got no Saquon Barkley. Darren Waller is definitely up in the air about retiring. And then you look at their wide receiving core, it's nearly as bad as New England's wide receiver core, which I think New England has the worst wide receiver core in the NFL right now. So it's a really bad wide receiving core. So if they could add a Roma Dunze, if they could add a Malik Neighbors, if somehow Marvin Harrison Jr. is still there, like, I think you have to pull a trigger on one of those wide receivers.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Betting props. Is there anything that you identify that you like?
Yeah, so there was a couple. I'm not a big betting guy, but I did go on to FanDuel, and I looked around for a couple. The tackle, J.C. Latham from Alabama. Right now, he's at an over 14.5. I think that's an easy prop bet. It's plus 142 if he's picked 15th or later. All the mock drafts I've done, he's there in like 18, 19, 20 range. So I think that's a pretty safe bet. And then the other one I liked was Brock Bowers. He is plus 135 to be picked in the top 10. I have the New York Jets circled as taking him at pick number 10. So I think bringing in another weapon for Aaron Rodgers, the window for the Jets to make their quote-unquote Super Bowl run is probably this year. And I'm not sure if Aaron Rodgers is going to be coming back for next year. They just traded away Zach Wilson, so if he doesn't come back, they're going to be full-blown rebuild for next year as far as the quarterback position goes. So I think the window is small. Give him another weapon. Go all in, which is what they've seemed to be doing with the moves they've made in the offseason.
And they have a strong defense with the New York Jets, so it's not a pressing need. So you're right, between that and then wanting to keep up with Patrick Mahomes and maybe Joe Burrow if the Bengals make a move upward, they need to compete with those teams because their goal is Super Bowl or bust. I know every team wants to win the Super Bowl, but like you said, they've kind of moved the chips in, finish it out. So I think that's a great call. Any other predictions about the draft, team, player, position, et cetera, you'd like to make?
No, not really. I'm really just looking forward to the draft. So I don't do a whole lot of draft coverage draft day. I like to, me and a couple of friends of mine, we go to a restaurant called Bistro's. It's owned by Drew Brees. We go there and we just watch the draft. We enjoy it. We soak it all in. We're there for 3 or 4 hours, and we just enjoy the draft. It's completely pressure free. The atmosphere is great, and that's what we like to do. And then I get to work after the draft.
Exactly. The rankings get rolling very quickly after that. George, remind people where they can find you.
Absolutely. You can find me on Twitter or X, whichever you want to call it, at George Reed FF. I do work for High Point Sports. You can follow that work at HP Sports on Twitter. And I also do work for Twilista Titles. I got a bunch of stuff that I'll be doing this offseason. It's a 32-team breakdown. I bring in experts that cover all 32 teams, guys from Locked On, beat writers, experts on individual teams, and we just discuss, everything that happened in the offseason for each individual 32 teams. So it's a fun series that I've been doing for the last 3 or 4 years, and I'm really looking forward to doing it again this year.
Great stuff, George. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming on. Look forward to interacting with you soon.
Awesome. I'll see you at the Expo Gym. Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful thing. Thank you. Everybody, so tomorrow, Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern, 4 more hours of marathon coverage. We have another all-star slate of guests. Remember, the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast. We have that going throughout the week. Get you ready for the draft. Subscribe to that in your podcast platform of choice. Also, Thursday night, opening night of the draft, we will have coverage where you're watching right now, but that's if you're all about fantasy football. During that show, I'll have on Anthony Servino, Alan Soslowski, Joe Bartle. What we'll do is we will give instant fantasy impact when skill position players are drafted. We'll make notes when other players are drafted as well, but we will give instant fantasy impact. So if you're all about fantasy, you'll want to join the RotoWire Live draft night, Thursday night show. So make sure you do that. Finally, if you want a free subscription to RotoWire, go to rotowire.com/Jim, 2 days, no credit card needed. Last thing, Scott Fishbowl. If you would like to have a chance to win an entry to the Scott Fishbowl, RotoWire is giving away several invites. There's 2 things you need to do. First, you need to go to scottfishbowl.com, register there to be eligible. Then RotoWire will open up the opportunities for entries. You'll have to listen to the RotoWire podcast, watch us on YouTube, or follow RotoWire on X and Facebook. We will then give ways that you can win spots in the Scott Fishbowl 14. Thanks to the RotoWire team for sponsoring the show. Again, Tuesday night, 6 Eastern. Everybody have a great rest of your day and get geared up for the NFL draft.